Good morning. That was a late night good morning. Good morning. Go to the beginning of my slide deck. Day number 3. How are we feeling? One person is super excited. I love you for that. All right, quick little exercise. So this is mile 3. There's folks that did not show up because they're oversleeping or maybe they had a little too many adult beverages. I'm not sure, but all of you stepped out, which means all of you are present. This is going to be a little hard for me to kick off today. There's been a lot of things kind of building to this, but I want every part of all this is meeting one another, and inevitably you have gone back to the circle of which you've started, and that's a problem for me because that means you haven't met somebody new. So what I'm going to ask you to do is get up, and I want you to go to the table that's next to you that has somebody, and I want you to introduce yourself and tell them what you do. Cool? And it can't be somebody you know. You can't cheat out and be like, I know you. Hey, Clark's doing this thing. No, I want you to meet somebody new. So let's take a moment. Everybody get up.
That's funny.
I'm not making you do air squats, okay? So I'm already better. Find somebody next to the next table and say hi. I'm going to give you another minute. Thirty more seconds. And I apologize for interrupting, but let's wrap it and get back to our seats. I love that it just is continuing to go.
Yeah. Woo!
Let's return back to me. My microphone's bigger. It's always the back of the class. It's always. Thank you. I did that because serendipitously we were sitting at this table last night during the pig roast and a couple college kids came up and they wanted to ask questions. I don't know why they picked old guy other than I have a microphone, but they came up to ask questions, kind of like what should we be doing and whatnot. And the interesting part about what was happening was in the moment that we're having this conversation, Kevin Powell comes up. And then James Quick comes up. And then Danger comes up. And as we're having this conversation, it illustrated the point of community. Like, they're trying to find their way in the professional world. They've come to a conference for the first time, not recognizing the fact that all of this is about all of us, right? It's about all the connections in this room. I have no corporate motive. I'm not trying to sell you anything. You're not the product. I'm the product. And so here they're trying to figure out a way. And I'm like, listen, if you want to learn CSS, this dude has like 1 million followers here. He knows more about CSS than CSS knows about CSS. Like, he can actually make the float work. And oh, by the way, James is doing all this stuff, and I'm kind of in here. And all of us together, right, we are somehow connected in the things that we do and the experiences that we have. But you only really see that like when you step outside, right? And when you really just kind of reach across the table and you lean into this. So thank you for doing that and meeting somebody else, because the reality is you're going to leave here and I want you to continue to do that, right? This is just kind of a little reunion where we're together. So, transitioning a bit. The reality is we all have a world outside of our keyboards. I apparently said this last year. I was a little skinnier, or I'm a little skinnier today than that picture. But I have to think that my last 4 years have led to the moments that have been on stage the last 3 days. So to summarize, right, Kent's talking about taking a shot. He's using his experiences and the things that he's done to just go big, right, and go get it done. Not be afraid. Mark is opening up about how to live intentionally, right? Mark and I'll just say me. I'm an old guy. I would have done things a lot differently 20 years ago. I never thought about living intentionally. I never thought about the hours in the day. I was busy just railing code out as fast as I could so that I could get the next promotion. But today at 48, man, I feel like the clock is ticking. And it's in part, and for those of you who know me, you've been on this journey for the last few years, it's in part, it started here, well, a little before here. We had a pandemic, and the pandemic destroyed my business. It destroyed me getting to do all of this with you. It destroyed you having all of this. In fact, it's still destroying it. But on February 25th, at 8:30 p.m., the one night, the only night of that season that I had gone snowboarding, it was the only night that I had not gone with my son, I managed to catch the ice, flip over at about 20 miles an hour, head over heels, Supermaned it. It so looked good, even though I wasn't trying to. But I didn't stick the landing. I landed, I dislocated my arm, I ripped up my rotator cuff, I broke my shoulder. You can see there's a piece just hanging out and what is clearly awesome muscle. But I want you to look at the picture on the left. I'm in the ER. I'm telling the doctors that the morphine isn't going into my arm, and they're telling me, I'm telling you, buddy, it is. But I'm in the most excruciating pain ever. But this also isn't about me, because look at my wife in the background. She is beside herself. Not because old guy is trying to be cool on a snowboard, but in the culmination of the things that are happening, here we are, and there's this physical representation of like this disaster that's happening. I had to wait a week to get surgery. They just cut into my arm, ripped me open like a pair of curtains, screwed me together with a strap, titanium. Apparently you don't need any of this to go through security anymore. Like, it doesn't beep. Kind of thought it'd be cool. But what started here was a life of chronic pain. There's not a day that goes by where this arm isn't doing something. I can pick out anybody in the audience who would have a shoulder injury. You're like, you did something to your shoulder. Were you snowboarding? No, good, you're smart. But I don't have long-term care, disability, whatever the cool fangled things are. So I had to figure out how to work with one arm. 10 months of PT, I'm strapped to an ice machine, I don't know, loaded on some kind of pain meds. It was horrible. Let's fast forward a couple years to this moment last year. It was about 1 o'clock, 12:30 in the morning, and I wasn't feeling right. I didn't go to the water park party, so this is 365 days ago. I didn't go to the water park party. I was sitting in the hotel bed, or the bed, I guess it's still a hotel bed, and I didn't feel right. I'd been anxious the whole week last year. I honestly wasn't sure about the state of all of this. My heart is feeling weird. I can't go to sleep, and I think I'm just having a panic attack. Not uncommon. The last 3 years are really tough, but I can't pull it together. Like it doesn't feel right. So what I typically do here is I get down pretty much before anybody else, and I sort of nest this room. I try to walk around, I try to feel it, I try to feel how you would be, try to feel how the stage would be, maybe move some stuff around, whatnot. But as I walked from the truck to those kind of outside doors, I was covered in sweat. And I almost fell down and passed out. Now at 4:30 in the morning, I don't know if you've been around a convention center, there ain't nobody here. There's nobody in the convention center. So I got up, I walked down to the production booth, and I sat there trying to collect my thoughts, going, I don't know what to do. But I knew it wasn't right. So the first call I made was to Taylor Desson and James Quick. And I said, I need to have somebody take over the stage because I got to go. I have never left this. I get asked every year, can I MC? So I had to let it go. So my wife picked me up. We went over to the Baraboo ER, and this happened. When you walk into the ER and you tell them your heart doesn't feel right, it's like dipping a little like oil in water or whatever, and it's everybody's like, "Let's go! We got one. Let's get them hooked up." So I'm on the bed. I'm hooked up to all kinds of shit, and turns out I have AFib. So the top of my heart, not like Mark where it's not beating, the top of mine is just completely out of rhythm. Now, it's super common for men. But the part that's also not very common is the fact that my heart was racing from 180 beats to about 210. And so what happens then is when things aren't beating right, the blood starts to pool and coil, and it's just doing its thing. And then a clot will happen. And then what happens with that clot is once you get out of AFib, it sends that nice little bug that it's been made up to your head, and then you go into a stroke, or you have a stroke. Much like the time in the ER before, we're sitting there thinking, what is going on? How did we end up here? And so James is on the stage, and I'm watching it from the ER. And at this point in time, there's a few options. My heart is either going to correct itself, or we're going to do like the movies, and we're going to grab the paddles, shock them together, and stick them on me. And I don't know if that's really what happens, but I don't want to be hooked up to a car battery. So I'm sort of freaking out. And they're in there watching the heart things, and then all of a sudden, my heart just goes back on its own. And all the stress subsides. And it was right around that time that James kicks things off. And then I sit there and I realized it's okay. All right, James kicked ass and did his thing, everything was fine. The thing that wasn't fine is that I wasn't here, right? The things outside of the keyboard. 3 years had led up to this place when it wasn't good. I left feeling broken. Overweight, confused, family. All of you. So what do? I had no framework. I had no book. I didn't really have a tribe of people that were in now this part of my life. The ones who would say, Clark, you need to be working out. You can fix your shoulder. There's plenty of time ahead. So I'm also part of an entrepreneurial group. And in that group, I said, listen, I need help. And they said, call this person. So I sent an email, and that, you hit send. I said I was going to do this. You hit send, and you have to acknowledge what's happened. You have to take responsibility for where it got to. But then you have to be open to fix it. And so it's been a year. It's been a year since I got back up here. And it's better. It's not finished. I've lost 40 pounds. Things have been going great. I'm learning. I'm learning that I was a wreck. Bad. And this isn't a typical keynote, right? We haven't been talking about tech stuff. We've been talking about life stuff. And 6 weeks ago, when Mark Thompson's in the ER and I'm in the ER and we're in different hospitals in the same time, the rest of that text chain that I was telling you about was, listen, we are just getting started. It's not time to go. And I'm telling him, fix it. Get out. We got work to do. And so through the process of all this, I asked June, could you come to the stage and help teach people how to create a framework? What are the tools? How do we recognize these things? We all work in these high-pressure jobs, lots of mind, but we don't talk about this stuff, all this stuff. So here's my ask of you. She's going to ask you to do some things which may feel a little uncomfortable. And I'm going to ask you to be present in this moment and create some space for you to acknowledge or to accept or to explore or to become creative, to realize that we are more beyond our keyboards. And we need help across all of the things. Because when we're good up here and we're good in here, we're way better over there. So without further ado, I'm going to have June take the stage. June, take the stage. I don't even know how to say this now. Let's welcome June Syndesi Kramer to the stage. Coach, researcher. That's yours.
I have something for you. Can I give it to you? And do we have Oz behind the curtain, Carrie? Do we see her? Come up here.
Oh, she's not.
Okay, everyone clap for her. We love you. This is for you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for everything.
That's really
Very excited to be here with you all.
Am I supposed to?
It's a fun barbecue sauce.
I think she just said that my barbecue's bad.
No. I drink an obscene amount of water, so you'll be seeing that today. When he said, I need you all to get uncomfortable, I'll start with my first experience of feeling uncomfortable so far. They said, we need to mic you up. And I said, oh, where are we going to do that? Thank God I wore underwear today. So I'm mic'd up, and I'm here to chat with you all today. A lot of people call me the shoeless doctor to be because I don't like to wear my shoes. And it's interesting that I'm here in a room of incredible people. And I don't see anyone else in a long dress. Anyone else wearing one? Okay, that's my girl right there. So at first I was like, I don't know if I should dress as I usually dress. I'm like 90% dresses. They might judge me. But I have to share a little bit about why I wear dresses. And that is because I'm neurodivergent. Anyone else here heard that word before? Oh, we got some. Yeah. So I am extremely sensory oriented. And some days I feel like a blob and I need to wear really tight things to help me feel like I can focus. And some days I feel really stuck and tight and I feel like I need something to help me breathe. So thank you for accepting me as I am today. It's been such a gift to be in this room, in this building, and meet so many incredible people and watch how everyone is coming together and igniting each other and also making each other laugh, not taking each other too seriously. So I'm going to share with you something that was told to me when I was in a deep, deep depression in college. You know, it's like 3 a.m., you're eating Doritos, you know, in the deep hole of social media or YouTube. Well, my roommate saw me the next day, and I have been in a up and down battle of excessive hair pulling. Anyone ever heard of that? Or skin picking? Maybe? Body focused repetitive behavior. It's like so much is happening, you can't feel your body, so let me literally pick at myself to see if I'm here. He came in the next morning and he said, you know, there's a quote I want to share with you. It's not that we're most afraid to see our darkness and think that we're going to be unlovable. It's actually our light that we're most afraid of. But who here has ever been in a deep, dark hole and you can't even imagine what people would assume to be your light? Anyone ever been there? Even last week? Maybe this week? Well, I'm going to share a little bit about how to be someone who experiences that extreme darkness, yet 3 p.m. the following day, like, I see a little bit of hope. So I dedicate any talk I ever give to my parents, my brothers, my soon-to-be husband, Sterling. And I also dedicate this talk to the secret pain that we experience alone that nobody sees. And then you wonder, like, how do these people get up here and talk and pretend to have it all together when they're just glad they put on underwear that day, you know? I dedicate this to the secret pain that we all experience in those moments where we're not sure we're going to make it through. And I want to just take a moment because I feel in my body, I don't know what it took for you to get on a plane. Some people really struggle being in airports after the pandemic, or to even be in this room. And I just want to take a moment to put my hands together for all of you being in this room with anything that would have stopped you financially or socially. Let's see how my slides are doing. So I do have the gift and the privilege to work with a lot of finance moguls, a lot of tech gurus, therapists, different people in the industry, Emmy Award winners, Grammy Award winners, and they continually teach me to be better. Yet, when my soon-to-be husband puts the salsa spoon in the sour cream jar, I still lose my shit. So, anyone here recovering control freaks? A little bit? Anyone here neurodivergence? OCD in the room at all? Need things my way? I'm here to share with you that I don't want to talk about mental health being something that we have to have it all together when it comes to that, because the most interesting people in my life are not people who pretend to have it all together. Even the people that I really look up to, when you pop the hood, you see how much they're working through. And usually the people I look up to the most are those who are most transparent about, we are as deep as we are high. They're still a work in progress, just the same as me and you. So what got me here standing in front of you today is that I've tried to do a lot of mental health myth busting along the way. And I'm continually doing that. I thought one day when I grew up, I'd meet someone who had it all together. This led me to 30 countries, 15 different native tribes, many spiritual leaders, scientists from Cambridge, Purdue, Oxford, and not one perfect person. This was because I was suffering alone in the dark with something I thought, once I've figured out the human condition, why we're driven into excess, eating, sex, gaming, hair pulling, then if I figure out the origin, then I'll feel better. So anyone here ever experienced imposter syndrome? Yeah, so it said about 40% of tech professionals experience that, more than the average in the industry. So I had an extreme human imposter syndrome. I was worried that some type of space police was gonna come down, this was a real fear as a child, and tell me I wasn't being the correct type of human. I didn't believe that being a work in progress is what made me human. But how many of you felt most alive when you just heard Clark share? His humanness is what brought out that feeling for me of being alive. Being alive is what makes me human. This fear of not being the correct type of human caused extreme shame and anxiety that made me really start to identify with the things that were wrong with me, my issues. I originally wanted to be an anthropologist. I thought if I studied all of these different cultures, maybe I'd find a culture that had it all together. But each person I interviewed from these different countries had their own vulnerabilities and their own secret shames, which were either steering their life or the fuel to their life. I realized that everyone had their own baggage. As I grew up, I was like, okay, I'm gonna find the adult that has it all together. They're gonna give me the roadmap. I know this to be true. But as I interviewed these people, and sometimes it was, in Costa Rica, Maleco tribe, there's really only 3% left indigenous in Costa Rica left. Maleco to Spanish, Spanish to English. That takes about 5 hours. Everyone shared that they were carrying some secret shame. Either it was exposure to criminal life at a young age, taking care of an addicted parent and not finishing high school, the diagnosis of an autoimmune disorder that they were afraid one day would cripple them, having a porn addiction, working in the porn industry, getting divorced when they were supposed to be the perfect guy or perfect girl. They believed a bipolar diagnosis meant they shouldn't have children until their husband said, "Did you think that you shouldn't have been born?" They believe that hair pulling or skin picking or the embarrassment of their anger issues should hold them back. What surprised me was no matter the continent, no matter the language, there was a common thread. I noticed which people allowed their secret shame to be a life sentence, which I did until I was about 18 years old, and what people allowed it to be a springboard into teaching others the medicine they gathered from tending their wounds. And I know many people in this room have taught so many people things that they never thought they could because of their issues that they've experienced. They've had a bug in the system on the computer that allowed them to break through to an understanding they never thought they would have. Well, the biggest question I get asked is, well, how? How do I turn my wounds into medicine? How do I do that? I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I can't even see clearly. My wife hasn't talked to me in 3 months. I'm sleeping in, the second room. This deep anger and this deep aloneness. And the first thing that I often share is that we have to go from the follower mindset to the creator mindset. How many in here, I would say all of you, would be creators? And so that's when we take the driver's seat of our life. But why don't we take the driver's seat of our life? Many of you are in this room, but feeling that sense of imposter syndrome. I could never be someone who shares on a stage. I'm really happy I came, but wow, this was a lot of people. The reason that we don't take the driver's seat of our life is because of this concept of shame. Letting shame and our secret shame rule our life. And it's not the driver's seat of our life like, I have 50 million under management, perfect wife, happy kids, but there's something still gnawing at me. There's something still itching at me at 3 a.m. and I don't sleep very well. There's something deep in there that I don't even know how to breathe into, let alone talk about. And a lot of these incredible businessmen I get to work with, on the first call, there's a dark shadow over them. And I get about 4 to 7 words from them for 60 minutes. The part of them that's connected to their soul is so deeply buried. My husband to be is an artist. We're going to talk about people pleasing in a little bit. But he's been reading a book about the concept. It's called Facing Codependency. The concept that we've sacrificed so much of ourselves to fit in that we're the living dead. So I was like, I have a good idea for a painting, in my mind. Maybe he'll do a zombie. He said, no, the painting that I would do is, we have me, wasn't a teacher's pet because of all my learning differences, but I was like, I just have to find a way to connect to their heart because I'm definitely not going to get an A or B in this class. And then we have my partner who had a permanent seat in the principal's office. He missed every Valentine's Day. He always had these gorgeous things cut out, but always in the principal's office, shut into rooms, hung by his underwear, wild things that people would do to discipline. He said, what the painting would be is a little boy in a closet, kind of holding himself like this. And there's a big heart in the closet. It's kind of emotional for me to think about. And then all of a sudden, there's all these other characters outside this closet that he became. The perfect this, the perfect that, the perfect this, the perfect that, physical, spiritual, relational, child to parent, all these characters. But the part of him that's really connected to his aliveness would still be in that closet. How many of you have felt that you've worn all of these different masks and created all of these different kind of scenarios and archetypes of who you want to be, but there's still some part that doesn't feel like it can breathe, be seen, or would be lovable? Half? maybe sometimes. I like this. This is my type of hand right here. Yeah, I feel you. That's how I would relate to. Let's do one of these. So shame, but who would love that boy, right? Because all of the authorities, that boy in the closet, all of the parents, you just need to fit in. He had an amazing mother, the best mother-in-law to be. And so she knew and kept that flame alive. But shame, easily put, is the fear of disconnection from love and belonging. And letting the shame run our lives is when we put our worth and value in the hands of others, our parents, spiritual leaders, teachers, bosses, friends. How many of you know someone in their 50s or 60s that still feels like they're living for their parents? You ever met anyone that way? Nervous to tell their mom or dad what's really going on in their life? Sometimes? I've got a little giggle. Yeah. So when I believe those fears of that shame of not being able to fit in, wearing a dress to a tech conference, you can't do this, you can't do that. For me, what I believed, because I pulled my hair out, so it was a very odd symptom of distress. That's what led me, like a little young thoroughbred, on this journey a lot younger. It's very odd when you see holes in someone's head. It's a little different. They drink too much, eat too much. It's a little easier sometimes to engage with. So I believed I would never find a partner who would love me because my symptom of distress was so visible and odd. It wasn't something that I could do on my computer, close my computer, and then go back to life. We could fill the blank in there with many things. I also believe I could never help anyone because I have this effed up part of me. And then how could I be a bridge to care? But the secret is that I don't help people. What they say is you have to find someone who's been courageous enough to walk through the fire, but they can't walk through the fire for you. They can say, you can do it. You can take that first step. And Clark sharing with us, when you hit send, that's probably the scariest part. Because for me, I'm in the bed at 3 a.m. eating too much or wanting to rip up my hair. And I have to acknowledge that there's something beyond this horrible feeling that I'm experiencing. And so that's where the very, strong courage emerges. The thing is, when I believe these concepts, can't help anyone, could never be a therapist or a doctor with my learning differences. I'm in my doctorate now and I have, all these things that read to me. We have ChatGPT, it organizes information. It's because I believe all of these people. And with social media, it's way worse now because we have our storyboard of our fantasy life for everyone to see when it's not real. It might be 1%, And a lot of clients that I work with who have immense followings, it's very hard for them to have real life relationships sometimes. Because that would mean that you have to unhook from your phone into your body and to feel the feelings you're going to feel when you're standing in front of someone. Have you seen when a child is on their iPad, when you pull them away, their response? Have you seen it? The screaming, the yelling, the intensity. This social media world and this technology world has incredible benefits, but also deeply disconnects us from our body. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we can use that as a tool, which you all have mastered, rather feel a slave to it. And so when I started to believe all of these limiting beliefs that people shared with me about who I could be and who I couldn't be because of my limitations, my hope, my world of hope and faith and possibility became very small. I started to identify with my limitations. I started to accept and attract poor treatment in workplaces because that's, all I'm worth. That's how I define myself. I felt I was in a mental prison of limited possibilities. So I put myself in work prisons of negative treatment. I started self-abandoning, people-pleasing to the nth degree, and I ended up feeling like a shell of myself. One of my mentors, almost a decade ago, shared, what you're describing is physically and mentally, sounds like burnout. And when I did my research for this talk, more than any other industry, tech professionals experience burnout. It's like something 50% more. But it's interesting because if I was a comedian, I'd say, well, what are they, what are they doing to create that burnout? They're not running all the time. I don't, what are they like exerting all this physical energy? Something that a mentor said, a professor, that really caught me the other day in class is now more than any time in history, do we have more stress and our mind in more places and we're having to sit so still and what that's like for the body. So what this talk is about today as we get into the nuts and bolts of nervous system regulation and brain training is how to increase complexity capability, which you all are the leading face of. I'm sorry, mic drop here, but welcome. Welcome to the talk. You all are the leading face of the needs that this planet has right now, because you all are in your computer and people want to come to you to figure out how to be more connected, how to feel less alone. And so with this sharing today, you all get to take these tools and figure out how to help people who say, well, how do I deal with the anxiety I feel when I'm transitioning from technology to being with my wife or children? So coming back to that extreme burnout, I was so disconnected from myself and I could only learn from extremes. I broke an ankle a year for 4 years, so 2 ankles, one each year for 4 years. And the 5th year, I fell 25 feet. Let me repeat that. So all of these broken bones was the only way that I could really snap into reality. And there was a thought. There was starting to be some rain that was coming down when I was hiking. And the thought that I had right before I fell was, my mind went this way. If I was 10 years ahead in my career and I could be more like one of my mentors, then I could be happy. And then I twisted my ankle and I, tumbled and hit my head really hard and broke my back. At this time, I knew something had to change because a year prior to the day, which is really interesting about Clark and I's share, September 1st to the day, I had been in a really toxic work environment that had poor business practices and was being investigated for some exploitation of workers. And it was a year to the day of leaving that company. I was like, every day until the year hit, let me just give myself a year of new experiences, a year of new experiences. And I'd literally moved across the world, but I was still learning from burnout to broken bones. And that really brought home the concept, wherever I go, there I am. Doesn't matter if I change the environment, doesn't matter if I change the relationship. It's what the internal workings of me are creating in my external reality. The common denominator was me. I needed to really implement what all these scientists and researchers had taught me from an early age, which was nervous system regulation and brain training. So now we're going to get into a bit of the science around this. We're going to talk about nervous system regulation and brain training, but we have to take a moment to explain why we get so far away from ourselves and our own unique sense to begin with. So this might be a review for some of you, or it might be one of the first times you've heard this. So we're going to start with some developmental psychology here. We're going to start with when you're a young child. But first, I'm going to do a pattern interrupt. So we're going to stand up for a moment. Thank you. And I'm going to have you pick a partner. Hello, partner. And I haven't explained to you the research of why we're going to do this, but basically what this does is if you're starting to zone out or you're not fully present, we're going to help you become more present. So I'm going to have you stand back to back with your partner and take a deep breath. Is this okay? Can you feel my temperature? Ask them. Is this all right? Okay. And let the giggles come. And then I'm going to have you take a moment and unhook from your thoughts. This is going to help you reduce your anxiety just a bit. Unhook from your thoughts and look at the floor. Unhook from your thoughts into the back and into your partner's back, and just start to sync your breathing for a moment. Unhook your arms if they're hooked, and take a moment to say, wow, I'm doing something different. Now, I'm going to have you start to breathe and sync your breathing with your partner. Notice what it's like to unhook from your thoughts into the floor. Notice the floor coming up to meet your feet. And then start to sync your breathing even more, coming into your body, out of your mind. We have plenty of time to be in our mind the rest of the day. And then start to sway with your partner, side to side. Looking towards the floor. So this is exhibiting what I'm about to talk about in terms of connection and how we've gotten so disconnected. Notice how scary this might be, and just acknowledge yourself for trying something new. And then slow down the swaying and take a moment to feel the change in the front of your body. The front of our body, we're usually very closed off. Notice if you feel a small shift in the front of your body because you're feeling the support beneath you. And then take a moment and take a very small step away. Unhook from your thoughts into your body. Stay there. Notice the subtle change that just happened, where you felt a bit of support and the ability to release a little bit, become a little bit more present. Notice if you felt a shift. Can you raise your hand? Okay. And now take another step forward and look towards the ground and bring your awareness into your back. Feel the support that's still there, even though you can't physically feel it. Very good. So who feels a little lighter from that exercise? And who feels a little bit more agitated? Okay. So I'm going to share with you what we did in a moment, but thank you for breaking it up. We'll come back to our seats now. Someone who enjoyed that exercise, can we mic them for a moment? Do we have a little handheld mic? Who enjoyed that? Who felt a shift where they felt an opening? Okay. Oh, okay. Right there? Okay.
I had a great time. Thanks.
What did you notice in the difference between the back body and the front body?
I mean, the back was warmer.
And what about your mind, the pace of your thoughts?
Feel like it simultaneously slows down and speeds up because, I mean, well, I wasn't actively listening to you. I was just trying to do what you said rather than like synthesize it.
Yes.
So it kind of freed up some cycles to just kind of go through stuff.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think there's one woman over here. Would you be open to share? So we're gonna explain this a little bit, but I just wanted to take a moment to get us out of our head.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I can actually still feel like the warmth and support on my back. Yeah, it feels different.
So thank you so much for sharing that, because the support is what we're going to talk about now. It's the lack of connection and support that drives us to disconnect. Thank you. Perfect. From who we are. All we crave is to feel that warmth and that support. And so for some of you, like, whoa, this is way too close, first of all. Whoa, this is way too warm. That sense of support and connection actually is we're averse to that, very unfamiliar. So I want to take a moment to really thank you for the courage to just try something new. And I'm going to explain why we started with that. When it comes to developmental psychology, we are the dependent on the provider, right? On our caretaker, parent, grandparent, foster home. And so from an early age, I'm going to have you unhook from your thoughts and come back to the red dress on the stage because your body might be feeling some new things. From an early age, we get really good at watching our caretaker. We watch how they breathe, we watch how they move, we watch their facial expressions. And we need to watch this for survival and belonging because we cannot survive in the wild without them. So we watch them, even with their back turned to us. What we can do is we can put our awareness like the little children put in the iPad, and that's why they scream and shout when we take them away from it. The awareness has to come back into their body. But we can put our awareness into our caretaker and we can see their movements, their breathing patterns. And then when they turn around, we show them what they want to see. We can get really good at performing. And this is how we develop the origins of hypervigilance, constantly watching. Because for our biological safety and survival, we need to figure out how to perform in culture and society in order to get our needs met. So we get really good at watching people and we get really good at performing. But what that's doing from a biological need and a survival need, we have to first have this dependence and watch and see, okay, who do I need to be when they turn around? For some people, it's not to get hit. For some people, it's to make sure they get fed. Or for some people, they just want that hug, warmth, and connection. So this forms from this biological perspective. But what I need to break down for you is that when we experience threat, this forms from the need to survive and connect. But I need to break down also one more layer of this from the science, which is if we experience threat, let's say, what's your name, sir? Dan. Let's say I have this here. This is a crocodile. And I have this snake. And I'm throwing it at him. I'm throwing it at him. I'm throwing it at him. And then I find more snakes and crocodiles. And I'm constantly throwing them at him. He would say, what is your name with your arms crossed? Lydia, help me. This lady is throwing things at me. Help me. Help me. Lydia, help me. Our first instinct is to connect, to reach out for help. But if we grow up in an environment where our parents are emotionally unavailable, physically abusive, or shaming, like, stop asking, stop. I don't have time for you. My partner often says, we should ask people, did they get told, you're too much? Or did they get told, I don't have time for you? And we're talking about becoming the victor over the victim, but we have to see where the origins come from of our life, because I'm not about identifying with the harsh experiences that we experience. I'm about noticing how are they still showing up today in my life? Because Esther Perel is a relationship therapist, and she talks about when we leave our home environment, we bring all of our social skills into our work environment. And so when we get to the origins of what created our patterns of relating, then we can change how it's showing up in our adult life and the experiences we're not so happy with happening. So coming back to the slide, the first thing that we do is we reach out for help. But if we can't reach out for help because we are dependent to survive on our parents, the second thing we would do is fight. We'd confront the threat directly. You come up here and find this stick and you hit me with the stick, Dan. But what if we can't do that because we're dependent on our survival from our home environment? The next thing is we run, escape. My partner, my greatest teacher, he's packed his bags when he was a young kid and he's like, I'm leaving home. His mom helped him pack his lunch. He's out of there. But what happened? He got to the end of the street and came home. You can't flight. You can't run away when you're developing. And then we get really good at freezing. That's the third biological response. Freeze, immobilize, stop moving. Lizard, right? If we look at the brain, prefrontal cortex, limbic system, and then that brainstem, when we freeze, it actually takes a lot more energy to suppress and hold everything in. So, you know, the stonewallers, who's here the cold ice in their relationship, and who here is the fire? Let's start with the cold ice. Where are my people at? Yes. And who here is the fire? Bring the heat, baby. Bring the heat. So this actually takes, that's what I'm talking about. We got the heat in the back. This actually takes a lot more energy than this, than moving, than running. So what's really interesting is a lot of us who've held our breath and we keep it in, we're exhausted all the time. It actually takes a lot more energy to hold it together, to hold it in. Let's just try it together. Let's get real stiff. You in the orange, yellow, I can see you. Let's get real stiff. I can see your muscles from here. And let's hold it even tighter together. Even tighter. I see some of you legs down. Even tighter. Feel the amount of energy that you have to expend to hold, to stop. Stop your breathing. In the red. Very good. And now release. It takes a lot of energy. So in the research now, we're talking about fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. Fawn, who's heard of fawn? Who's heard of it? Who hasn't heard of it? So fawn is coming from the Stockholm syndrome, you know, when kids are taken. But more generally, appeasing or placating to the threat to avoid harm. And so we have to early on learn to perform, learn to show them what they want to see, or learn to get out of the way. But if we're getting out of the way, you know, and we're shrinking into a space, we have to be very aware of our surroundings. We have to develop that hypervigilance. Okay, where's the greatest place that has a shadow that I can hide? That takes a lot of bandwidth. And so we get really used to performing, hiding, showing people what they want to see, and we learn to disconnect from ourselves and forget who or what we want. We live in a culture of following independence. And so I need to take a moment to pattern interrupt and say, I'm in a room with people, thank you, who are not afraid to disrupt the status quo. Because when we meet tech professionals, you all are doing what people look for help for. How do I, work with my technology here? So I want to take a moment to acknowledge that most of you are already on the path of being connected. Some of you might not feel that at all, but I might be in a room with a lot of people who are. And I want to take a moment to thank you for staying and connecting to the beat of your own drum when other people might have made fun of it or other people might not have understood it. So we are in a culture of following independence to get our needs met. I just explained the biological need for that. But when I became an adult, the brain is fully formed at 26, but I thought I was an adult at 18. I wasn't quite physiologically. I had other people's definitions of spirituality, health, worth, love, and happiness. I believed those limiting beliefs. And when these things, these areas of my life, weren't working out for me, I would act like a child and I would blame them. You told me to go into this career. You told me this is what I needed to do to get healthy. I had completely disconnected from myself and my own self-responsibility. I had to grow out of their definitions and create my own. What are definitions of family, health, career, personal interest, hobby, spirituality that aren't working for you anymore or possibly holding you back? Something might flag, the way that I'm looking for a partner, the partner I should be looking for, the way that I'm exercising. I hate it, but I'm supposed to stay healthy. Just notice if you feel that there's a different track you could be on in one area of your life. Why is this so hard to do, though? What do we need to do to figure out our own unique direction and design? Because some of you might be like, I know there's something wrong. I know there's something missing. Something feels out of place. but I don't even know where to start. Anyone feel that way sometimes? Could I get a little one of these at least? Awesome. So we live in a culture that desensitizes us due to wanting to fit in. You know, examples of desensitizing: when I was in 8th grade, singing, dancing is what I liked, but I went to a new school. So I got really good at scanning. Okay, who's the cute hot guy? You know, who are the people who could support me in this area? And how do I get my needs met? Okay, let me just abandon all the things that I like and figure out how to dress and figure out what sports to play or figure out what team or club I need to be in. Because we go from, in our teenage years, we move from authority approval to peer approval. But some of us never move out of that. And we still feel in this loop of disconnection from ourselves and we blame others. And so we need to start with resensitizing. I'm going to share one last note on hypervigilance. When we talk about the back brain, we have the limbic system, right? Let's do a little shake together. Anyone can shake their tail feathers with me? What about the arms? And then let's touch our brain. Let's see who's listening. Where's our brain? So we're going to start with talking about the back brain. Who here's heard of the amygdala hijack? So the amygdala is the smoke alarm in our brain. But you see, the limbic system is part of the primal brain. And so I'm not an animal specialist, but I don't think animals have like verbal conversations as much as humans do. I know the whales can communicate. When we feel something is wrong, we first feel it in our body. We sense something. We sense something is wrong. We have more sensory awareness in our gut, which is quite ancient, than even our brain. And so what happens is we feel something's wrong, our amygdala gets triggered, our smoke alarm, but it doesn't really know, is that a stick or a snake? But we first feel something could be wrong. It has to send that information over a bridge, the hippocampus. There's a lot of new research coming out about it. To the prefrontal cortex, our adult brain, which fully developed at 26. And that differentiates, is that a stick or a snake? That's a stick, I'm fine. I can take a deep breath. But this is where, if you haven't been listening, I'd like for you to pay attention. So wiggle your toes a little bit. If you take a couple things away, this is an important one. Because a lot of people in here are over 26. Okay. So what happens is, when we're constantly learning how to fit in, or if we've constantly been picked on, my father was someone who experienced that to an incredible, incredible degree, we get really good at watching the room and scanning for threat. So that amygdala is constantly going off. Is that a fire or is that the toaster? And it's sending that signal to the frontal lobes. The frontal lobes are what distinguish, is that a stick or a snake? They also help us with creative solutions, problem solving, choice and consequence. As a teenager, who remembers not really feeling into choice and consequences easily? Because we didn't have this frontal lobe developed. What happens when we're constantly feeling that threat physically is we're overriding that bridge. We're riding that bridge so often. And for some of us, it can break a little bit. Or for some of us, it can pull back up, if I was to speak figuratively. And then all that we're stuck with is the primal sensory experience of something's wrong, something's wrong. And we can hear that, but we can also just feel it, like something just doesn't feel right. And that's because we've lost connection to these frontal lobes to be able to distinguish, actually, everything's fine. Everything's actually okay. And so what we need to talk about is, how do I access and make sense and use of my entire brain? How do I get that bridge to come back down, come up with creative solutions, have choice and consequence awareness, as well as problem solving? So we're going to do a little bit to understand how we regulate the nervous system and some brain training. Who wants to be less exhausted here? Anyone? Who wants to learn how to feel like they can connect to their partner a bit better? Anyone coupled here? couple people. So we've talked about, when I work with some of the people who are in the public eye, the Emmy Award winners, I'll get a lot of the same kind of shares, which is before I even enter someone's home, my awareness is out of my body into their home, kind of sensing and tracking. A lot of people who are extremely successful have used their hypervigilance, because it's two-sided coin, right? Of observing and noticing what's happening, to get their needs met, to become a chameleon, to figure out how they need to get ahead. What I need to share with you now is the way that we access these frontal lobes is by calming down the back brain. And you can't, if there's fireworks going on and your dog hears them, anyone's dog not like fireworks? It's not like we can sit them down. Johnny boy, it's fireworks. They're going to be over in 15. We've got this. We can't have a conversation with our primal intelligence and our primal brain. It's trying to protect us. It's trying to fight, freeze, flight, fawn. What we have to do is we have to change our physiology. We have to change. We take the dog in another room. We get it some of its favorite treats. We hold it. We rub it. We have to change the feeling that it has. We might go for a drive 30 minutes away and it's calmed down. We have to change the feeling in our body in order to get the frontal lobes back online. That's the only way that the amygdala can calm down and that the back brain can stop telling our adult brain, something's wrong. It's coming from a physical experience. And so we've talked about the benefits of hypervigilance, but one of the first things I'll share with you is some of the tips and tools I'd love for you to take away from today. About 10 years ago, I was talking to a brain trainer. I was more hyperventilating and talking 9 miles a minute. And I needed to figure something out. I was super anxious. And he's like, how much of your body can you feel right now? I don't know what you're talking about. I need you to help me figure this out. And he said, squeeze your anus. And he had an accent, so it was very funny. And so I squeezed. Can you feel your body? Not really. What percentage? Maybe 1%. So what I want to start with sharing with you is, how do we turn off this being out here and come back in here? First of all, I would be like, fudge and ice cream, like, F you. I don't want to be in here. I don't like it in here, when I first started training. And so I want to share with you first where you start. And you start by noticing what percentage of your awareness is out here and what percentage is in here. And so take a moment and just notice what percentage right now is on me on the stage, if we were to go 90%, 10%, 50-50, and what percentage is on the spaciousness around you, the seat holding your body, your breathing patterns, the clothing on your skin, thirst level. Take a minute, look towards the floor. It's probably about 99% on the stage, 1% on me. It's about 20% on the stage. It's about 90% on me and 10% on the stage and on board. And turn to your table and share the percentage. How much is outside of your body and how much is inside? Okay, so how many of you is it 10% on your body, 90% up here? And then how many of you is it like 99% up here, 1% there? Throw some percentages. 60-40. That's what's up. What was it before? Very good. Anyone notice their body and not really like what they felt? No, pretty interesting. Well, at this time, I'd like to share with you, we have extraceptors, which sense the outside, and we have introceptors. We actually have more interoceptors than we do extraceptors, but we haven't developed them. And this helps us be able to modulate and regulate our body and our ability to communicate from the heart. And so I want to take a moment to share a little bit about our mental bandwidth. And so a lot of us, we wake up and we think it's an empty cup. I'll use my water bottle. We often think it's an empty cup. It's a new day. But if there's something I'm going to have you pay attention to or write down, it's this concept from Christina Pearson and Christy Garner, Dr. Christy Garner, which is we have many hidden irritants throughout the day that build up and they take away our mental bandwidth. Our mental bandwidth has to do with that connection to the frontal lobes to be creative, to problem solve, and to speak from our values. So hidden irritants can be cognitive, emotional, physical, environmental, circumstantial, relational. And what that means is, who here has met the mothers who are like, I'm up to here with you, I'm going to snap? So that mental bandwidth is not very present, right? How do we get back our freedom to choose how we want to react? This mental bandwidth. Well, first we have to observe, what are the hidden irritants that are building within me? Oftentimes I wake up, let's say one of us is being investigated, one of us has a parent going through cancer, one of us going through a divorce. That's a circumstantial hidden irritant. Each day when we wake up, it's kind of heavy over us, right? But what if we're not aware of that? And what if we keep screaming about the dishes to our wife, but it's really not about the dishes? So when we wake up in the morning, we have to notice, what's building in terms of that percentage. And what will happen is we'll get to work and something will happen, and then it builds. We'll eat something that doesn't do too well physically with our tummy, and then it builds. Most of us are up to here by 2 p.m., which means we're on automatic. We're on our trigger alert. And then we get home at 6 p.m. and we're supposed to be clear-headed to connect with our children and actually hear what they learned at school that day. Or we're supposed to be clear-headed to listen to our wife who needs to get her 6,000 words in before bed. Anybody ever experienced that? And we can't be that present. And so the invitation is to learn how to vent the bottle throughout the day. And the way that we vent the bottle is we regulate this primal brain. We regulate this part of us that feels dis-ease, but it's physical. And so we need to learn to vent the bottle. But how do we do that? The first step is we notice what's going on in our body as we experience things. And so this increases our window of tolerance. A lot of the research talks about hyperarousal and hypoarousal. When we notice what's building, we need to notice, am I revved up or am I revved down? How do I get back to that clear-headed space? And we're going to talk about that specifically now. So we're going to talk about nervous system types, which comes from my research with people. A lot of times they talk about, if you're feeling super revved up, you must be cold and irritated and you can't feel your feet on the ground. Anyone feel really cold and irritated when they get irritated or anxious? Who runs a little colder? And they feel really airy. And then who feels like a pressure cooker and they're going to pop and scream and they feel the heat rise? So, in some of the research, when they talk about hyperarousal, they'll talk about you're running hot. But when I'm really revved up, if you put, something cold on me, I'll get even more anxious. And so the easiest ways to regulate, let me just see something real quick. That's coming next. We'll do this first, is body position, light, temperature, scent, sound. So let's say you're feeling really anxious and you're like me who gets really airy and you put something cold on me. I'm going to get even more anxious. But let's say you put heat on me. That's the fastest way to hack biohack, me to become a little bit more clear-headed, to vent the bottle. And let's talk about body position. Let's say I'm really anxious. I can't feel the floor. Do you think it would be the best thing to ask me to go for a walk at that time? No. What it would be best to do is for me to feel more contact, to feel support and safe. But let's say my partner who runs hot, let's say, and I could use some warmth to feel safe. Let's say he's feeling irritated and I put a hot compress on him. What do you think that will do? Rev him up even more, spike him up even more. So it was very important for me to look at the different nervous system types. Hot bloods in the room, one more time so I can see. Cold blooded. So we have 3 different nervous system types that I like to work with. And this is where we're going to do an exercise to take home. So I would like each of you to be open to try something. My hot-blooded friends, can you stand? Raise the roof, raise the roof. And my cold-blooded friends, stay seated. So let's look towards the ground and let's practice Jedi training at this moment. Let's see how we're going to navigate this. Take a moment, my hot-blooded friends, and notice when someone in your work environment or a relationship does something that really irritates you. Close your eyes if you're comfortable, but start to feel the heat rising, the pressure rising. Start to feel the irritation. Start to feel the blood boiling. Start to feel what is wrong with them. Don't they know this? Start to feel that agitation. Anyone feeling the warmth rising? Very good. And what I want to give you is this pressure that builds up. What your nervous system is needing to vent it is to feel spaciousness. So notice at this moment, for people who run anxious, this will make them more anxious. For people who run hot and get pressurized and want to pop, this releases that. Close your eyes and feel the room around you, the hot-blooded friends. And you can try this if you run anxious too, to see if it works or if it makes you more anxious. 50 feet to your left, close your eyes, unhook from your thoughts. 50 feet to your left, 50 feet to your right, behind you, 50 feet behind you. Feel the spaciousness in the room, even more. Now 100 feet behind you, feel the spaciousness. You might get a little smaller. Feel the spaciousness above your head, behind your head. Unhook from your thoughts and notice, how can I feel some spaciousness right now? 200 feet behind you, 200 feet in front of you, to your left, to your right. Observe what it feels like in your body, any shifts happening. This is giving you more mental clarity because you're releasing that pressure that builds up easier than others. And breathe into that spaciousness behind your back, even more spaciousness, 200 feet. Give yourself some space. And now breathe into that space. Very good. Coming back. Who felt a shift from that? Okay, about 70%. So this is going to be your new secret weapon. When you start to sit in front of someone where you feel the pressure rising, at the same time, I need you to visualize spaciousness around you. Because when you feel them in front of you, you feel the pressure building. You feel the pressure just by their face. Could be your spouse, could be your mother-in-law, could be your father-in-law. But what you need to do is feel the space around you so that your mental bandwidth doesn't get hijacked. Does that make sense? Okay. Now we're going to work with those who run anxious and they can't feel the floor beneath them. And you can practice with this hot-blooded ones, my favorites, my partner, my husband to be is a hot-blooded one. So raise your hand if you feel anxious and you can't feel the floor beneath you when you get overwhelmed. It should be the other half of you. We're going to talk about depression in a moment as well. So this would be like the air type. And so I can't see you, so I need you to raise your hand again. to make sure that you're going to try this with me. The reason I have you sitting down is because when your child or your partner, we usually attract the opposite type. And I had to ask my 3 best friends who are fire types to forgive me, because when they were anxious, I used to tell them to get in a hot bath, not what they needed. Or I used to tell them to sit down, not what they needed. They needed to move because they had so much pressure building. But when we're anxious and we can't feel the floor beneath us, we don't want to go for a walk. We don't want to move. We need to feel a layer of support beneath us. So we're going to practice this. Raise your hand if you're willing to practice this. Close your eyes. Take a moment and feel the seat. Close your eyes. Unhook from your thoughts. And practice this with us if you run a little warm, because you can teach this to your partner or your children. Feel the seat coming up to meet your body meeting the seat. Unhook from your thoughts and breathe into the seat. The body meeting the seat, your seat meeting your body. And now feel yourself start to get a little heavier in your seat. Also feel the clothing on your skin and the back of your body. I want you to feel your back. Notice if you can put even more awareness in your back. This is you redeveloping a sense of support, because when you get overwhelmed, you can't feel your body and you can't feel the support beneath you. Unhook from your thoughts and now feel the chair coming up to meet your body meeting the chair. So for you, it's really important to feel the layers of support. Now I'd like for you to feel the chair, the floor beneath you, the soil, the earth, all the ancestors. Feel the layers of support. Find 5 layers of support that you can observe. Very good. And now open your eyes. Share with me if you felt even 2% of a shift. So the third type is when we get into these deep depressions and we become like stone. That's when we need air to reignite us. That's when I want you to watch some comedy to lighten things up, because you're so heavy that you can't see a way forward. I've watched a lot of people in the psychological world work with people who are extremely depressed, and the first thing the researcher or psychologist does is they crack a joke. They have to pattern interrupt the heaviness, because these become ways of patterning to our response to life stress. So the ways that we vent to optimize mental clarity and productivity are first addressing, am I feeling that pressure build and that heat, temperature? Am I feeling that airiness and I can't feel the floor? We have to learn how to get a new feeling in our body to take back our mind. Does that make sense? So the fastest way to change your state is temperature. If you're feeling really anxious, bringing something warm. If you're feeling really hot, bringing something cold. And then body position. Laying down or standing up. And then light. If you're feeling really anxious, turning all the lights off. It gives you a moment to come back. Or if you're feeling really heavy, turning some light on. The olfactory gland that registers scent is right next to the amygdala. And so scent is also the easiest way to trigger you into the present or out of the present. And then sound. And so when someone's having a panic attack, which I work with a lot of individuals who have panic attacks, if there's not organic cause, which you always want to check for, like Clark explained, one of the first things I'll have them do is share with me their temperature. I'm really hot, I'm really hot, I'm really hot. And then we'll sometimes use ice cubes because it changes where your focus is. Or I'm really cold, I'm really cold, I'm really cold. The first thing we need to do is not ask them how they're doing. We need to shift their sensory experience. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what a blanket would feel like. I can't feel the ground, I can't feel the ground, I can't feel the ground. You know what it's like to observe someone who feels like they can't think straight, they can't feel their body. And so with this, we start with first tending to the body to take back our mind. And then we own the fact that we're different than others because we're regulated. We don't have that amount of shame any longer. And so this is how we take back our human intelligence and we don't allow the monkey to take over. And the model that I developed was one, can we put up a one? Resensitize to notice what we're feeling because we've become so desensitized. And then two, oh, I feel a lot of pressure. Two is feel. The last thing we want to do is feel a lot of the time. But what is three? I don't want you to focus on that feeling and make it bigger of pressure. Three, I want you to implement the opposite. And that's what helps you take back your mind. If I'm feeling the pressure, I need to focus on spaciousness. And then 15 minutes later, all of a sudden, my mind's back online. Throughout the day, what I invite you to do is learn, how do a lot of my like VIP kind of hardcore, I'd say veterans in this work, they have timers on their phone because they're trained to be responsive to the environment around them, not to be connected to themselves. And so what we have them do is set timers on their phone to start to retrain their nervous system to take back their mind. And when a timer goes off, what really happens is the first 2 months, I don't have time to be connected to my body. I don't have time to feel this. But then when they get tired enough of feeling angry, not communicating in a healthy way, they're willing to stop and say, okay, what's going on? I need to vent. Let me just take 60 seconds and notice, do I need to change my temperature, my body position? If you do that 4 times a day, 1 minute each, 4 minutes over your day, your mental bandwidth will increase and you'll have more presence at the end of the day to choose not to binge, to choose to be kinder with your words, to choose to maybe work out or start to break a really unhealthy habit. So what you gain is complexity capability, adaptive capability, cognitive flexibility, complex problem solving, to name a few. And why it's important to resensitize is it helps you get in less fights with your partner. It helps you reduce burnout because you're aware of what's building. When you're numb, you can't feel what's building. And so what's really important is that we get used to changing direction at an earlier time. A lot of us have to have a blow-up fight with our partner. We have to break bones to pay attention to the fact that we've been overworking. But when you resensitize to what's building, you can slow down enough to shift direction before you get to that point of dysfunction that you're used to. That's your pattern, right? So I have this threshold for dysfunction that's unsustainable for my health and my relationships. How do I bring that in to figure out a way that it doesn't have to explode to get my attention? And that's by resensitizing. So these findings and research came from the sword in my side. The extreme embarrassment and shame that I had from ripping holes in my head, hair out, and then binge eating and feeling like a little rat in the corner, in the middle of the night, ripping my hair out or overeating and never wanting anyone to see that part of me. But I started to gain these incredible skills of awareness and nervous system regulation. And each of you have something that you have extreme shame about that really has helped you gain medicine that you can share with others. An unexpected gift as I come to the end is that with my eating disorder, I'll get all the junk food out of the house and I'll figure out how to live alone. And then I have to get in the car and I have to drive 5 minutes to go to the convenience store to binge on something. Well, I have 5 minutes to shift direction. Okay, that's pretty good. I can call someone, I can figure out how to shift my state, get in the bath, go for a run. But with hair pulling, I only have 1 second to train my awareness to what's going on to just make me start to zone out. So I got really lucky with this odd symptom of distress. And many of you would be like, shoot me, I would never ask for my secret shame or my symptom of distress. Like, you don't know who you are, lady. That's how I was 10 years ago to my brain trainers. I was like, F you. You have no idea who you're talking to. You have no idea the amount of shame I've been in and the anger that I have. But then I learned that if I didn't have this odd symptom of distress, how would I have been able to break down what the buildup is that causes us into these moments of these things that we never want anyone to know that we've said to our partner? The crazy, what my clients say, shit spewing sprinkler. It turns on and they're so embarrassed by what comes out. Or the crazy things that we do to ourselves. Or the shame that we have from things we've done on the computer for all night long, and then we get to work and we're like, oh, okay, how do I become a different version of myself? So there is something in everyone's life that can be haunting them, that could be a secret shame. And what I want you to see it as is that compost and that manure, that dog shit, it's usually cow or horse manure, that has created your soil. We need the stinky, ugly, gross stuff, the traumas, the hardships of our life to create the bed that nurtures growth. And so you, each person in here, including me and my greatest shames, right? You have gifts that are going to bloom and that are blooming because of the gross, smelly, ugly things that you have never wanted to air out. And I'm giving you permission today, whether it's just chatting to someone online that is professional, or whether it's that you talk to someone that you trust, to start to air this out so that you can see what the gift is that can bloom from it, the fruit. Whatever you have believed, you are not alone in this journey of being an imperfect human. After 30 continents and many, many interviews, I haven't found one person that has it all together. The hard things that you've been through are the perfect puzzle piece for someone's struggle. I would not have believed that when I was 3 a.m. deep in Doritos and ripping my hair out. And some days I still don't know. But if you have some shift today of at least a 0.05% of your humanity, that you feel a little bit more alive, a little bit more allowed to be in the process, and that's what makes you human, that's what I'd want you to take away from spending time together today. Just taking a moment as you go home to figure out, because Clark and Carrie exemplify this, what are the hard things that you've been through that can benefit others? Clark has a gift with a nurturing community. He has a gift with igniting people to find their authenticity and their play when they feel like they have to be robots sometimes. And there's more joy and connection than I've seen in many conferences I've been to in this room because of what he cultivates. A safety to be authentic and real. We say a suffering shared is a suffering halved. A joy shared is a joy doubled. Clark and Carrie nurture that for other people to find what true connection is. And so, how can your secret shame become your secret weapon? I never thought I would be up here today with the amount of learning differences and shame that I've shared with you today. And now I'm offering trainings and I'm working with these people who look really cool on the outside, but they're probably freaking out on the inside. And I've watched people turn their lives around. And it's not for anyone else, because what their life might look like is very different than what their parents' life looked like when they do their inner work. But they no longer blame their parents for their unhappiness. They can grieve who they wish their parents were. They can forgive themselves for setting up an expectation of who their parents should be, to accept who they are because they let themselves feel their feelings. And then they can redesign the relationship they have with the important people in their life because they're no longer blaming other people for their unhappiness. So I often say, if Charmander can do it, so can you. Thank you all for listening to me today. Okay. Thank you.
get that. That's right.
Okay. This, okay.
June stole some of my thunder at the end there, but I'll just, I shared my story because it took a really big, ugly thing for me to find where I needed to be, right? If I could surmise Kent and Mark and June, if you walk out of here, the ask is to prioritize yourself, right? Don't wait till you catch the ice at 20 miles an hour and blow out your shoulder and spend the next year fixing yourself. My work with June, I couldn't feel the floor. I watched some of you. I know how you were feeling. You're like, I don't get it. I don't know. I mean, she asked me questions. I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. It's taken 10 months and legitimately just getting started. And I say that because things take time. I decided last year that I would, at this moment, that I would stop drinking alcohol and caffeine and soda, and I'd start walking and doing the things. And it took 10, 11 months before I even saw the positive benefits of making the decision not to have alcohol anymore. 11 months. And there's people in this audience who are my support group in that, but that's 11 months. Like that's a long time, right? I thought like after 3 or 4 weeks, I'd be like, cool, I'm fixed. Wasn't the case at all. So to echo what June said, you have permission to put yourself first and to take care of yourself. Can we give June another round of applause? Thank you. Couple things before I release you. 12:30, the crew at DataStax is going to come up at the back half of lunch and do some giveaways. And they're going to do it in a way where they're going to teach us about a little bit about AI and have some fun with vector databases and some crazy stuff that it does. And at the end of it, you get to win some stuff. But here's how event planning works. They have stuff to give away, but you have to be present to win it. So if you're not here, we're going to heckle you online because we're not taking any of this stuff home. So you have to be present to win it. Hope to see you here at 12:30. Open spaces. The board is a little light in the back. Feel free to add to it. Check it out. We've got, an entire day of things to come. So, extend the schedule and make the conference yours. Of course, the hallway track is going all day. And with that, welcome to day 3. Thank you, June. And I'll see you later on.
Oh, you pretend you're talking to an audience, but as you're answering, you can also like look at either of us,
Okay, and I'll take notes in case something comes
just in
up
case.
that I
Yeah.
want to touch
There's
on.
people online too.
What?
Welcome
We're
back.
live
We're live. We're
on the
here.
internet.
Welcome, internet.
They
Welcome
said
back.
it. They said it couldn't be done.
They said it couldn't
We
be
proved
done.
all the haters
We did.
wrong.
3 days they let us be on this stage, and never again.
That's
Or
it.
always.
That was it.
Never again or forever are we going to be here.
I feel like that's the podcast.
That's the point.
Never again.
Or
Never again, PJ and Andrew, or Andrew and PJ. You can be first. That's fine. I'm not forcing myself to be first.
So, welcome. If you are just tuning in, you just missed the best therapy session that you could have asked for. So, before you sit through our second session, you should go back and watch on like 4 times speed. You won't get as much out of it, but do the exercises as well, because I think it'll be really funny to see you try and do some breathing exercises going 4 times the speed.
Oh yeah.
But
Breathe in,
we're back.
Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Nope, that's hyperventilating.
Yeah. We're back. We are back for our final kind of keynote reflection. June, you just finished. How does it feel?
Oh, I think there's no place I'd rather be than crying with people.
Yeah.
When people come up to me and start crying, I'm like, these are my people.
This is what I live
We're
for.
feeling again. It feels just so good, and I'm really excited, but I need to know your names.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
know,
right. We didn't do
I'm
it.
like-
We've been doing this
We've been-
so much.
yeah.
You
So
guys know that I'm wearing underwear. I mean, I had to announce
Somebody has
that
to.
Right.
to put my mic on.
So
But I'd like to know
Yeah,
your names
I'm-
before we get in here.
let's do you first because you're alphabetically at the beginning,
Am I? I was
Yeah.
going to say I was PJ. I was just going to mess with you. I'm Andrew.
Okay, Andrew.
and I'm PJ.
Hi, PJ.
And we decided that we were going to be a part of that conference this year in an extra way, just beyond doing a talk that we did. We wanted to get on stage to do stuff with the online people, because the online people after a keynote often go, well, now what do I do? And like Andrew and I are filling that void by saying, listen to us, try and be funny and talk to people about their talk.
Try.
You always
Speak
say
for
try to be
yourself.
funny. You never say,
Speak
I'm going to
for
be
yourself.
funny, because then you've made a promise you can't always
There you
keep.
go.
Oh, that's hard.
So you know what I love is I actually didn't. Yeah, so we all hugged. Like I saw you guys hug without us introducing. We hugged. Didn't say a word to each. I feel like the energy is just like there. It was like we've met before. We must have met before.
We must
in
have
a
known each other.
previous life, but not in this one. If you have not sat in on one of these before, this is a conversation with us, between us, obviously, because we really like to hear ourselves talk. But you are out there, you're watching right now. There were 1,000 people watching this, by the way, on the live stream this morning.
Yes.
Like, I haven't seen that many people watching all week. And so, like, I don't know if it's just the topic, the energy, I don't know what it was, but like what you were saying resonated deeply, and it just, the number kept going up. And I was like, oh my goodness.
People
like,
were just sharing it. You got to get in here. You got to watch this. Like,
right? Like this
it's
was
amazing.
well,
this was
who
the talk.
hasn't, gone down the deep tunnel of Cheetos and scrolling at 3 a.m.?
Ain't that the truth?
Definitely not
Ain't
last night.
that
Don't worry about
the
it.
truth. Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting. So it's obviously the last day of the conference, and so like there's lots of things to do as like checking out and all the rest of that stuff. And I know both PJ and I were like here and also watching you virtually, and I couldn't look away. Like I was like, I'm gonna miss this like golden nugget of wisdom from this talk. And I was like trying to do all the exercises while I was walking to the main desk to check out. It was yeah, I mean, I think what you did so well in this, and I'm really curious where it came from, was just like doing a group therapy exercise where you're doing breathing, but with like 700 people
Yeah.
in the audience, and just like knowing that most of them are not in touch with any part of themselves. Like, is that something that you do like early on when you're actually like meeting with clients, or is this something that is like a later on once you've kind of gotten the vibe of the space, or is this a thing to kind of have them find themselves?
Yeah, so I think that a lot of us don't want to be in here. I don't want to be in here. I don't know if there's times of the day where you're like, F this.
Yeah.
I use very
Not a fan of
expressive
this
language.
shell right now that I'm stuck in, right?
Is this like adult or not with my expressive language?
We're PG.
Okay.
We aim for PG because the
Okay.
kids will be watching over parents' shoulders.
Fudge and ice cream.
Fudge and
Yeah,
ice cream.
fudge and ice cream.
So, not into this.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to be in the body. And I think that I like to start by normalizing how many people, even if they have extreme external financial success, still feel frightened of their 11-year-old daughter, like the most frightened because of the feelings they feel of inadequacy when they're in front of her. It was a good one with my mother-in-law, to be asked, like, what was it like to raise June? To my dad, I was like, oh yeah, I'm ready for the praise, I'm ready for the love. He's like, it was hard. And I was like, that's not what I was expecting. I feel for the amount of popcorn and popsicles that probably got him through raising me. So it's not easy to be in here, and I like to really normalize that to start, and then ways to find a way to be in here, but also to normalize that we're hot-blooded and cold-blooded creatures, and we actually have a lot of shame about that.
Right.
Like, I have a lot of shame of stonewalling and kind of, I'd say, closing down on my partner when he really wants to connect. And then I think he might have shame when he goes like Charizard on me. And so like that hot and that cold is also something I want to normalize and teach people that we can shift that in just a moment. If we learn how to regulate our nervous system, and we learn the techniques that get our brain back online and out of that primal intelligence that's trying to help us, but hindering us. So that's kind of what I wanted to break down, and what I usually start with when I work with people. But like Clark was transparent, this dark cloud, that he was in. And I had to really normalize for him that when we're used to such a high threshold of stress, we don't even know what we're feeling anymore. We just feel that, like, kind of, my partner says, living dead. We just feel this hollowness and emptiness. And so some people are like, I don't even want to connect with a kind-hearted person right now.
Right.
Like, I'm here, but I don't even know why I'm here. And so it depends on where someone's at in their journey, of like, I like to be client directed. So I don't like to push someone where they're not wanting to go. I want to normalize, but also restore respect back to the fudge and icicle of like, fudge this. Like, I don't even want to be in the place that I'm in. I don't even want to be in front of you. I want to honor that anger.
Yeah.
So I don't want to try and like.
Yeah, it's not about telling them to turn it off. It's about telling them to acknowledge it, give it its chance to do what it needs to do, and then that's the only way to let go of something.
Yeah.
I had during your talk, you were talking about the venting idea, and that's exactly what my old therapist and I worked on for these like anger issues that I had, where like at the end of the day, something small would happen. I would drop like paprika as I was going to cook, and I would just lose my mind. And like, I remember one time very vividly, I think I hit my head on like a door, because I'm tall, and like I went to, it was a cabinet door, and I hit my head on it, and everything just like hollowed down to like a white point. And I went into the garage and I just threw a fan we had in there around there for like 10 minutes. And then the shame showed up, and then I had to tell my wife, hey, something happened to that old fan, and that something was me unable to deal with anger because I hit my head on a cabinet door. And in working with my therapist on this, and for anyone who's been watching these streams, they're like, PJ had anger issues. He's been smiling for the past 3 days straight. It was these little things that I wasn't allowing to bother me. And I was letting them kind of stack on each other to the point where like something completely insignificant that I could normally laugh off because I didn't recognize all these previous feelings and emotions, that set me off. And so my therapist and I worked on, look, if you're feeling angry at something, don't put it aside to feel it later. Let yourself feel it, experience the anger as minuscule as it may feel and as dumb as you may feel, because these are all small things. But then if you focus on venting throughout the day, you won't blow up at the end. And so when you got to that point in your talk, I was like, oh, she must have talked to my therapist. Great.
Telepathy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So there was so many of these key takeaways that you had in this talk. There's always like those ones that you really want to drive home. And like you said, there's like a point kind of midway through where you're like, if you're going to remember something, remember this. and I don't remember what that one was. But
your consciousness does. That's why you're bringing it up.
Exactly. But you know what did really resonate with me, and I feel as though there's like this thread is like turning your pain, turning your trauma, turning your shame into medicine, and this idea of not being trapped by these parts of your lives that have like could define you in such a way. Like I have family members that are living with kind of chronic health conditions and have done the same thing. Like they've transformed their lives around like turning that pain into helping somebody else. And it was just like that as like your story of like being able to do this is incredible. Like that's a hard journey to make. I'm super, super curious. Like, was it a conscious decision for you that you were like, I am definitely going to go into like this way of helping people? Like, because you could have gone into like medicine, you could have gone into like, there's so many different ways that you can help people with these things. Like, when did you kind of make the decision that you're like, I want to do this, like kind of academic, I want to support people through with counseling? Like, I can't imagine that was a straight line.
And it's still an incredible roller coaster of life because of the learning differences I had growing up. I'm not smart. Like I can't do like the master's, the doctorate. Like I can't do that. You know, that's not for me. And I remember being in high school and I had really incredible teachers and they would say like, you're going to do great things one day. And if you haven't learned about me enough yet, in my mind, it's like, F you, like, you don't know what I'm struggling with.
Right.
Like, you don't know, like, the gentle demeanor on the outside, right? I don't have that anymore, but I was really angry at people when they could see something that I couldn't see, you know, and they tried to give me a flame of hope. And when they would say that in my teenage years, it was like, there's no effing way that is going to present itself, not with the limitations I have. I can't do that because what had to happen as I grew up was I learned, all these therapists sometimes close their practices when they relapse on certain addictions or they go into the gambling issues. And, they're health professionals, but they're having to take a break and reset. Like there's real people doing this work and I'm not fully healed. I don't think I ever will be. I think those are going to be layers that continue to teach me what I need to evolve from and what medicine I need to gather. And so I really struggled with formal education and I really was lucky to have a lot of mentors and I was lucky to have incredible parents and a support system who let me learn in a different way. And now continuing on this academic track, I don't have as much shame, like you said, because with our limitations, the shame just becomes this mile-long river that never allows us to get started and find creative ways. I know of a researcher who studied at Yale and Harvard, and he's like completely dyslexic. He's on this podcast sharing the ways that he hacked it. And nobody knows what it takes to finish, you know, their journey. They just see that someone's somehow on the stage or, you know, somehow doing the thing.
Totally.
And they don't know the struggles behind it. Even my partner, you know, he has to deal with the, I wouldn't be the Charizard character, the Squirtle, but I would be more like the Rock character, you know?
Geodude.
Yeah.
That's the Pokemon.
Just dropping
that's
some
a rock.
Pokemon knowledge live
Geodude,
on stage.
Onyx. I only know the original 151. Once they started adding more, I was like, I'm out. This is for babies. I'm 14. I don't need this anymore.
But I want to learn them because I think I'd love to do a book that's like, show me your Pokemon, which is like, what'd you just say? Like, show me your what?
Yes.
Because I think everyone has their Pokemon that they're like
Good.
ashamed of, but it's like also their secret, you know?
This is my
I
guy.
would buy that book in a second. I feel like this is me. Yeah, only the first 150. It's just for elder millennials.
It's
really.
just for us.
It's just for us. It's just for all the
You
people
have
that are
played red or blue Pokemon on the Game Boy, and you're the only ones allowed to buy this.
I feel like that's like so. Okay, so what I think with that final slide, right, this Pokemon slide that was there, you like, there's this relatability that I feel like mental health and like counseling and all of these topics and like grounding yourself and all this language, this trauma language that we use now, just wasn't talked about because there's no relation to it, to real life. And it wasn't like real people that like knew real things and things that you could like connect with. And you you kind of just like really highlighted in that final moment that it's like, this is like a normalized thing to talk about. You can talk about this in the same sentence as Pokemon, and it's okay. Like, it's okay to have these conversations.
Yeah, I think something that's coming up for me is because I struggled so much in school.
Yeah.
There was only one class that I ever enjoyed, and it was speaking. And it was because I could get out of the way and just connect to the heart of the people in the class. But it's like, even if I have these degrees and initials behind my name, I'm not going to have been the student that did the A or the B or the C, on my assignments. And my dad normalized that at an early age because he found a way to lean into his strengths with cultivating character, because he was picked on so much. And so he had this incredible success of giving back to the community, but he was like a D student. So I got really lucky because he turned his wounds into medicine and raised me with that. So I can like be on these stages and, express and sound kind of cool and have really crazy hair. I'm like, whoa.
No, it's good hair.
Whoa.
It's good hair.
And have my insecurity come up on interviews and somehow open the hearts of like my new friends and like feel the connection, even though we just met, but still like totally feel like I fail at some areas in my life, but not feel that that's what defines me. I can lean into what works for me and then know like, oh, now that I work with doctors and all these successful people in society, like they're just the same. They have their bag of goods, and a lot of them feel kind of rotten and stinky, and some of them feel like tasty and yummy. So I feel for some reason that I have to bring this up. I'm named after a woman named June, my dad's mom. And I used to always think this was her ring, and it could be the ring of the
Schrodinger's ring.
Yes.
Like, whose ring is it really, right?
Yes. We don't know. Or it could be like the grandmother that was thereafter. But what was really interesting when you're talking about that darkness and the hard things is that she had extreme depression. And there was an exercise I did that I'm just kind of moved to share that I did with Peter Levine, who's like the doctor of somatic psychology. And he worked a lot with NASA on how to regulate and calm in extreme stress. And he did an exercise on resourcing our ancestors that I just feel like I want to bring up with you guys because I don't talk about it and you guys seem open.
I am also ready to continue the conversation on ancestors because something came up for me during your talk about ancestors. But we'll get to that later. You got to keep going.
Dude.
So we're talking about resourcing ourselves with different ways to vent the bottle from what builds up throughout the day and different ways to feel like we can get that mental clarity and bandwidth back and expand our threshold and our tolerance. But we did this exercise and it was like, if there's someone in your life that you could have resourced, who would have been? And she came to me, and she's just a concept because I never met her, but she experienced this extreme depression and also this extreme, I think, kind of like ostracization from the women. And it might not be true from everyone's account of her, but it's what I took in. And that's what I learned. If I could share something with people listening, is that when I decided to start sharing my story, the way that you gain your medicine and you learn what happened in your childhood, like experience what happened in your childhood, might not actually be what happened, what your parents saw happen, like the reality. But it's your job to transform that blame and anger into like, how is it affecting me now in my relationships and how I treat myself and how I go after what I want. And I can accept that it might not be exactly what happened, even though it's how I experienced it and how it's affecting me, and take ownership to transform that and not get stuck in, no, I'm right. No, you're right. No, you're wrong. And so whether or not I'm remembering her life history correctly, I resourced her when we did an art kind of therapy exercise, and I felt like her amount of shame and her amount of aloneness, and I resourced her with light. And I also resourced her with feeling supported and connected to people. And it's really interesting when we think about our ancestors and what we're carrying, and that in any moment we can do an exercise and we can tune into a different experience and we can change in our body what we're carrying, how we're relating to people. And so I feel her love today. So I feel like something I'm carrying forward is that she had to hide in the dark with a lot of her pain. And I'm not out of my pain. You know, it's only going to continue to follow me as I become a parent and as I go through the death of my parents and as I have people who, lots of haters, you know, don't like me, right?
Haters gonna hate.
Haters gotta hate. But at least letting it breathe.
Yeah.
So I want to honor her in this moment because I don't know how much she could let her pain breathe. I think she had to put on a happy face.
Right. Yeah. I constantly think about what led to me being like in the exact moment, like kind of where I'm at. So I used to be a high school teacher. I started learning to code in 2020. I switched into tech about 3 years ago. And now I'm at a job that I'm really excited for. And it's something that when I first started, I was looking to the GitHub education team that I'm on now as this like goal that I wanted to get to. So I hit this goal that I set for myself before, but I constantly think about how I've had to build on that over time. And every time that I started building, I was building on things that my parents built for me, and they were building on things that their parents built. And you can follow that all the way back to there is some family in the 1800s in Puerto Rico that made a series of decisions that led to all the other decisions that led to me. And I often think about how much I owe to, like, especially my mother and her mother for the work that they had to do that wasn't recognized by anyone at the time. And so I always think about what I owe my ancestors for the work that they put in. It's like you put me like 7 rungs higher on this ladder that I have to climb throughout life. So I need to be thankful and grateful for those 7 rungs, but I still have rungs to go and I still have to do things on my own. And so it's not like a worry about how they'll feel. It's more of I want to make sure that there's a pride when they look at me such that I've lived up to what they hoped their descendants would do. So when you talked about ancestors earlier, I think there's a bunch of different ways that we connect to them and we not use them in the sense of like, I get something out of my ancestor, but that knowledge of all the things that had to happen for you to be here in this moment. For me, it drives me to want to keep continuing in the moment and to connect to the moment and connect to the people around me. You were just talking about with ancestors being a thing that you can almost like channel and experience like what your grandmother felt. But then you also talked about, it felt like you were talking about like healing her in a way that she might not have been able to experience.
This is a deep one.
That's cool.
I'm like, I didn't know we were going to go here, but I'm going to go here because it's the new, like they say, niche, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is hard. I work with a lot of people with sexual abuse, religious trauma. And then I work with people who they're not supposed to have anything wrong with them because they're on the front of magazines, you know?
Right.
So it's like, whoa, what am I bridging here? And generational trauma healing. And generational healing is what works for me because it's about cycle breaking. But I don't like it when the kids are like, F you to the mom. I'm going to break the cycle because they don't restore respect back to all that their parents had to do. And my partner and I talk about it. And I came up with this visual once, like my parents were bushwhacking their way through Arizona. Okay, you don't bushwhack. You might like.
Is it sand whacking in the desert?
You might more so like be kind of dehydrated and trek your way through. And then all of a sudden they do everything and they drop to their knees and they have gone, you know, maybe from a forest that their parents into the desert. And then all of a sudden I'm on the beach.
Yeah.
And so they got me through a terrain and through hardships and trials and tribulation that I'll never know because I didn't survive and live during that time. And then all of a sudden I'm at the beach in a whole new terrain, a whole new environment that I have to then like figure out how to navigate. But I need to restore respect back to what they did. And so when it comes to, this is my opinion, so it's not for everyone, but it's what a lot of people talk about with epigenetics when it comes to breaking cycles and patterns. And this comes from nervous system patterning. So someone comes up to me and he's like, I know my daughter's watching me. She's watching me all the time. What do I do? Right. And so I've been so afraid to have children because I'm going to F them up. Right. And I asked my mentor, what do I do? And she goes, if you're trying to share perfection, I have to be perfect, I have to do it right, you're going to transfer that. If you share, I'm going to do it my best. I go through 9 seasons in the day. Mommy gets really tight, so she needs to feel support. And you normalize what it's like to hold yourself through, then they can do the same. And for you get really hot. So you might need to put, like my partner has like a cool vest. It's like he has a new brain once he puts it on. Like me with my like heating pad, we shift so quickly because we're working with that primal brain, the physiology. So we're transferring these nervous system patterns. But there can be things that are more ancient in terms of prejudice, in terms of judgment, in terms of socioeconomic, in terms of religious, in terms of being shot out of your home and displaced, that would cause us never to want to bridge with another. Because I knew from an early age I was going to do interracial, interfaith bridging, because I was so interested in seeing the heart and seeing beyond my prejudice. But this is not light work, because I have many ancestors who would not do that. That there's a lot of density and fear and literal killing that they have experienced. And so this doesn't have to be for my parents. This doesn't even have to resonate with them. But the cool thing is my parents respect my own work, but I've had an experience where I was so afraid to go forward in a time in my life. And I had 40 of my ancestors, 40 of my Jewish grandmothers come to me. And I felt that they had to have a burden of heaviness lifted from me. I had all these stomach issues. And they came and they told me all their judgments of what they couldn't do as women, of what they couldn't do because of the faith that they were in, and that they were so angry. And how dare I choose to live a different way? And I could feel that heaviness and anger. And then they told me their piece. And then I saw them turn into children who, as they grew up, they had to take on all these layers. And then they came through my solar plexus and the lightness came about me. And it was like a purifying, a lightening. And then I had even more respect for my father, more respect for my mother, because I wasn't carrying the heaviness. And I think that the ancestors, they want to go into the light. They want to be purified into the light. They don't want to carry, they don't want to be ghosts. They don't want to be shadows of heaviness. They want to be able to be released, but that takes us facing the courage that they couldn't face in the time that they lived. We live in a different time with different connection, different resources. But what holds us back is that old fears that live in our body, and we believe them until we confront them and we feel what they couldn't feel. That's why I'm all about sensory, because I have to expand my capacity to feel through what they couldn't. Because
you don't naturally automatically feel those things that they felt. So you have to expand your ability to sense the things that they were naturally able to sense. Is that a sentence that makes sense?
That made sense. Those words were words that were organized well.
But you both might be doing things that your grandparents could never do because of their agreements with how they lived in the world. The fact that
absolutely
that was good.
The fact that I am living in the way that I am as a woman today was not available to my grandmothers. Not even to my mother. And so I've had to break through a lot of blocks that were physical, fear holding me back. And I had to go suspend my belief of reality and let go of the imprint of fear holding myself back. And that takes death. That's why the shamans are the definition is life of many deaths. How many deaths am I willing to die this life of who I thought I was, who I knew myself to be able to live the life I want? That means feeling that. I've had moments where I've felt my body split in half and the death of my father within me. And what my projection, because it's not even true, of his fears were, to let him go and to cry and wail that fear that was entrapping me, to let me live a new life and then connect and love him deeper. But that's Yoda Jedi work, Star Wars. That's painful work.
Walking into a cave, carrying a Muppet, this is very difficult.
If you decide that you therapy's not for you, I really feel like Jedi Master is maybe a career path that you should pursue. I feel like
we get you in front of the council, I feel like they would assign you the rank of Jedi.
I feel like we can get there. Absolutely.
How is this landing though? Because I don't usually go this deep
is awesome.
First time.
This is great. This is such a fresh take on I feel like intergenerational trauma it's hot right now, right? Like it's everywhere. But
People
this
are
is such
finally
a-
discovering.
They're talking about
yeah.
it, but I feel like this is like such an. I don't know about you. I've always found that like this conversation on intergenerational trauma is like, well, you have all this trauma that's from past generations. Great. What am I supposed to do with that?
Right.
Awesome. I've got all this baggage that's my own, and then I've got baggage from previous generations. And this is just like such a, okay, now we've got something to do with this knowledge. We have this intergenerational trauma. Now let's do something with it. Let's move through it. Let's use this to grow ourselves and heal them at the same time.
They don't want to be in the level of density. It's my spiritual belief system. It's not for everyone. They don't want to be at the level of density energetically. They want us to purify that into greater light through our courage and through the gifts of where we're living. And the reason I have a different take is because I went to 30 countries and I interviewed 15 different, tribes, and I've interviewed all these different spiritual leaders. And a lot of spiritual practices are nervous system regulation, praying 5 times a day, resetting. And when I work with incredible Muslim brothers and sisters, they want to renew their relationship to the prayer 5 times a day. They don't want to be on automatic. We don't want to be on automatic when we kiss our partner. Hello. We want to be like, okay, like my partner's dad is incredible spiritual leader and practitioner. Before he would come through the door, he would stop and give over, and maybe you can't give over everything, but you have the intention to just vent just a bit, to be a bit more present. And so I don't see a difference between spiritual practice and the therapy and psychology world, but different people need to be respected for having different paths. Some people don't ever want to go into the therapy office. They want to just do it at church or synagogue. Some people, never want to go into the spiritual environments. They want the science. And so to become a bridge is kind of my effort and my work to find a language to honor each person's unique learning, their flavor. And so I was having like extreme negative voices in my head, and so you check organic cause and all my numbers were normal. And I had to, as one of my native friends would say, River, like take my darkness, take my demons to tea. Listen to them. What do they have to teach? Take them to the river. She's like, make them a warm meal. Yeah. And so I listened to those. I wasn't expecting 40 Jewish grandmothers to tell you that much. And they were pretty angry, and they released, through me. And then I felt this lightness, and I no longer had to carry that. And the one thing I will say is don't get attached to how the transformation happens. Don't get attached to how the teacher has to show up, because my partner and I have extremely opposite external life paths, socioeconomically, religiously, politically, East Coast, West Coast. But he has done the work to embody and transmute. He has the intercultivation, and he is going to show up as all the things that are my goal this life is to remove my blocks to greater love. He's going to show up as those blocks so that I can create more love, so that I can resolve my judgments and my fear that I'm not going to be safe if someone's different than me. Someone can be completely different than me. One of my best friends, completely opposite political, religious views, but her heart is the same of who she's trying to embody. What's this bringing up for you?
I love that. No, it's funny. Like I think, so PJ and I only met in person
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. So had never met, and we met in like online and had chatted, and we've been having these conversations with a lot of people throughout the week, and they're like, hey, you guys, you must have known each other forever. We're like, no, we just met. And there's that energy that's the same, but I feel like a lot of that is like, it's like that heart, like the same wavelength, right? And we're different people.
Oh yeah.
Although actually technically based on our last conference talk, PJ's also Andrew.
That's right. They labeled me Andrew during the talk. I was talking in a big thing came up on screen and said Andrew, and I was like, all right, that's fine. I could be compared to a worse person, that's for sure. So,
but I love the like definition of that is like, like sharing like a similar heart, like similar goals, similar values, but like you can be completely opposite people.
And the one thing one of my spiritual mentors shared is like, because I like to get in a room where there's, spiritual masters all from different languages and perspectives. And they would say, look for the perennial wisdom the core values that each parable is trying to teach. Don't go into arguing over interpretation, because you can find two Jews that will just argue over interpretation, right? But then if you put like a Jew and a Christian together and they're arguing over interpretation, somehow they'll get out swords to draw blood. It's not fair. Let's go to the core root of what are we supposed to embody, and why do we judge people? You know, why aren't you doing the ayahuasca retreats, and why aren't you doing the therapy? Why are you watching video games and playing golf? One of my friends said this. Her name's Lauren of Love online, just a friend online. And she's like, why didn't I just start to become the love and forgiveness that I learned from my spiritual path for my partner, instead of shame him into how he should learn these concepts? It's not fair.
So embody the concept rather than trying to force other people to know the concept.
Because I don't get to choose the way that my father's my greatest teacher, my partner, my husband to be. I don't get to choose the way they learn their lessons.
Right.
I don't get to choose, you know, my mom's a naturalist. She'll have her breakthroughs on a 7-mile hike. Shoot me in the head. I will not have a breakthrough on a 7-mile hike.
I will have a break in my physical body if I do a 7-mile hike.
Yeah. And so I don't get to choose the way someone learns their lessons. And then when it comes to my children, my mentor, Mark Cohn, says, God does not have grandchildren. Stop thinking you need to know how they're going to learn their lessons through life. They're going to have their direct connection to how they need to learn, what they're going to be interested in. They could be completely opposite of you, but have extreme self-respect and joy for who they are. And so that's how I've healed the relationships with my siblings and my parents too. Because the more I've accepted that it's okay that I'm different, I knew they just wanted to see me accept it. Yeah. And then I can accept how they're different and their joy, and we kind of elevate each other, and we're all like way different species, you know, in one savanna. and it works.
Yeah. There's something at the very beginning you talked about work in progress. And it got me thinking about how in tech, we often have like a very specific goal that we're working towards as a team. It's to ship this thing, and then it's to keep that thing online for a certain percent of time, or it's to improve this function for somebody. So we have these very concrete goals, and often the only thing that really matters is getting to the date that you said you would do the thing and getting it out there. But in life, because we are going to be a work in progress until the exact moment of passing on to something else, how do you sort of do a work in progress when you know you will never truly reach a goal? And earlier you said something about being fully healed. And I think about, if I truly want to focus on the journey, if I truly want to understand that life will always be a work in progress, how do I balance that with the knowledge that that means I will never reach the goal of finishing? Like, there is no finishing, there's just the journey. So balancing the way that we work, clear goal, with life that has no true ending, and understanding that the work in progress is the point. Is there a way to balance that?
Yes, I think that we have to redefine the goal. And a couple things come to mind when you share on this deadline or goal. You know, a lot of the prayers that I'm doing lately is, how would I feel once this is done? How would I feel when I've hit this goal? How would I feel if this was going on in my partnership with my beloved? And I have to stop and reset my state to how I'll feel then when it's ending, to embody who I want to be now. So it's not what do I need to do, it's how do I need to be. So I'm like, okay, once I hit this target goal, then I'll feel this relief. No, I need to take 3 minutes and figure out, how do I find a way in my nervous system to feel some relief and engage with that goal.
So it's not an action that you eventually do. It's not a thing that's eventually accomplished.
It's not
a state
finish.
Of being.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Well,
I'm fixed.
Another thing to share, which is it's that hardship that's inevitable, which people are still recovering from the pandemic, that, okay, we might be in this pile of debt. Okay, we have this diagnosis and we don't know how it's going to, you know, impact our life, of like cancer diagnosis, autoimmune diagnosis. And we don't know even how it's going to finish. That's even worse, the unknown, that you don't even know what you're working towards. Like me getting married, it's like all my control issues have reared their head. This sucks, you know? I can't like Barbie and Ken this at all. And so how do I want to hold each other through conflict? first starts with how do I hold myself? Because think about a child who's suffering. Do I want to blame my husband for my child's choices? We don't know when our child is going to reach their blooming.
Yeah.
One thing I always write to my father is thank you for honoring the timing of my soul's blooming, because it took me a little while, still taking me some time.
Yeah.
And the question is, like, how did my parents hold each other through the unpredictability of their children in their relationship? And then how did they hold themselves?
Yeah.
And so it's really more about how do I shift my state to what I feel like I'll feel like when it's finished? Because actually what that does is it gives me more mental bandwidth to be more creative and more present.
Dude, this is so cool.
This is like,
Is this landing?
This is landing. This is like the idea of giving yourself like the permission to look ahead and say, well, how will I feel when I finish that? And then it becomes the goal. How do I want to feel when I finish this?
How do I want to feel now while I'm doing it?
Okay, so yeah, that focuses you in the present then.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do I want to feel right now as I'm doing this thing? And if you constantly focus on that, then you're not worried about how you feel at the end of it. And you can just be right here. And then because forever is composed of nows, you only have right now. It doesn't make sense to worry about what you're going to do too much later.
Do you know what's funny? There's been this like through line. We've talked about this every day. There's been this through line with the keynote speakers of like Kent came up here and kind of talked about like do the hard things, and then Mark came up here and said basically gave everybody permission to be authentic and just to like show their raw self.
Yeah.
And now like we're having this conversation about here's what you do with that. Now your rawness is out there in the world, and here's how you do something with that. Here's how you use that to grow as a person. And it's just like, I know it's really cliched to say, but it's like the bow on the top of like all of these keynotes. Like
really like it was structured really well. The three keynotes play together really
like
well.
So well. Like I feel as though if you put all these videos into ChatGPT, they'll just be like, it was a great keynote, and it'll be like one, just like it was one very long keynote spread over 3 days, and like none of you have met each other or connected with each other.
You were definitely not sharing talks.
The only connection that you guys really have is Clark.
Yes,
Like,
we give
really-
thanks to Clark and Carrie.
Absolutely.
So
Clark and Carrie.
there's something I want to share from what we spoke on about. It's about getting used to a new uncomfortable.
Yes.
And so it's like I'm addicted to my old uncomfortable of tension and judgment and FUs, you know. And how do I get used to a new uncomfortable, which is feeling the support, many layers of support for me, feeling the spaciousness and like allowing. That's really effing uncomfortable. Don't tell, like me, I used to be like, don't tell me to feel gentle. I mean, my mentor has been seeding that for 15 years. She's like, gentle. And I'm like, I don't like that concept. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't know what you mean. You know, it's rough and tumbly in here. And so that's the bravest Jedi work that anyone can do, is being open to a new uncomfortable. And for people who run hot, it's to feel the spaciousness around them and the cool mist coming down. And we have to like retrain ourselves in, I say like reassociate, as well as retrain ourselves in certain circumstances. One thing that's been huge for me, because of, you know, there's certain relationships in your life that you can't change, but you have to learn to live with.
Yep.
And you might really judge people in your life. What I noticed that was causing me a lot of effing problems, like a lot of pain, was that whenever I was around someone that triggered me, when I wasn't around them anymore and I had the judgments of them, when I would think of them, I would let my body associate with the negative feelings. And for me, the negative feelings is brain fog, you know, tightness in my tummy, and then I become a bitch just from thinking about that person.
Yeah.
I had to learn to pattern interrupt when I thought of someone who annoyed me, to shift. I did like a prayer and I make myself say it 5 times to give myself space to redirect my attention to the present. I had to reassociate my relationship to that person in my own mind, because I would think about them 5, 10, 15 times a day. And then 2 weeks later, when I heard their voice, I no longer had the charge against them.
Yeah.
That would set me off just hearing their voice. When I was around them, I wasn't meditating on my hatred for them all the time and the feelings that, they were fully charged to release when I was around them. And mine might not be like this. They might just be like this, but there's something so incredible about getting used to a new uncomfortable and pattern interruption, redirecting our focus to give ourselves space and freedom for a new choice.
Yeah, you can't make new choices until you're letting yourself be uncomfortable with making a new choice.
Yeah, it's a new feeling.
Ask someone to get something different at their favorite restaurant. Like, no, don't get the thing you always get. Do something different. It's like, well, why? Why would I do? And it feels immediately uncomfortable, but like you only grow in discomfort. Like the first tech talk I ever gave was the importance of being confused. When you're doing new things, you will be confused. And if you know it ahead of time, you're going to be more prepared for it. If you know the new thing is going to be uncomfortable and you say, this will be uncomfortable, but I will still do it, it doesn't shock you into not wanting to do it when all of a sudden you come up against a wall.
That's why a lot of people do the ice baths. Yeah. When I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
For women in their fertile years, it's not as recommended sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But they have other ways of choosing to shift.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'll share, because I know we have a timeline, is that last night I was working with a new coach for relationships, and he was saying, like, his name's Fish Gill, it's normal to have the mind distinguish us versus them. That's where we're going to go first. And he's like, it's so that you can distinguish the mouth from the bowl, and feed yourself. He said it's actually plan B versus plan A to come back into shifting your state into safety, feeling supported, feeling relaxed, and not separating ourselves and seeing them as a threat.
Yeah.
But that's plan B. It's not going to be where we initially go.
Right.
Yeah.
To interact with our life or relationships.
Okay. If you've just tuned into this live and I don't know what you're doing. Again, we said this on Tuesday and Wednesday. Why are you at work right now?
There's
You
no
don't
reason.
need to be at work. You could actually probably bill this through to your health plan, actually.
Yeah.
Just put it through Clark. But no, don't do that.
CC Clark on your
CC Clark.
medical invoices.
But seriously, if you're just tuning in, like, go back to the start of today. Actually, go back to the start of these
Tuesday.
live streams from Tuesday. And if you're going to do nothing else, watch the post keynotes and the conversations that we have, and you're going to hear this throughput. And if you are not crying at some point during that process, something is wrong.
Watch it again.
Watch it again. And then if by now you're not having some moment of clarity, I feel like you probably just need to watch them again and wait for those moments and follow that. Then go back and watch the whole keynote.
Yeah.
Do that.
Are we allowed to have 5 more minutes or no?
Yeah.
What is
Do we
that?
need to
What are
ask
we doing?
permission?
Like 5 more minutes.
Yeah, we can do 5 more minutes.
yeah, keep
Please.
going. Yeah, we
Talk
don't
to me.
stop.
Tell us more.
Well, I want to really drive home the exercise I did back to back.
Yeah.
Because I did that as a pattern interrupt because I didn't want anyone to fall asleep. I was getting like sciencey and I was getting like deep, and everyone was probably like, oh, my ghosts are like coming out of the closet. I don't want to think about them. Let me black out.
Nope.
And so I was like, okay, we're going to do a brain exercise, but I didn't feel like I got to really explain it.
Yeah.
And so is it okay if I do it like a demo on you guys?
Like with us?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, let's party.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about regulating your nervous system.
Should we go in front? Do you want to pull the table back so people can see a little bit
let's
better?
Back
move the
to
table.
back
Let's
is
push it
fine.
to the
You'll be
side.
standing up.
They'll be able to see us. We're good.
Yeah. All right. I've got a.
So if there's something, new that you'd like to do with your partner, if you want to feel more connected to them, or if you feel really overwhelmed at work and you need to just vent the bottle, everything that's building, this is a great exercise. So you can either do this against a wall or in a bathroom stall. A lot of us are like, all I have is a bathroom. I'm like, that's great.
What if you have a PJ just lying around?
Or if you
I'm
have a
kinda like
PJ
a wall.
or if you have a friend. But I want you to practice this. If there's one thing that you can try, when you're at home, you could even stand up right now and practice with us. Pattern interrupt. Try something new. Come on, you can do it. So take a moment. If you're tired of having the same fights, if you're tired of the abusive patterns that you have towards yourself, if you're tired of not feeling like you can work out when you want to work out, this is a way to gain that connection to yourself and ignite that aliveness. So stand against a wall.
Wall.
Or stand against a friend and, start a 60-second timer. Close your eyes if it's comfortable or look towards the ground. Unhook from your thoughts and bring your awareness into your back body. A lot of us, we close off the front body because that's where our extraceptors are of receiving our environment, and we get overstimulated. So we're not connected to our heart and our gut feeling, but we want to reconnect to that. So we need to reignite the feeling of support in our life. Unhook from your thoughts into your back body. And now breathe into your back and start to sync your breathing if you have a partner. If you're against a wall, start to slow your breathing down. This can also have it can change your state and make you feel high sometimes, really good. So as you start to sync your breathing, unhook from your thoughts. I'm going to keep saying that, into your back body. Bring more awareness into your upper back, your lower back, your sits bones, and the pace of your breathing. And now you can gently sway with your partner if you want. If your back is against the wall, I want you to focus on your feet and the support coming up to your feet, because you want to take back the freedom of choice in your mind. That means you need to regulate your primal intelligence. You need to regulate your body. And now if you're with a partner, you'll slowly stop. Very good. And you'll see, do you notice any shifts in your front body? What do you guys notice?
It feels lighter and more open.
They feel lighter and more open. They don't have to feel closed off from the world. They don't have to protect themselves from the world because they feel the support. And it's not that they feel the support from another. They've reconnected in their mind back to their back body that holds them, back to the support that's always there. And so very gently, you'll disconnect. And as you take a step from the wall or your partner, close your eyes. I'm watching you. Now bring your awareness into your back body. You have to take even more effort and awareness to re-establish inner stability, because we get off, our rocker when we get really angry or really anxious. We have to come back to inner stability and safety to be able to speak from a place of connection. And so feel your back body. I'm going to come up to you. Just feel your back for a moment. Feel even more of your back. And for you, imagine a coolness back here, because I know you run warmer. Imagine temperature to change your state. Very good. And now feel the openness in your front body, which allows you to connect to your heart when you're communicating, but it also allows you to not feel so blocked off from the world or from other people, or that there's a threat. You feel more supported.
Stable, more stable.
Yeah, we're going to sit down now.
Yeah.
And I want you guys to share what you notice when you sit down. I want you to really feel the support beneath you and how that shifts your mental bandwidth and your mind. What do you notice?
I had a way easier time focusing in on a specific part of my body.
Yeah.
Just from standing and feeling someone else behind me. Like I when you were like, okay, separate and now start to feel in your back, I was immediately able to visualize moving to my back to try and understand it.
Yeah.
And what do you notice in your mind that shifts when you feel support?
It was a kind of clarity of purpose. Often I feel like my mind is 8,000 tabs open all at once. And it felt like there were only 8 tabs.
Yeah.
There was it shut a lot of other things down. And when I was told to focus on something, the tabs kind of started closing themselves. And they're not reopening right now either. I'm able to kind of sustain this now.
That's what we want. What about you?
So when you asked earlier, when we were doing this as part of the keynote, you were like, how in touch are you generally with your body? I'm like a 90-10, I'm never in touch with any part of my being. So it's these moments of mindfulness that I often in my therapy sessions, one of the things that I'm told is when you get into this anxious state, ground yourself, name 6 things in the room to ground yourself and just get you are a human in the world and things are going on. And that will, then you'll start to be, oh yeah, I'm a person here. And it's very much that feeling of that 90-10 shift splits to oh, okay, I actually have a body here. I am existing in this space right now. I am not just in like on a stage on a live stream mode. I'm like a human being that is like here with other human beings.
Yeah.
And just like
Yeah.
there's a freedom in that.
Yeah, it helps reduce feeling overstimulated.
Yeah.
And my method that I've developed, with the first step being resensitized. We don't even know what we're feeling, and we're feeling so anxious, 900 tabs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
100%.
We first have to notice
Yeah.
what we're feeling, but a lot of people are like, I don't want to feel more angry or more tense. So
I'm trying to get rid of that feeling.
yeah, the intention is the third step, which is to observe the opposite. So for you, it might be spaciousness when you feel all the pressure rising.
Mhm.
And how do I implement feeling spaciousness?
Yeah.
Could be an environment change, could be a visualization, could be standing up and moving around.
Yeah.
For you, it might be layers of support. If you feel like you can't even feel the chair and you feel like really like you need some support because you want to just let go and let loose. And so I really appreciate you guys letting me share. Any
Oh,
last
man.
questions?
Oh man, no. I think that like between this post keynote interview and between the keynote itself and the through line that Andrew's been talking about of not just these Q&As but the keynotes themselves, I feel like there's so much here for people to absorb. And if you're only watching these keynotes once, you probably miss something. So all of these are really worth a second watch, another time. If you made time today, make time another time to come back to these things.
Yeah.
There's so much reward in that.
And while we've been saying all week, you can still get to Wisconsin for that. You would literally have to be like at Wisconsin Dells
gotta be, like-
to get here. You're gonna have to you might have to tackle June as she's leaving. Don't do that.
Please don't
not do
tackle
that.
June.
Just find me here.
But yes, yeah, you can find June. So camera, can we zoom in on which camera? That one?
You're over here, bud.
I'm over here. So if you want to
June.
find June, at the very bottom of there is a link and
June
or an
Syndesi
email,
Kramer.
and there is
SyndesiWellness.com.
yeah, check it out. But just Google. If they Google your name, they'll find you,
Yeah,
right?
June Syndesi Kramer on Instagram.
Amazing. What? Just wow. Like, can I give you a hug? I feel like
Yeah.
genuinely that was just absolutely fantastic. Thank you for sharing.
Should
that
we
with
do
us.
something fun? Should we do some kind of
We've
dance
been doing
for them?
something fun.
What are you talking
I
about?
feel
What
like
is not
I want to
fun?
do like a handshake or a dance or something
Do
together.
we want to do like the hand jive from Greece or
Oh,
something?
Yes.
there you go.
Back.
We just aged
Pattern
ourselves.
interrupt.
Hand jive.
We got
and that's
there.
how we managed to fit
That's
Greece
how we do it, y'all.
at that conference.
That's how you do it. This is what happens when millennials rule the world. So if you are tuning in right now, we are going to take a short break because PJ needs to eat something. He needs to manger some food.
When
We
you're
are-
6'6" and 250 pounds, you got to eat a lot.
So then we are going to be back for a game of Kahoot. We're doing some tech trivia.
Science trivia.
So please show up because otherwise it's just going to be me playing Kahoot with PJ, which is real fun but real awkward. So especially when I get all the answers wrong. So please come and tune in about 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Some changes to the schedule today. Tech commute I don't think is happening just because of some travel things. But Jason is amazing. Check him out. There's lots of information. You can find him in the Slack chat and online. Jason Torres and the Tech Commute podcast. And then later on this afternoon, we're going to have James back on the stage. We're going to have, I think Shashi might be back on the
He
stage.
might be back. Yeah, I think he
and
is.
then at the end of the day, I'm going to be doing, to follow through with this, I'm going to be doing code confessions. So I'm going to be reading out confessions of people, like their failures and fumbles in tech and like the
Breaking
things that
prod.
they learned.
Oh.
And that's going to be how we end our day before we have our closing ceremonies at 4 p.m. Central Time. So if you want to submit your failures or your failing forward stories, you can go. I've shared links in lots of places and you can find them online. But otherwise, be back here 15 minutes, go pee, get some lunch, grab a coffee, and we'll be back with PJ in 15 minutes for Tech Trivia. All
Thank
right,
you,
everybody.
June. Thank you,
Thank you,
audience. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey.
There we go.
Stage alone today. Hey, live, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. And everyone here just had a flashback to school, right? And now the teacher has your attention. That's wild. Why didn't we do this all the other days, Andrew? Hi, I'm PJ. I'm here. I am here for the live audience. If you want to play today, you're welcome to play. Online audience, you're also going to be welcome to play. We're going to be playing a game today called Kahoot. Raise your hand out here in the audience if you've heard of Kahoot before. All the young people, the Gen Z folk that are here, like, yeah, my teacher made us do it all the time. What? My volume? Everyone needs to hear me. Oh, okay. I'm keep talking so we can double check. And it's weird because earlier I said if you can hear me, clap once, and a lot of people clapped. Thank you, sound booth. Thank you. Okay, so live folks, you're going to be able to play, right? Online folks, you're going to be able to play. Kahoot is an online quiz platform that a lot of teachers use to help students study for things. I was like, you know what? We got a bunch of smart engineers and developers and tech folk out here and people who just really know about computers a lot. So I thought, why don't we try some high school computer science Kahoots during lunch today? So this is kind of like, are you smarter than a 5th grader? But it's, are you smarter than a 10th grader? And also smart is relative. So really, we're going to see how this goes. I'm actually entirely unsure how this will go. To play, if you're at home and you're watching me live, I keep looking at my camera on my laptop. If you're at home watching me live, you will need a device other than the device you're watching this on. So whatever you're watching this on, laptop, tablet, phone, you will need another device as well in order to play. If you're here in person, your phone will work great. What's going to happen is I'm going to show you a screen that will ask you to log in, and it'll be up in 1 second. Let's go ahead and start this one. We're going to start one about hardware, computer hardware. And I want you to know I kind of looked at this beforehand, but not too closely. So we're going to probably argue about some answers eventually as well. So we can have up to 40 players. So out here in the audience, if we hit 40, we hit 40. Online, if you tune in, you hit 40. When I start, what you need to do is you need to go to Kahoot.it, Kahoot.it, and you put in this game pin, and that'll get you in this room. Or you can scan that QR code with your phone, and it should take you directly there. It will ask you to make a name. There's Hunter, there's Yo, there's Lefty, Cowbell. Please keep the names PG. Cowbell is definitely PG. I wasn't saying that because Cowbell's bad. I was saying that because I realized and I forgot that y'all can make your own names. And since I'm not a teacher anymore, I can't give you a detention if you pick a bad name. Birds aren't real. Finally, the truth is being told. I can't believe how many people are actually playing right now. This is fantastic. Rob, I love it, with the exclamation point. Oh, look, I can, if I want, I can kick you all out. Look at everyone. My local NB is here. Winky Emoticon is here. Teresa, is that like a woodchuck in a judge's wig? Fantastic. We've got, it says 45. Well, 4 of you are going to get kicked out then when I start. So those of you who are here, here's how it's going to work. You're going to be presented with a question on the screen. You're going to pick the correct answer. And at the end, there is somebody who wins. Now, what do you win? I didn't plan that far ahead, so it's just going to have to be a handshake and a high five or a hug or something. But a reminder for those of you who are here, I've been giving out GitHub stickers all 3 days. The last GitHub stickers are here. If earlier in the week you were like, oh, I'm only going to take one, I want to save some for others, please come up and grab a handful. And on the plane ride home, put them all over the don't do that. That's not allowed. But come grab some stickers for your laptop, for your friend's laptop, for your grandma, whoever needs GitHub stickers. What do I need to do? How can I help?
How many games are you going to play?
I have 3 on deck, but we can do.
How many winners?
There's only 3 winners.
Okay, I will bring you some.
We will have giveaways. I didn't prepare, and Clark saved me. Thank you, Clark. Everyone say thank you, Clark. All right. There are 50 people waiting to play. Player limit reached upgrade now. I will not be upgrading. I'm sorry, Kahoot. Thank you. Let's start now. First question on hardware. And this is from an actual classroom somewhere in the world. They made this Kahoot for their class. Which of the following use line printing? Is it an inkjet printer, a 3D printer, a scanner, or a laser printer? Put your answers in on your phone. Click, click, click. Pick an answer. And there is a timer. 14 of you picked inkjet printer, and that is correct. Let's see who's on top right now. 796 points for Lefty, who got that very quickly. Good job, Lefty. Lefty, if you're online, good job. If you're here in person, good job as well. Next question, and I think there's 10 questions total for this one. What technology does an optical mouse use? Additive printing, key matrix, laser tracking, or a stepper motor? I feel like this one feels obvious to me. 49 answers, laser tracking. Very good job, everybody. Let's see if Lefty stayed on top that time. Lefty, take it over. Terry Davis on top. Jukia right close behind. This is going to get amazing. I'm so stoked. All right. The touchscreen resistive. The screens, I don't know this question. Touchscreen consists of a plunger, glass panel, rotating mirror, glass panel, resistive metallic. You got to read these on your own. Sensor coil, diaphragm, resistive metal layer, capacitor, glass panel. Looks like it was the square. Good job picking blue, everybody. Metallic layer, scratch resistant layer. I feel like that might have been the key indicator there. All right. Terry Davis staying on top. The duck moving up. Check it out. Kindari moved up 22 places with that answer. Good job, Kindari. Next question. Look at all these mugs. Made from plastic coated with a layer of aluminum. What is Wolverine? Hard disk, speakers, solid state memory, or optical disc? Wow, look at these coffee mugs. Made from plastic coated with aluminum. I know it's aluminum. Don't worry. An optical disc. What is an optical disc?
God, you're so young.
I only got into tech 3 years ago. I don't know anything before JavaScript. Jukia on top. Big move, Jukia. Nice. Key components of a loudspeaker. Diaphragm voice coil magnet. Diaphragm platters photosensitive drum. Diaphragm stepper motor or platters belt voice coil. I think I know the answer. Do I? Yeah, that's what I figured. The magnet. I knew the magnet was important. All right, let's see who else knew it. Lefty. Lefty's back, y'all. Everyone give it up for Lefty. Good giving it up. Thank you. All right, next. Inkjet printer. The printhead has a series of blank, which are fed ink from a number of blank. Nozzles and stepper motor. Belt and blueprint, print cartridges and photosensitive drum, or nozzles and print cartridges. Nozzles and print cartridges. Again, there's some clues in here. People are doing well at this. This is good. Lots of movement again. Lefty staying on top. 5 players have an answer streak of 3. Very good. Most blank use NAND-based flash memory, which retains data without power. Hard disks, solid-state memory, touchscreen capacitive, or an optical disk. Retains data without power. Solid-state memory. Good job, everyone. Well done. We are seeing lots of good answers here. You all will be very prepared for the Chapter 3 test happening later today. Optical mouse. The LED bounces light off the surface onto a digital signal processor, digital image correlation, random access memory, or complementary metal oxide semiconductor. Do you know where your complementary metal oxide semiconductor is? It's right here. That one is going to shake up the score a little bit. Very interested to see what happens here. Let's see. Good job, me. We're getting into some positive praise for the self after that amazing, amazing talk earlier. All right, 9 out of 10. The main component of a scanner, it's the scanning part. Light-sensitive diodes, a plunger, a CDD array, or a screen. The main component of a scanner. The light-sensitive diodes. I, too, thought the CDD array would be the answer because I thought they were trying to trick me. You know how teachers always try and trick you with the answer? All right. Birds aren't real. Lefty with a only 186-point lead over me, and the Jet not far behind. 7 places. Good job. Rob, you have to say it like that. Rob, highest climber up 7 places. Let's see what happens with this last question on hardware. Hard disk. Platters are mounted on a blank and enclosed in an aluminum box. Enclosed. Read write head, platter, central spindle, or block. Platters are mounted on a blank and enclosed in an aluminum box. It is, of course, the central spindle. How many people were like, I'm going to crush this. This is going to be good. And then we're humbled by the 10th grade Kahoot. Yeah, Jim was humbled. Jim was humbled. Let's see who wins this. Let's check out this podium. Third place, base codes, Baz codes, the Jet, number 2. And I think we might have who was leading at first and then came back. Lefty, congratulations. Lefty, are you in person? Are you here, Lefty, or are you online, Lefty? Lefty, I have a coffee mug and a rubber cup, and if you get up here, I'll throw one at you, and we'll see which one hurts the most. Lefty, come on up and grab your prize. Thank you. Everyone, give it up for Lefty. We've got 2 more Kahoots, so keep playing with us. Keep playing us while you enjoy your Italian. If you didn't mix the Alfredo sauce with the red sauce, you're missing out.
I can go for seconds on this too.
Oh, see? You got to have seconds. It's very important. Both. Enjoy. Put his what? Baz codes. Put your hand back up. Baz codes, where are you at? Over there, Clark. Nice. I am loving this. It's like I'm a teacher again, running Kahoots for people who would rather be eating. It is my life's goal. Okay. Let's do it. We've got debug the code, which is 11 questions. We've got identify the programming languages, which is 13 questions. We're just going to move in order. Let's check out debug the code. By the way, on Kahoot, you can see this has 210 plays over time. Let's go ahead and host it live. Same drill as before. You're going to see me start it. You're going to be able to join using the pin or the QR code. Kahoot.it, game pin 9730640. Waiting for players. Sign in. Yes. Remember, there is a limit of people who can join, so if you want to play with us, make sure you join. Yes. Big Chunged. Tried to say Big Chungus and then hit the D instead. Finley, Rob's Revenge is back. Is that cool? Very nice, cool. I love when you hover over it to be like, you're not allowed. They get sad, but I'm not going to kick anyone out. Don't worry. Billiam, very good. B, the Jet's back. Lil, good job, Lil. Blitzman, yo, Person, good job, Person. All right, we have hit our limit. Let's go ahead and get started on debugging code. Thank you, Cyber Mission, for this free Kahoot. We appreciate it. Let's see how this goes. All right, first question. Which Java variable declaration contains an error? You have 30 seconds. Which Java variable declaration contains an error? You've got a full 20 seconds left. Take your time, read it over. Make sure you think this is Java, everyone's favorite language from college. 5 seconds left. Once everyone who's playing has picked an answer, by the way, the timer just moves us forward. It just kicks us forward. Boolean x bool equals true. That one is an error. And I think the error is that true's in quotes, right? That makes it a string. Look at me, I'm learning. All right, scoreboard, let's see who's on top at first. Cowbell, very good, very good. Brew Crew coming in only 10 points behind. The faster you answer, the higher your score. So if you answer quickly, that's a guaranteed way to get ahead. Let's see the next one. Next quiz. Which function call contains an error? My function. Oh my. Which one contains an error? And this is a function call. You are calling the function. I think there sometimes might not be enough information sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? 7 seconds left. Which function call contains an error? I get it. My player limit's been reached, Kahoot. My function with the curly brackets on the outside. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Congratulations. 37 of you got that one correct. Let's see who did it the fastest. Ooh, Kindadari with 1860, right behind his brew crew holding down second place. I'm just going to stop clicking out of that pop-up I get. Ginger Vitas, 1821, very nice. The Jet in the top 5. Which line of code is missing a bracket? Which one is missing a bracket? Remember, answering fast gets you more points. Answering fast gets you more points. Sometimes it's worth it. How's it going? Can they not see it online?
You're good. It's gingivitis.
Gingivitis. Like gingivitis. It was a pun. I missed out. 5 seconds left. Which line of code is missing a bracket? See, I get it now that I heard it. Function update. Yeah, we're missing that curly bracket in the front, as I call it in very specific professional terms, the squiggle guy. The squiggle guy was missing there. Gingivitis, as I was corrected on the name. Can't believe your parents named you that. Is in second now, moving up. And 7 places. Kyle, you moved up 7 places. Well done, well done. All right. Which line of JavaScript code is not terminated properly? Which one is not terminated properly? Ooh. Is anyone sitting next to Kent right now? Kent C. Dodds, where are you? In our time of greatest need. 15 seconds left. We got most of our answers in. Feel like everyone's zeroed in on it pretty quickly. Normally, there's really good Kahoot music involved as well, but it also gets a little grating after time, and y'all are trying to enjoy an Italian dinner. There we go, parse. Data dot. That dot is illegal. Illegal. Cowbell moving up. Kindadari commanding the top there. Very good, Kindadari. Number 5, which C++ string declaration contains an error? String S equals, quote, quote, quote. String T equals, quote, quote. String U equals, quote, ABC123. String V equals, quote, CY, quote, plus, quote, bear, quote. Which one contains an error? Where's the error, y'all? Is it triangle, diamond, circle, or square? 5 seconds left. Get that last answer in. Whoever you are, taking your time, making sure you've got it right. There we go. The 3 quotes, illegal. See, and the reason that is, actually, so you all know, is because there's 2 pluses in C#. So having 3 of the quotation marks is illegal. Everything in C# requires 2 things, obviously. Obviously. How's that scoreboard doing? Kindadari crushing it, staying on top almost the whole time. 4 players have answered 4 in a row correctly. Congratulations to those 4 players. Next quiz. Which variable declaration is not allowed in C? Which variable declaration is not allowed in C? I'd like to point out that the diamond, when I looked at that, I saw Charlie XCX. I've been having a brat summer, and I immediately saw that and thought, great. This is my life. Charlie XCX at the tech conference. Which variable is not allowed in C? Let's find out. Bool E equals false. I didn't make the Kahoot. Do we have a C expert? There's no rule. There's no such thing as bools in C? Really? Boolless. No, birds aren't real, and neither are bool. Bool was a mistake. You should not. Big Chungus! Big Chungus out of nowhere. And I know it says Chungud, but I know that the S and the D are very close together on the keyboard, and I know Big Chungus is a big, amazing person. Which while loop will always get stuck in an infinite loop? The correct answer is whichever while loop I just wrote. Which one will get stuck in an infinite loop? Where's the infinite loop on here? Which one did I write hastily at 2 a.m. and push to production, even though I shouldn't have? Just a single while loop put in production. What code did you change? Nothing. Here we go. While true, just do nothing. Just empty. While true, go ahead and do nothing. Thank you. All right, let's see. Did Big Chungus hold on? All right. With only, what is that, a difference of 15 points. Billiam, if you're out there, if you answer really quickly on the next one, you can take first. Kindadari as well, not terribly far behind. If you answer really quickly, you could probably get there. Let's see what happens. Which if statement won't function properly? Which if statement will not function properly? The one that's going to break. Again, it's the one that I wrote, of course. If x is less than 20, do. If x is less than y and y is less than z, do. If x equals true, do. If x plus x does not equal y, do. Love that I'm having to read code out loud in front of people because that's terribly scary for me as someone who does not have a great background in tech. Yeah, of course, obviously the answer was square. If x equals true, do. It won't function properly because, yeah. Are you coming to get stickers? Take all these stickers. There's so many stickers here, y'all. You got to take them. Big Chungus staying in the lead, expanding the lead. And now 8 answers in a row. Big Chungus, you are crushing it right now. Well done. Which Java variable declaration will produce an error? Which variable declaration in Java will produce an error? Get your answers in. Remember, the faster you answer, the more points you get. Faster you answer, the more points you get. What is it? What is it? Float A. Oh, yeah, the Luchador? GitHub makes good stickers. My company knows how to do a sticker. Got 4 seconds. Which variable declaration will produce an error? Everyone saw that one. int c equals 11.2. Why is that? Well, because it's an int, and that's got a decimal in it. And everyone knows that a decimal is not an int. From Swamp rising up to 4th place. 20 players with an answer streak of 3. Congratulations. That's really good streaking out there, which is a thing you don't usually hear at a tech conference. Multiple select. You can select multiple answers here. Which 2 lines of code are valid Java, JavaScript, C, C#, and C++ comments? Multiple languages. Which is the valid comment? 2 lines of code on here are valid comments in all these languages. Get your thinking caps on. Grab a friend. Look up the answer on Google. You cheaters. Screen cap, send it to ChatGPT real quick. Screen cap, send it to Pieces. Say, explain this to me, Pieces. Looks like /*world and //hello. These are the 2 valid comments. Congratulations. Nice job. Want more? I sure do. I want to know who won. Here's the podium. 3rd place with 80-83 is Brew Crew. Good job, Brew Crew. 87-14 with Billiam. I think I know what this means. With 8,884. Big Chunged, the zombie in a Christmas beanie. Are you Big Chunged? Did you mean to write Big Chungus? Dang. You did. Okay, perfect. Here you go. 1 for hot drinks, 1 for cold drinks, and then you mix them together and have a warm drink. There we go. Fantastic. Debug the code. Big participation out here. I really appreciate y'all paying attention to me up here. I'm like Tinkerbell. I thrive on applause. And so this is the kind of thing that really makes me really happy. Up next is identify the programming languages. Please remember, we do have GitHub stickers up here. I work for GitHub Education running a program called Campus Experts. If you know a college student that wants to organize technical meetups and events on their campus, I'm the guy to talk to because that's what Campus Experts is. You want to talk later? Yes. Find me after this and we will talk about Campus Experts. GitHub Education did sponsor at the Pioneer level for the online people. So please learn more about GitHub Education and all the things that we are doing for schools around the world. Let's check out Identify the Programming Languages. We're going to get started. This one has 13 questions. This will take us to the very end. Get ready to join Kahoot.it, 738-6377, or scan the QR code. Please join us. Come have fun. Zimmy Billiams back. Oh, yes. Look at everyone. I'm going to count this towards my KPIs. I had 50 people paying very close attention. Bigger Chungus. Watch out. The return of Bigger Chungus. And Small Chungus here as well. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. There's a whole group of people in this room who are like, what is a Chungus? Well, it's the best video game of all time. All right. Gnarly Termite, Lil Chungus. There's so many Chunguses now. I think they think that's good luck. Let's go and get started. A Kahoot by Cyber Mission. Again, thank you, Cyber Mission. Identify the programming languages. I think this one gives you code and says, what is it? Let's find out. This programming language is named after a reptile. So I dare someone to get this wrong. Most popular general purpose options. And that's how you do a hello world in this language. What language is it? Is it Dino Code? Is it Snaky? Has anyone written in Snaky before? It's my favorite, Snaky. Good job. That's a unanimous answer, everybody. Everyone give ourselves a round of applause for knowing that Python is a snake. Fantastic. I hope these get harder. 983, Jublia. Out here, just underneath, 1 point difference. Dollars Logan. And then, did y'all want to learn about Python? Have y'all heard about this language before? It's called Python. And it's super simple to write until you get into the deeper stuff. Programming language has been around since the 1970s. Its name is very short and easy to remember. What is it? C. Old code. It's old code. Ape or GUI? Yeah! Bam! Everyone real quick. Old code got 4 answers. True. Someone's like, I write in C. And I'm like, ooh, amazing. I can't do that. Me again, 1959, an excellent year. Julia, you're only 1 behind me again. Let's see where we can go. Immensely popular C. All right, this programming language rose to prominence during the birth of the World Wide Web in the 1990s. You remember the 90s. What is it called? What do you think? Someone. We did it again, y'all. Unanimous. Y'all are crushing this. This is really becoming who can answer fastest, who can read the question the quickest. And it turns out that's Kindadari coming up top. Caitlin, me again. Me again and Wah tied at 29-29. Let's see what happens. Yep, that's hypertext markup language, everyone's favorite programming language, which is not a controversial thing to say at all on a stage at a tech conference. This programming language's name includes a slang word for coffee. Which one is it? Which one is that? Is that espresso bean? Is that deep rust? I don't know what that is. Good job, JavaScript. That is a slang word for coffee. Of course, when I go to a coffee shop, I always ask for a nice big bowl of script every time. Delicious. Kindadari remaining in the lead by 7 points. Me again, you're so close. A fast answer here could dethrone him, me again. All right. So it turns out it's not 13 questions, it's 13 slides. The name of this programming language is something you probably don't want to see on your next exam. You don't want to see this one. Incomplete after class, NA, or C++. Because what do you want to see on your exams? If you're my parents, A's and B's. If you're the parents of my sister when she got to school, A's and B's. If you're the parents of my friend in school, A's. That kid was stressed all the time. What do we got? Name of the programming language, something you don't want to see on your next exam. C++. Because your teacher, that's a B. A C++ is a B, I'm pretty sure. Wow, up to the top, up by 10 over cowbell. And of course, everyone's favorite, Donkus Johnson. Donkus, you're a treasure. Thank you. This is my friend Donkus. Think of something shiny as you try to name this programming language with puts. Hello world. Which language here uses puts? Yeah, that's Ruby, y'all. Ruby. 47 of you grabbed that one correctly. Let's see who did it fast. Give me that podium. Third place, Finley. Congratulations, Finley. Third place, you made it to the podium. Second place, Brick Bowler. I have no idea who's going to be first now. This is going to be wild. Wah! Everyone say it with me. Wah! Congratulations, Waluigi. That table's got 2 winners at it, doesn't it? Look at that. So we have been playing Kahoot. We have been doing some Are You Smarter Than a 10th Grader computer science stuff on here. That is the end of our Kahoots. Andrew, would you like to come up and, I don't know, give me a hug or touch hands?
For another like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So my lab's not on yet. So I'm going to talk into your lab right here. So don't go anywhere. If you enjoyed the joy of PJ on stage, you are going to enjoy even more when Data Stacks comes up here and gives away some awesome stuff in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Get another round of lunch if you're here.
More breadsticks.
More breadsticks. You know you want it.
They're
Stick
unlimited.
around. And we're going to be back in about 5 minutes or so for that. And it will be hosted, not really hosted, by the amazing Data Stacks team. So stick around. If you need a pee break, now is your moment. If you don't think you have to go pee, you probably do. So go anyways.
It's a long trip ahead of us. You
It's a
don't want to
long
have to
trip.
stop every 20 minutes, you know?
Amazing. So we'll see you back in 5 minutes, everybody.
Thank you. Online, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you all soon. Goodbye.
You doing that conference? No. Y'all just had
go over here.
y'all
again.
just
Go over
had
here.
lunch. Y'all got energy. We have not eaten a thing today, and we are just here for this. Let's do it.
Let's get excited.
That was way
I'm
worse.
Steve Ballmer. Developers.
Do it.
Developers. No, I'm
Developers.
done. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry.
You just broke so many Microsoft rules. So everybody, hopefully you are as psyched as we are for what is coming up next on this stage, because it is going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. And it's going to be something that gives you the opportunity to win a prize from a pretty awesome company and sponsor of that conference this year. So can you please give a huge That Conference welcome to the stage, David from DataStax. Woo!
Yeah!
Boom! I missed. Oh, which one?
We're not very
Hello,
well
sir.
coordinated.
Hello, sir.
We did this. We did it.
Hello, everybody. I am David Gilardi, Developer Relations Engineer at DataStax. Now, I got to ask, how many of you yesterday were in the raffle for our wonderful looking glass? Show of hands. All right. Now, so what that means is there's a bunch of you that need to get into the raffle now. So if you want to get in the raffle for this looking glass, what this is this device. You can see this image up here. This is a holographic projector. It's super cool, right? And you can program it with your own images and your own videos, right? So if you want to get in the drawing for this, scan the QR code. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to ask for your name and an email. Now, we're a Gen AI company, right? So we're working with things like vector databases and such. So we're going to take your information, we're going to vectorize that, store it in our vector database, and then we're going to do a vector search. And then we're going to use that to determine who wins our looking glass today, right? So get those scans in. Let's say I should see phones up. Any more phones up? If you don't scan, you don't get in. Thank you. All right, and then I have two helpers over here. Where's Carter? There's Carter.
Hello.
Where's Aaron?
Hey, everyone.
All right, so what we're going to do is this is going to be interactive. I'm going to ask y'all a set of questions, and Carter or Aaron, they're going to go find someone to give an answer, and we're going to use the results, the answers you give for our vector search. All right, so who is ready to start winning a prize? Come on. If you don't clap, I won't give it to you. No, I'm not kidding. All right, let's see. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set something up here. All right, first question, how about over to Carter? Now, mind you, by the way, if you want to answer a question, make sure you raise your hand. Get anyone who's going to answer. It should be everybody. Put your hands up. Let Carter and Aaron kind of know where they're going to gravitate to.
All right, who wants to answer a question? Raise your hand.
All right, so first question for Carter.
All right.
Favorite programming language?
All right, so before you answer, what's your name and where are you from?
Hi, I'm Eddie Lichman. I'm from Milwaukee.
And as David said, what is the answer to your favorite programming language? He's thinking really hard.
PowerShell.
PowerShell.
PowerShell. No one's judging. No one is judging.
I'm judging.
All right, awesome. So by the way, what you're going to notice as everybody gives an answer, I'm going to put a term in here. Now, I'm not going to do the search to the end, and I'll explain what's going on here, but we're going to use this for our vector search. Okay, Aaron, next question.
All right, let me find someone.
What's that? Oh, spaces or tabs?
All right, who's got hands up?
Spaces or tabs?
Hey, where are you from? What's your name?
Don Nelson, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
All right, and spaces or tabs?
Tabs.
Yes, great answer.
Wrong.
Not that I'm, again, being opinionated at all. Not at all. All right, here in Wisconsin, I think everybody's going to hit an answer for this next one. Going to Carter, not Carver. You're now Carver forever. Favorite cheese?
All right, who's got a favorite cheese? Raise your hand if you've got a favorite cheese.
One that I can spell, please.
Young lady in the front. Your name and where you're from.
Amelia from California.
Oh, thanks for coming on out. And what is your favorite cheese?
Brie.
Nice.
Brie. Soft,
Nice.
delicious, good with crackers.
Yes, thank you for picking a cheese that I could spell. I appreciate that. That was nice. All right, we got 3 more to Aaron.
All right.
Packers or Bears? I'm originally from Chicago, so you know my answer, but my answer's not going in here.
All right. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Matthew Ertl. I'm from Wausau, Wisconsin here.
All right. And Packers or Bears?
It's got to be the Packers.
That's right, man. Go Pack.
Packers. You know, what would have happened if you picked Bears?
From Wausau? No way.
All right, going back over to Carter. Your favorite open source project.
All right, who raise your hand if you're in the back. I want some exercise. Who's back there that wants to answer this?
Favorite open source project.
All right. No, hold on. I'm going to get some exercise. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I got my steps in. Who wanted to answer that question? All right. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Rachel, and I'm from Michigan, but I live in Los Angeles. And my favorite open source project is Axe Core. Axe Core.
How do you spell Axe?
A-X-E.
Okay, A-X-E Core. Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, Axe Core. Axe Core. I got it. Cool. Awesome.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey. Excuse me. What is this? What does it do? I've never heard of it. Usually people say React, so.
Axe Core is a accessibility testing engine, so it allows you to incorporate accessibility testing into your unit tests, end-to-end tests, and you can do that all for free.
All right, we're all a little bit smarter. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, last one for Aaron. Your most used emoji.
All right, who's got a most used emoji?
Oh, there we go.
Right over here. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Christina. I'm from Baraboo. My most used emoji is the smiley face.
The smiley face.
Smiley face. Great. All right, awesome. So we have all of the answers right now. Before I do this vector search, I'm going to do something first. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take these values and I'm going to, if I wanted to take some data and I wanted to say, go and generate vector embeddings for it, normally I need to go to some provider like OpenAI or Anthropic or something like that. And I need to give them those values, call their API, right? So I'm doing OpenAI here. And then I will get back this huge embedding, right? I'll get this huge embedding that represents that data. And then I'll go store that in my vector store. Now, from, a development standpoint, that is an extra step you need to go to, make extra calls, go to an extra provider to do that. So AstraDB, by the way, what you're seeing, this database that we're in, this is AstraDB. This is DataStax is in our GenAI stack. This is our vector database. We have this super cool feature called Vectorize. And what it'll let you do is there are all sorts of integrations here, and you can just plug in your keys. So if you have an OpenAI key or if you have a Mistral AI key or something, you just go get the key, plug it in here, and now you don't need to go and make separate API calls and do anything separate to get your embeddings. You can just do that natively in the database. And what I should mention is the NVIDIA one. The NVIDIA one here, you don't need a key, right? It's all completely native. This is actually running on our hardware with the latest NVIDIA Nemo model. So that is just available to you. So what happens then, if I come back over to our database, now, if you remember a moment ago, I made a separate API call and I went and got that embedding. Here, when I hit apply, then it's going to take the text here from all of your answers. It's going to use our embedding model. In this case, I'm using the text embedding 8802 from OpenAI, so we're using this integration. It will automatically vectorize it on the fly, grab the vector embedding, and then compare that to our data. And it's the same thing when you're loading data, right? So we have all of you put your names in here and everything. You could probably recognize some of these. So we vectorize your name and your email, and we used the vectorize capability to generate the embeddings. We never had to go and make separate calls or anything. So it's a really nice step to kind of simplify the process. All right, so I'm gonna hit apply. This is gonna determine our winner. So why don't we count down, right? We're gonna count down from 5. Do it with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And our winner, as we spin,
as the world turns.
spin 5. Yeah, keep counting, right? You gotta love. I did not do any sacrifices of the demo gods today. So who is this? Tim Kempster.
Do we have a Tim Kempster?
Tim Kempster.
Tim, get
Where's
on up
Tim?
here.
Come on down.
Come on, Tim.
Down.
No, I know. Tim's here. Tim's here.
Awesome. Come on up on the stage, Tim. Collect your prize.
Congratulations, Tim. Hey, can I have a mic real quick? Can I have your mic? Yeah. So, Tim, tell us who you are. Where are you from?
Yeah, my name is Tim Kempster. I'm a full stack developer out of Madison, Wisconsin. I work at Nelnet, was previously Great Lakes, so student loans. Yeah. Happy to be
Awesome.
here.
How many times you been here at that conference?
I believe this is my 4th time at the
Woo!
VetBack conference.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Tim. Here you go. Here's your looking glass. And awesome. Oh, right here. Right here. Woo! Thank you, everybody. You want the SpongeBob
No,
again?
we don't need the
You really want the-
SpongeBob.
I'll make
It'll
it
get me
happen.
too hyped. We
I'll
saw
make
what
it
happened
happen.
last time.
I mean, what else do you want me to do?
Nice. Give another big round of applause for Data Stacks, everybody.
Thank you, DataStax, for sponsoring that conference.
All right. So now, as you might have imagined, there is going to be a break here on the main stage. Not that the main stage is for all y'all, it's for all the online people. But there are many things for you to go and do, including sessions. What else?
Open spaces.
Open spaces. Or just hanging out and checking out some of the awesome sponsor booths. I will say, as a speaker, the last slot of the day for conferences is always like, oh, this is a really hard spot to be in. So if you haven't been to a talk yet, go to one of those final talks, fill those spaces so you can fill their hearts at the end of this conference. more
Every
than
single
they are.
one of those in the last slot of speakers, every single speaker is an absolute banger of a talk. Like, these are all really good talks at the end. Don't skip them if you can. I know some people got to get to the airport, stuff like that. But if you're here, fill up those rooms for those talks. They worked just as hard as the people that spoke earlier, and they've got really, really valuable information for you. So find something you want to do. That's 2:30 is the last slot.
I believe so, yeah.
Yep. And then at 4, Clark's back up here.
Yeah. So we've got a couple things. If you're like wanting to hang out on the main stage and see things, James Quick is going to be back up here from 2 to 3 doing some developers of the world, some little interviews on stage. At 3 o'clock, I'm going to be on stage doing code confessions. People submitted anonymous mishaps that they have made, some fumbles in the tech industry. I'm going to read them live on stage with some awesome friends that we made here at the conference. And then, of course, 4 o'clock for the closing ceremonies. Now, the other reason we are up here is not just because we like to be up here
And hear ourselves talk.
because Clark let us be up here, but it's because this is actually PJ's final moment on the stage. It's our final moment sharing the stage together. So can y'all that are here please give a huge round of applause for PJ Metz. Not big enough. Bigger, guys. Bigger, guys.
Y'all are too kind. And I know Andrew's going to be up here on the stage later, but I won't get the opportunity to thank him for being so amazing. So once, louder than me because he deserves it, once more for Andrew McLean, the handsomest man in tech.
This is our
they
last
say.
time to hug on a stage,
I feel
man.
like we're allowed to
There
hug.
we go.
We were touching backs earlier.
We were
and now
touching
gotta
backs
touch
and
fronts.
butts. So that's true friendship made. So please go enjoy the rest of the conference. See the sponsors. Get some swag because they can't take it home with them, but you can. So go get some swag. Show your love. If you see Clark, give him a hug too because I feel like he definitely needs one at
And he
the end
loves
of 3
hugs.
days. And he loves hugs. And everybody have a great rest of your day. See you later. Bye.
day, they were like, it is as bright as people said it was going to be.
Yeah.
It is very bright up here.
Very bright.
It's quite nice because if you're presenting, you can't really see the
You
audience.
can't. That's why you see so many people like kind of blocking out the light to be able to see stuff.
They said that about when I presented at Star Trek, like, oh, you're spotlit. You won't be able to see the audience. And I can still see people. I know
Yeah.
I'm being stared at.
Yeah. That's why, like, when I speak, you're supposed to like rotate around the room, right? But I find the couple people in those areas that are agreeing with me, I don't focus on the people that are ignoring me, but you see like those friendly head nods, and that gives you so much more confidence if you can find like 1, 2, 3 faces in different parts that you can rotate back and forth to.
Mine is when people laugh at my jokes.
Oh,
then
yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
like,
Yeah.
great, I'm good. We can keep talking.
Yep. And then when they don't, it's like, well.
Yeah, no, that's not good. I haven't had that happen yet, though.
Really?
I had one boss. I mean, the weird one is when they laugh at things you didn't mean to make jokes. That one's always fun. But I had a boss where I was like, yeah, I think it went well. People laughed at my jokes. And she went, no one's ever laughed at my jokes in a talk. And I was like, oh, no. I think you're funny.
I think you're funny. On that awkward note, let's talk about that conference. So this is a long conference. There's workshop day on Monday, and then there's 3 full days of conference. It's a big one. It's a long one. And we're closing the end of day 3. And I thought, like originally yesterday and the day before, I was just kind of doing one-on-one interviews, which I love. But that was a little choppy for a live stream to get people on and off. And I thought it'd be more fun to just hang out and chat. And I was thinking about just reflecting on, why did you come? What did you get out of it? What did you learn? Who did you meet that was cool? What awkward moment happened that's like comfortable sharing? I don't know. So maybe, does anyone have any like initial thoughts on like, why are you here? Why did you come here in the first place? Yeah. We got 2 mics, so we'll have to rotate mics down. Yeah.
All right, I'll try this one. Yeah, so why am I here? That conference was in 2016. My company sent me. I really enjoyed it, and I decided the next year I would try to submit.
Yeah.
And that got picked up, and I did that for a few years. Through 2019, 2020 happened. We don't need to talk about it.
Don't need to talk about that.
No, but earlier this year, I have a family, and my daughter was asking me, like, Dad, remember when we used to go to that water park? And can we do that again? And I said, well, I could try to submit again. Yeah, I'll do that. And we got picked up, and just coming back to see everybody again. And I haven't seen most of these people since 2019, but just running into people and making new friends and things it reminds me why I like my job.
Yeah, I love that. I get so much inspiration when I leave and go back to work. Also, it's very touching having a 14-month-old. We came here last year when she was 2 months old. We were in Texas when she was 6, 7 months old, and now she's 14 months old. And we've talked about like this cycle of her growing up in the conference, and this being like the place that we come, like the trip that we take in the summer. Because if she gets a few more years older, it's going to be that much more fun to see her like do water slides by herself and not have to watch her every single second. So anyway, I certainly resonate with that.
Mine love the Play-Doh.
Love the Play-Doh? Yeah.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah, go.
Okay, so I went to that in January, and I went by myself. It was my first time going on a trip as a person by myself since I've becoming a mom. So like over 10 years. It was so fun. But, and I learned so much. I met so many people. I met you face to face. We've been following each other on Twitter for a while. And then I started streaming, which ultimately landed the job that I got afterwards. And I haven't streamed as much lately because I've been so busy preparing for my talk, because I submitted for a talk and now I got to talk this time, which was my first conference talk. And it was a lot of fun. But this time I also got to bring my family along. And so while it was really fun being by myself and having that freedom, I felt like a teenager. Like I got to do whatever I want. I didn't have to call anybody. Like it was awesome. But I also now have my family here, and they get to experience too, and they actually get to do a lot more fun things than I do. So that's why I'm here this time. But I really enjoy meeting the people, being able to share my knowledge now that I've been able to do that, and then reconnecting with people that I either haven't met before or I have, and it's been since the last conference. It's been really great.
Yeah, once you do like more conferences, it's advertised. This one is summer camp for geeks. And it's literally what it is. Like you see the same people that you haven't seen in a year or 6 months now that they do 2 a year, and it's people that you're super excited to see. and it's a reunion type thing. It's a lot of fun. So, Abby, had you, Jim, you ready? Or Abby, either one?
Adam doesn't want the mic anymore. So my boss had actually sent us to that Texas in January, and the philosophy of this conference is a philosophy that I have always had at any gathering of people ever. You know, the Pac-Man method: introduce everyone to everyone, make sure that everyone feels like they're allowed to talk. And at that, which is a little bit smaller, that Texas, which is a little bit smaller than Wisconsin, you really saw a lot of people who clearly struggled with networking and talking to people. By the end of the 3 days, they were like, I've done more networking than I have ever done in my life. And I really feel like I can do this in other places, at other conferences. And, you know, I'm used to huge conferences in Atlanta. So getting that small, intimate community feeling was great. And then I figured, you know, why not do it again, but with cheese curds, as I have never been to Wisconsin before. And Clark very kindly chose my talk. So I got to speak, and it has been great. Although Kalahari is a maze and I am directionally challenged. So I just feel like I'm constantly lost.
I feel like this is my 4th time being here, which is kind of wild. I feel like now I'm pretty comfortable with where I am. So maybe in a couple of years.
Maybe. I've traversed all 4 ways to get here from my room.
Yeah, I love it. Everybody speak? Did you speak? Jim and Richard did not speak?
So I don't want to repeat myself too much from Shashi's live stream, but I came here because I've never experienced a convention before, and I've seen a lot of talk about that conference and Render from like multiple Twitter and LinkedIn posts. I'm like, hey, this seems like a lot of fun. This seems like a lot of cool people that would be really fun to talk to. I've never really talked to James Click, or like I see him on Twitter all the time, but I've never really talked to him. And this is probably the best chance to get a chance to get to know him as a person and like really see who's behind that screen.
Yeah. How follow up for you? First conference, you were excited about it. You saw hype on Twitter, and it's funny once you like one post from a conference, then your feed just gets flooded, and then you get like real serious FOMO. But how has it lived up to that? Is it what you expected? Is it less than what you expected? Is it more? What have you thought?
I went in with zero expectations whatsoever. I kind of approached this like when I watched Avengers Endgame, where I was like, okay, I don't know what they're going to do. I have zero expectations. I don't know what's going to happen, how they're going to beat Thanos, but like I'm going to go in. And then I came out, I'm like, wow, that exceeded my expectations. That this is the exact same thing. Where I went in, zero expectations. I'm like, I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea who I'm going to meet, what they're going to be like. I don't know what kind of conversations are going to happen. I don't know where to go, but I'm just going to give it a try. I'm going to challenge myself and try new things. And that's exactly what happened. I experienced a milkshake for the first time. I went traveling for the first time. I went on a water slide that drops you for the first time. I did a lot of new things.
I love that's so many good first. I feel like all of those are like the perfect example of that conference as a whole. Like the mix of like fun food and milkshakes, water park, and then all the other things of meeting people, talking, and that sort of stuff. That's great. Jim, remind me, are you speaking or not?
Am I speaking? I did not speak at that conference, if
Okay.
that's what you mean.
Yes.
No. So I'm here. Pieces is here as a sponsor. I joined Pieces a couple of months ago. We were already signed up to be a sponsor, and on the list was that conference, for conference we're sponsoring. And I was straight in there with them. Can I go, please? So I've been doing tech conferences for, I think, 10 years now.
Yeah.
And I find they fall into 2 different categories. You have the ones which is all about the sponsors, the talks are sponsor pitches, and you go to learn about the sponsors. And then you have the ones that are focused on the community of developers. We are coming together to learn together and grow together. And I've always heard of that conference as one of those community conferences where you're going to learn, to meet, to grow. So it's been on my list of conferences to go to for a long time. I am a first timer. This is my first time here. And so I was desperate to come because I'd heard so many great things. And yeah, it lives up to that expectation. You know, like you say, you go to these events and you see the people that you haven't seen since the last event. So I'm seeing a lot of friends who I know through the conference circuit. I'm making new friends. I'm seeing the people I've befriended online who I've never met in person. And it's been a fantastic opportunity to kind of bond with people, grow with people, and learn with people and come together as that level of community. It's definite. I'm coming back. Definitely coming back. And just the fact that it is a family thing. So we're more human than we're just going to a tech conference that's just tech people being tech people. We are meeting each other's partners, each other's children. We are bringing our family together. And this is the first time my family have seen me doing what I do as part of my job. And just having that, they can connect what they hear about that daddy does with the actual activities they do because they're there seeing it. So just having that opportunity for us all to be humans together, to sit down with each other's families together, I think is an incredible, powerful way that we are going to bond as a community.
It's such a different level of connection. Like there's the basic like in-person connection is stronger than anything virtual. Like I've got really good friends virtually that I've never met, but it's not quite the relationship as it would be if we'd met in person. Then also when you get down to a more personal level of family and kids and partners and that sort of thing, that takes it to a whole new level. I'm glad. So how many so 1, 2 first timers and then 2 first time in Wisconsin. Yeah. It's funny that the things that people hear about that conference, I think are 100% true. And a lot of it comes from community. And what I see is all the obvious thing that Clark does. The thing that maybe people haven't picked up on that I see every single time is you'll find Clark throughout the day and throughout the week sitting down individually with an individual person. And you think about a person who organizes a conference with hundreds of people and how many things he has going on and how much the staff has to do, but he's sitting down and taking 100% invested time into individual people. And those people don't just come back. You hear also examples for Clark of how many people call him when something happens, for better or for worse, how many people he can call on when he has a question about an individual thing. That I think is knowing Clark is the thing that set this above like so many other things of being truly invested in the community. Abby?
Also, speakers. You can go to plenty of tech conferences and never get a chance to actually talk to the speaker unless you catch them right after the end of the talk and wait in line. And like, even then it's like, I just saw your talk. Like, we're talking about your talk. Whereas, and like, we have a nice quiet place to work on our slides, but Clark has said openly, we don't do a speaker dinner because we're one big family and we are just in the hallways. We're talking to people, we're hanging out, we're doing all the activities. Whereas like other conferences, you know, there'll be specific speaker events. You may not see them. They may leave early. It may be like that, but nah, it's all family all the time.
Yep. Yeah. And we're in danger of like the people talk about work families, like we're a family and they kind of like, that's a negative thing from a work perspective, I think. It's not a negative thing here, I don't think.
No, I mean, like literally, the kids are here. They're learning how to make circuits with Play-Doh.
Yep.
I almost went to learn how to make circuits with Play-Doh. We met for the first time, and I was introduced to their kid like a few hours later. Like, we're all here. James's kid is finally like coming up to me and giving my leg a hug.
Yeah.
So like, it's
one of very few people, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored. It's the Elsa hair, probably.
Yeah, my kids were excited. They were like, Mommy, you actually do have friends.
Yeah.
I have like 2 best friends in person, but other than that, it's like I'm always online and working. And so they didn't realize I knew so many people.
So you're like bragging at home. You're like, no, for real. I have so many friends online. You just don't get it. And now they get it.
They were just trapped in the computer.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. It is. So it's also funny, like meeting people for the first time. You think you know the person and you think you know what they do, but then you just learn so much more, like not just on a personal level, but solidifying the things they're working on. Like, I think that's one of the cool networking aspects for me is like, I've seen, hey, you've posted about this in the past, but if you ask me like, what do you know so-and-so for? I may not be able to answer that. But if I then talk to you about that thing in person, I have that connection like much more solidified in my brain. Is there any big takeaway that you have, like whether it's a technical thing or like a networking thing or community or like anything you think you'll take back to work or to personal life next week or in the next couple of days or whatever it is when you get home?
Yeah. So I really liked what Clark said on the first day when he said, don't solve problems, share solutions. Yeah. And I took that back into my talk because mine was really about my experiences. And that's one that I've seen a lot of here that I think does set this apart from some of the other conferences. And I've even heard it said, like, if you just want to learn a bunch of technical stuff, there's ways to do that. But some of the keynote speakers we've had and a lot of the topics that you see here are about taking care of yourself, building up your team, learning how to manage stress. And I've seen that here for years. I've seen incredible keynote speakers that I've reshared with my teams and things over the years. And that is one thing that always comes back with me, is just that, like, being human, being people, taking care of each other.
Yeah.
I think for me, it just reconfirmed how important community is for me when it comes to the developer journey, because I come from a self-taught background where I went to 100 devs, and then after graduating, I just kind of went off on my own a little bit before I joined Gridiron Survivor with Shashi, Lowe, and the other members that are currently part of Gridiron. So coming to that conference, I'm able to really confirm, like, oh, I actually have friends who are real, who are human, who are actually there for me to emotionally support me and be there for me. And then I can do that for them in return and be there for them.
Yep. Yeah, the level of depth I think we go to in this conference emotionally is beyond anything else. Clark, you're there if you can hear me. I actually was going to ask you to come up if you want to at some point. We have until 3, so if you want to join us. But it's led by example. We talked about like things that Clark has done. He's shared incredibly personal stories. When I've gotten a chance to speak here, that was my first opportunity to really open up about things in my past that I've like not talked about on stage. And I was just telling him, I've got an idea for a new talk of an experience I went through that was very difficult, like 8 months ago, that I'm kind of just now, by seeing other people let themselves be more vulnerable, thinking I'm comfortable to be able to tell and share that story. So this goes like to a level of depth that no other event does. Clark said he came up to the stage to say, I can't, but I love you. Thank you, Clark.
I think one thing that's just been really nice about all the keynotes is it's normalizing vulnerability. It is making it normal for you to say, yes, I'm struggling. Yes, I need to live my life with intention. Yes, I've been through hard things. Because certainly of my generation, we're kind of brought up that you don't do that, especially if you're male, you don't talk about your feelings. You're kind of strong, you go through it, and you deal with these things in private. It's like, no, we all have our struggles. And the more we can be vocal and honest and open in public about it, the more it normalizes that. So more people will then be open about it in public. It becomes more normal. That kind of cycle continues. Like you're saying, you saw these talks about all these challenges that people have been through, and it's inspired you to talk about your challenges. And so the more we normalize it, the more people go, okay, it's not just me. Okay, life. I can go and get help. I can go and get that support. So I just love that just bringing that vulnerability and normalizing it all.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, I love vulnerability, and that comes from my psych research in college was on mental health stigma. So I think it's hugely important to just making people not feel shame about totally normal mental health struggles. But my takeaway is more people should come to that Texas so we can rent out the water park, because that was real fun. We should do that.
It's a number one takeaway there. Anything on the technical side? One of the things I have heard of for a long time is pieces. And I know Ellie had started because I met her in Texas and kind of been following her journey. And she started a month ago, I think. And so I was interested to find out about pieces and finally got a chance to like get the pitch and the whole thing at the booth. But this is not a sponsored pitch. This is just because I'm genuinely interested and doing a little bit of the technical side. You want to tell people about what pieces is and the AI part of that?
Yeah, so the whole idea of pieces is to try and keep you focused on what you do best. We are engineers, and the more distractions we have, the less we can be effective engineers. You know, we joke about you need to be a 10x developer, but part of what makes you that 10x developer, that productive developer, is being in the state of flow. And every time you get interrupted, you lose that state of flow. So the idea of pieces is, as you think across the 3 pillars that you're in, the IDE where you're writing code, the browser where you're researching, you're reading documentation, and then the collaboration tools where you're having a conversation, you can, every time you flip between those, you can get distracted. Pieces like a suite of AI tools that sits across everything. And the idea is to bring the context you need to you when you need it, so you don't need to go somewhere else. So I can go and save a code snippet in my browser because I'm reading documentation. When I'm back in my IDE, that code snippet is there still in my IDE for me. I can ask the Copilot what I'm doing inside my browser. I go into a different IDE, that chat's there. I can paste the code in exactly from where I am, or I can carry on that conversation inside my IDE. And then we have this feature where we kind of watch what you're doing on your developer computer in a very private and security-centric way, so that I can be there reading things like a pull request. There's like 20, 30 comments in a pull request. And then rather than having to decipher it myself, I can just jump into pieces and say, summarize this pull request from, say, inside our desktop app, and it gives me that summary. And then I can use that to make a decision about the review, or do I want to open another issue from it, things like that. So the idea is we want to be there to support you where you are, rather than just be a co-pilot that just fills in the next line of code for you. With the goal of eventually we're going to start being a lot more proactive, so that as soon as we spot you have an error, we're going to pop up with, hey, did you know you saw this error last week? And here's the solution that you had. So you kind of got that proactive idea of it's someone who's going to sit there next to you and supports you. And then bolt on 22 LLMs to choose from, including offline LLMs for complete air-gap security. You've got kind of an amazing place to get the information you need without being constrained by a badly trained LLM. If you find that this one doesn't work for your language, you can flip to another one.
No, it's super cool. I was really excited. Everything I learned and all the questions I had of like, whoa, that's too much data you're taking. They were all addressed. Like it was already addressed, already been thought through, and was a perfect response to address all those concerns. So I thought that was really cool.
So Jim, with that alert, and it's you're writing code and it says, oh, it looks like you're going to have an error there. Have you thought about having like maybe like an animated character? Maybe I don't know why, but like a paperclip or something that would tell you that?
We have considered that, but I think there might be some trademark issues if you have a paper. Oh, it looks like you've got a bug in your code. You know, might have a few problems. I love the idea, though. I think it's something we should explore a bit further.
I think Abby's being semi-summoned, maybe. Yeah. So this is your like actual goodbye, right? Summoned, yeah. Don't say anything appropriate. My mic's on.
Okay. Just this once.
I was expecting, yeah, that's exactly what it was. Rachel, you're so far away now. You're gonna come up. Yeah. I think this is also like a good live example of what our connections have become. Yeah. Let me scoot laptop out of the way. Safe trip.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I know. Yeah. Well, and I was thinking about that because you did what, an hour and a half this morning? Yeah.
Nice meeting you. I'll see you again.
Bye, friends. Bye.
Goodbye.
Safe travel.
So this is why you come to that conference, because you get to hug people if you want to and they want to.
I have to keep that in mind because I'm such a hugger that, like, I have this rule. It's first hugger, and this is probably more relevant pre-COVID. But like, that situation where like you're kind of saying bye to someone you don't know that well or not, like, and you're like, should I hug them? Should I not hug them? First hugger is like you always be the first one to hug. Now, hopefully, again, COVID, I think it's a little bit different. But the idea is like sometimes you've not hugged and walked away and then been like, I should have hugged that person, So you be the first person that's trying to do the hug.
Yeah, it's like me with my dentist.
Well, what is that?
Just
you hug your dentist?
goodbye. Thanks for helping my teeth. I'm kidding. I don't.
I'm assuming that's a joke.
Yeah, everything I say is a joke until proven otherwise.
Fair enough. Which means that's a joke. Which means everything you say is true. I'm confused.
One of us is telling a truth, and one of us always lies. Which door do you want to go through?
There's lots of options there. I was actually. This is selfish. I missed your talk.
Okay.
Do you want to tell us about your talk?
Oh, sure. I can tell a little bit about my talk. Yeah. So I talked about color theory, specifically additive color models. I did HSL, RGB, and hex. I talked about what HSL was, and I gave a little visual about a circle of hues, and then I showed what saturation and lightness did, and then I went over to RGB and talked about RGB and how that is an additive color model, and what that is where you add all the colors together, and it's the intensity of the color and light, and that when it's full intensity it creates white because you're using light to create those colors, and then we talked about why RGB goes from 0 to 255 for each channel, which is because of each channel is 1 bit. And then we went over to hex, which is a hexadecimal representation of RGB, and I made everybody calculate hex codes from RGB, which is like my favorite thing to do.
Oh, I would have loved that.
So yeah, I had whiteboards and everything. So that's what we talked about. And then we talked about like luminescence and what luminescence is. I really wanted to get more into accessibility, but my talk was, I did an app because it was so interactive. It took a long time to build it out. Like the hue circle I did probably took me like 4 hours because it was circle math and it was very hard because it was like, because it was an input, right? But you had to like hide the input and then make the circle draggable around. Anyways, it was a lot. So, so next time if I get to talk, I'll go into like accessibility and everything and really talking about how you can use those different color models to come up with accessible color palettes and switch between the color palettes.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
What did you use to build the app?
Astro and View.
Nice. I didn't know the answer to that for what it's worth, but I am glad to hear
the answer to that?
Astro.
Did you look at my repo?
No, I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't. It wasn't a leading question for people who don't know. I'm a huge Astro fan.
I love working with Astro if I'm doing something quick and easy, but
Yeah.
View is my favorite all-time framework. So yeah.
And obviously, like you said, you can use Vue and
you
Astro.
can use React if you really wanted
That's right,
to, but I
if
stay
you
away
wanted
from
to.
that if I can.
Yeah.
React if you really want to.
That's a new T-shirt. PJ, your face when she was explaining like the science behind the colors.
So I don't have a really good scientific background or a math. Like I was a poet, so like this whole world and the way that y'all think about systems and relationships, it feels like, and I know it's not true, but it feels like you all just know it. But I know it came from years and years and years and years and years of doing. So that's a little more comforting. But I also I tend to feel very behind from my peers.
Yeah, but even when I was like building the talk, like, yes, I knew about the differences in color models. And yes, I knew like I still learned a lot. Like I didn't understand like the physics aspect. Like I didn't realize that it was like, I didn't know what an additive model was before I really had to go in and research it. So yeah.
Learn by teaching.
You learn. Yeah, exactly.
You learn best by teaching, honestly. That's part of why teachers, I don't know if y'all ever had teachers do this where they would be like, okay, everyone's getting assigned a section of this, and then your job is to teach the class that section. And it was a way to like, get students to get more comfortable with a little bit of presentation. It was a way to get students to get comfortable with having to explain something to someone else, because often in the education world, students don't have to explain something to someone else. They just have to tell you the information that you told them 3 weeks ago. And so that method of learning of saying, well, now you're going to teach other people. So they have to know it well enough to actually do it. And what happens is those students know that section really well. And because they know it well, when they explain it to other people, they're able to know it a little better. And it gives them someone else to learn from, which can be hugely transformative. If it's just me, I'm like this 38-year-old dude talking to 17-year-olds about love and The Great Gatsby. Like it might not resonate with them, but if you hand it to someone else, they've got a different way of thinking about it, a different way of experiencing it, and a different way of explaining it. And that can reach more people.
I've got a whole rant about education and how impersonal it is, and how if we just made it more personal, I think students would be a lot more engaged if they were allowed to do things that interested them. And I think part of that you addressed. Also, my motto / my Discord is learn, build, teach. As developers, we spend a lot of time learning. We use what we learn to build stuff, and then we teach other people how to do it too. And as a teacher, as a content creator, I can't tell you how many times like I hit record and then I realize I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And then I go back and I'm like, I need to learn this. I thought I did, but I have so much to learn. Last thing I want to highlight is you basically touched on imposter syndrome, but you also acknowledge, even though it feels like imposter syndrome, somewhere pragmatically that this knowledge comes from years of experience. So I want to always encourage people to keep that in mind, is whatever someone has knowledge-wise or understanding that you feel like you should and don't, understand that most likely that came from just experience that you don't have yet. It doesn't mean you're not capable of it. You just don't have it yet.
I'll add on to that if that's okay.
Yeah. Adam, I'll come back to you in a second.
And the other thing is you might have more experience in one area that person wishes that they had that experience, and vice versa. So that's why teams are teams, right? Because people have different strengths and they can all bring it together to build something more interesting than what they could as an individual themselves.
100%. Yeah.
Well, and first of all, I just long-term pet peeve of mine. Like, it's just a travesty that we teach The Great Gatsby to 17-year-olds and expect them to understand it.
Yeah.
No one has that life experience at
Right.
17, or at least I hope not. Like, you don't understand that until you're like twice that old. And then you're like, oh, that's what that book was about. But the thing that I was thinking of was, again, going back to that share your experiences, because my talk this week, I was very excited about it. It's one I'd wanted to do for a long time. And then the first couple of days before I gave it, I would tell people about it when we were talking. Oh, what's yours on? And I would tell them about it. And they'd say, oh, yeah, I had a problem like that. And then they would mention something that I hadn't even thought of. And I started to get in my head of like, am I even qualified to talk about this? But that was the great thing about it, was then I gave the talk and there were so many people that are like, oh yeah, you just saved me from having a support ticket next week. And it's just that idea of, don't go up there as like, I'm the person who knows more about this than anyone else. It's just, I'm the person and here's what I did and maybe this can help.
A conduit for information.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always someone who knows more than you. There's always someone who knows less than you about something. And that's one of the things I talk about. People ask, like, me as a content creator, like, how do you come up with ideas? And my thing is like, everything is content. Every shortcut I use, every line of code I write is some sort of knowledge that I have. And that is worth sharing because somebody out there doesn't know that. And I think that's also one of the benefits of like having a talk. And I'll usually ask on Twitter, like, what are your thoughts on so-and-so? Or like, what tips do you have for blah, blah, blah? Because there's so much other information. Like, even if you are quote unquote an expert, that doesn't mean you know everything. And the last thing I'll say is, as a speaker, you only have to know more than your audience. And I started my career as an evangelist at Microsoft, and I was giving talks to people at 22, to people that have been writing code for as long as I've been alive, but they didn't know the thing I was talking about. And that's the value, is you can still provide value to someone even if you have less overall experience.
Well, I always say too, the one thing that inspired me to start speaking, one of the very first conference talks I ever went to was, and I don't remember the person's name and I don't remember what it was about, so I can't name names, but it was someone who just didn't really seem like they had prepared very well. And it was like an hour long and they talked for like 15 minutes or something. This was years ago. And I walked out of that thinking, well, if that's what it takes, I could do 20 minutes. Like I could do better than that. Like, and so I just took that as an inspiration of like, okay, you don't have to be Scott Hanselman or John Skeet to get up and talk in front of people. You can just, if you have something to share, that's worth it.
Yep.
And you also doesn't always have to be new and different and exciting. I've been to talks where I know everything that is going to be talked about, but I love geeking out on this topic.
Yeah.
So, we all get excited about tech in our different ways. And so I went to a previous conference. There was a talk there on a topic that I literally have created content myself on. So I was chatting to the speaker before the event and I introduced myself. Oh, I know who you are. If I get stuck, will you help me? It's like, yeah, okay. I'll answer any questions. But just going there, just to listen to someone talk about a topic I was passionate about, even though I knew everything he did, just watching his take on it, how he approached it, what he built, Internet of Things talk, kind of the thing he built, was just really exciting. It's like, I'm just geeking out with a friend. So you don't always have to know more than the people around you. You just sometimes just have to be an entertaining person to geek out with.
Yeah. And we talked about like, everybody has a different perspective. Everybody has different examples. Everybody has different use cases, and the way they explain that and articulate it, like, that may resonate with people. You want to add in something?
That's we talked about it in my talk that Andrew and I did. Our talk, Andrew.
Your talk.
Yeah. Really, it was a lot of his ideas. They were brilliant. But the one thing we talked about was a concept in education called differentiated instruction. And differentiated instruction means different people learn differently, and therefore you must present information differently.
Right.
So in a classroom of 30 students, you have some that are doing fine with listening to you lecture and taking notes. That makes sense for them. But some of them need like a concrete activity to really make something make sense. Some of them need to hear it. They need to hear it auditorily. They need to hear it in some other way. So differentiated instruction is taking the same information and presenting it in multiple ways. And those multiple ways will capture more people. So because everyone has a unique way of learning and understanding, literally the neurons in your brain connected in a unique way, that path is what's important. It's never the answer. It's never the initial question. It's the path. And when you're explaining to people a concept, you are outlining the path your brain took to understand it. And in doing so, you're helping someone out that has a similar path.
Right.
Your unique perspective on whatever it is that you learned, I guarantee will help some other person. And you don't know who that person is until you start putting stuff out there.
Yep, love it.
I should be a teacher.
Comment from Andrew, who's in the audience. PJ, you should be a teacher, which his background is in teaching, if you don't know.
One thing that annoys me is you get some content creators who are absolutely fixated on one method of doing it, and they are adamant that their method is the only way to learn. No other way is doing it. We're going to only do it this way. This is the best way. And it's like, let's just say, no, you need that multimodal instruction. I mean, for example, there's some great content on YouTube. I find YouTube is not the best format for me.
Yeah.
I like to read some documentation and then play with it. When it's a video, I find it goes a bit too slow unless I need to see a particular click here, do this type of configuration. Whereas there's other people, like my kid, I want to do something in Minecraft, they watch a YouTube video and they learn it straight away. And so being very kind of over the top about it's only one way and we're going to do it my way, I find is detrimental to the audience because we all have different ways of learning. So I'm a big fan of let's take content. I like starting with written documentation, then building a talk on top of it, building a video on top of it. So you've got multiple different modes, just for everyone to learn differently.
Yeah. So I think we all have speakers now. Sarah, I was going to come back to you. What was like, why did you want to speak? Why did you apply?
Me? Why did I apply?
Yeah.
Because I was actually really surprised when my talk got selected. I didn't think I was going to get selected, quite honestly. I was just like, I'm going to try. And then I saw some of the other things that people had submitted, and I was like, man, mine is not as good as like some of the other like formats and like how detailed it is. For me personally, I really enjoy colors. Colors make me happy. Whenever I am working on a personal project, it always ends up relating to colors. And it's not even something that I mean to do. It's just like the things that I end up working on. I'm like, oh, I have this idea. It ends up being something color related. And then I'm very much, while I'm more full stack now, I'm still much more focused on the front end and specifically animations. And like right now I'm working with this framework called Fabric.js, which is basically a framework on top of Canvas. So it's a lot of manipulating and creating shapes and moving them around and things like that. And it also incorporates colors. So why I chose to apply was honestly because I enjoyed that so much in January. And I wanted the opportunity to try to share some knowledge about something that I enjoy, which was colors. I didn't think I was going to get selected, and then I did, which was great. I was really excited about that. But that's like why I chose to talk. And I do enjoy going. This is my first time at a conference, but I've done talks at meetups before. And funny thing, the first time I ever did a talk, I threw up twice that day. Like I was so nervous, but I still did it and I survived, and it got easier each time. I honestly wasn't that nervous yesterday for mine either. And if I can share my knowledge, even if I'm not like the smartest person in the room, I probably can at least teach somebody at least one or two tricks that they didn't know based on what I know. So that's why I decided to try to go for it this time.
I'm curious for like a common thing, I think, with people in audiences, they see people on stage, and they kind of talked about this earlier, I think, in the opening keynote, that their thought is, well, I could never do that. Like I couldn't handle being on stage. And this is one of the most stereotypical fears that people have, though, right? Is like being on stage. My brother-in-law would say like literally his worst nightmare. So is that, well, I guess you could take a different way if you want to, but is that something you had to overcome? Is that something you thought about? Did you have that feeling?
Well, I've always, I don't know if always, but since I've been speaking, and even when I was younger, I never had a problem getting up in front of the school or something. And maybe that was because just people picked on me anyway, so it couldn't get any worse. So I have always taken it, and I've said this to a couple of people this week who were doing their first talk or something, and they were, oh, I'm nervous, I got to go work on it. And I always say, it's like being at the top of a water slide, or it's like being on a roller coaster. Like once you drop down that first hill, like it's just going to happen, and you can't get off until it's over. So just ride that roller coaster, and just whatever's going to happen between now and the end, you can't change it. So just make your best out of it.
Yeah. I've been speaking professionally for 10 years. Every single time I am butterfly nervous leading up to it. I've done it enough, to your point, that I know is after I get that first sentence out, basically, I'm in my zone. And the thing that makes it so much easier, and you talked about this a lot for why did you apply, is I'm talking about stuff that I'm passionate about. And I think that's the key for people is like, if you catch anybody who's not social or who doesn't think of themselves as someone at being on stage, if you catch them talking about their thing, you can see the speaker in them, right? Like you can see, like if you just find the thing that you're excited about, you want to tell the world about that thing. My oldest nephew just wants to talk about Star Wars, which is like, I've sat down and watched Star Wars. I've had conversations. I've never been a Star Wars fan until like talking to him. And I wouldn't think he would think of himself as being on stage, but if you get him on that topic, he could talk to you for days.
And as an audience member, seeing someone who's passionate about something changes the entire way that you experience the talk. And this was, as a teacher, I constantly heard students saying about, other teachers, it was like, well, they're not interested in it, and they're not a fan of it. Or it can be hard as a teacher if you've done it for a long time where you were passionate about it, but years and years of putting it in front of people who aren't passionate about it can kind of eat away at it. So I remember when I was a junior in high school and we were getting ready to read Catcher in the Rye, and the teacher told us, you're probably going to like this book. And I was like, oh, and she said, because it has swear words in it. And I was like, that's what you think a 17-year-old cares about, is like the F word. And it happens twice at the end of the book. And I remember thinking, like, that's such a rude way to address a bunch of people that you're trying to get excited about literature. And so I made it my focus when I was introducing things. I wanted students to know that these were things that I had deeply connected with, and I was looking to share the connection that I had made with the piece and to encourage them to find a connection to it as well. So when I did teach Gatsby to 17-year-olds, it wasn't a love story, because it's not a love story. It's a story about a dude who met a girl once at a party and then was obsessed with her for 5 years and then started throwing parties hoping she would show up, and then got her and realized that he couldn't actually make it. There's a part in there that says he spent too long with too singular of a dream. And like, I spent a long time trying to figure out, how do we get kids to connect with a story from the 1920s? How do we get kids to connect with this? And I ended up finding that there's a section in a book where the most famous symbol in the book is the green light. And it's at the end of a dock, and he's always reaching out towards it. And there's a section where the green light represents this woman for him, and the woman is now next to him. So he's excited to talk about this green light that he's been obsessed over for years now. And he realizes in the course of talking to the actual object of his affection that the green light no longer means anything. And the way Fitzgerald wrote it, he said, and suddenly his list of enchanted objects was diminished by one. And I thought, oh my God, we all have enchanted objects. We all have things that are very important to us. And I said, okay, tell me about your enchanted objects. Tell me about the ticket stub that you keep in a box. Tell me about the photograph that you'll never get rid of. Tell me about the necklace that I have seen you holding like this every time we're lecturing about like parents or about relationships. Tell me about that object. And there's a way to connect with that. I was passionate about that book. I was passionate about poetry. And now I'm passionate about tech. And I can bring that passion to people and they will respond to it. So talk about the thing that you're passionate about. Make every talk about colors, because you're going to be excited about it and you'll do it and the people will be able to read it. Like, that's the secret to a good talk, is being excited.
100%. I'll give.
Do you like Gatsby now?
I love
wish that
Gatsby.
you had taught me the Great Gatsby.
100, same, yeah. So I'll summarize that from my perspective. And I talked a little bit about, like, I think I could rant about education and how like rigid it is, and it doesn't fall into like the individual. As a speaker, if people aren't paying attention, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility to make that connection to them. And I think it's the same for teaching, which is exactly what you're saying, is how do I make this personal for you? And that's something I'm very passionate about. And I think a lot of people look at, like, especially in student, like blaming the student, like, oh, and the reality is like, I didn't give a shit about any of that stuff.
Like,
no. And I didn't care about it. And I didn't read most of my books. I sparked notes or like whatever, because I didn't have a way at the time to make it personal. I could read Harry Potter all day. I've read it 8 times all the way through, and I've read twice in Spanish. I want to read. I just need a connection for me.
Super important. The connection is the thing that actually makes learning happen.
Yeah.
If you're not connected to it, if you don't see a reason it's important, it's part of why my favorite thing I see people online saying is, why didn't they teach us how to do taxes in high school? I'm like, they did. It was called economics. It was maybe half a semester long at your school, and it probably happened senior year, and you were too busy drawing a single eyeball over and over to pay attention in the class. Like, we talked about these things.
I did not have economics in my high school.
No econ class at all.
It might have been a one of the what is it called, where you choose the different ones?
Elective.
Elective, and I chose like sewing or something.
Sarah's like, I don't believe in
Even though it
taxes.
was required, just kids did not pay attention.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, they're talking about like what was butter and guns and like these economic things that you're 18. You're just worried about, when am I graduating? Do I have to listen much longer to this? Where am I going to school? What's my girlfriend doing right now? What's my boyfriend doing right now? Where am I? I'm bored. Is that a jewel? Cool. Like there's a bunch of other things on their mind, but if you can connect them to something, they will want to learn more. I had the starting quarterback of our high school tell me The Great Gatsby became my favorite book in your class.
That's
I was
wild.
like, dope.
Yeah.
Go read more modernist literature, my guy.
And on that note, we've got another PJ. You'll be back on stage.
Oh,
with
no,
Andrew?
I'll
Or
be
you
gone.
won't?
I'm
Andrew,
leaving. I
Andrew will
gotta
be
go
on
catch a plane.
stage, and other people joining him to do the code confessions.
Code confessions. It's going to be the times that people messed up and what they learned from it.
Yes, so that'll be at 3:00 Central, which is in 9 minutes. So we will take a break, give a little bit of a pause, and then they'll be back with code confessions. But thank you all for joining me. Thank you, that conference. This has been a ton of fun.
Thank you.
As we wrap up the last day, we'll see you in a little bit.
Be there too. So welcome back, our That Live crew. If you have been paying attention to the online schedule, you may have noticed some things moved around. I actually don't think Code Confessions moved a lot, but you may have been like, ooh, what's going on today? And what we're doing today is Code Confessions. And you'll notice that while normally it has been myself and my wonderful good friend PJ that has been up on the stage, we wanted to switch it up for the end. And because in very That Conference fashion, it was like you meet people, you connect with them, you like go and hang out, and then you're like, do you want to like go and do a live stream for that? And they say yes, like not fully knowing what they have agreed to. So do you want to like introduce yourself? I know there's been lots of live stuff that you've been on, but like just for anybody that like, so legitimately my company, I just posted on our internal Slack, I was like, come watch us live. Like, so the company's here. Who are you? Like, what's your deal? And like, how many, like, is this your first that, like that kind of stuff?
Okay, yeah.
Take it away.
All right, can y'all hear me? Am I good?
I think you're
Okay.
good. Yeah.
All right, so my name is Sarah Shook, and I am a UI UX engineer at a company called Hunter Industries. They make irrigation systems and they do things like lighting. And before that, I was freelancing for a couple of years. But my focus is mostly front end. I do a little bit of everything now, focusing on Vue. It's my second That conference. I attended That conference in January and actually met. I'll not introduce you yet here. And then now I'm here and I actually got to speak this time and I spoke about color theory and additive color models, HSL, RGB, and hex. So that's a little bit about who I am and I'll turn it over to you.
By the way, her color theory talk was really good. I did not know any of that stuff. I was like, I did not know it was this deep.
Yeah, I made them use whiteboards to turn RGB codes into hexadecimal.
Yeah, we
codes,
had to
so
like
it's fun.
calculate, do some math. It was cool.
I was so sad to miss it. I was like in the room right next. Anyways, it was a whole thing.
No.
But you know what? The great thing about DevRel and conferences is like if a conference hits like that one did, it goes on the circuit. And I'm just going to keep sending you Canadian conferences that are really good to go to.
Nice.
Vancouver's really nice most of the year.
I've never been to Canada. Let's get that.
I didn't know you were
It's
Canadian.
time to go. I guess I didn't introduce myself.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in and you don't know who I am, where have you been? My Twitter is blowing up this week. It actually is. But my name's Andrew. So I'm a developer advocate for a company called DevCycle. We make feature flags. If you don't know what those are, I stream elsewhere as well. I'm from Canada. So from the west coast of Canada. So you kind of go to Vancouver and then you're like, that's an ocean. But then you keep going and you land on an island and you're like, I think this is where it ends. And you're right. And I live there in Victoria, British Columbia. My first that I'd never been before. I haven't told this story yet. I saved it for the best co-host. Sorry, PJ. But I applied to come last year for the Wisconsin that, and it's really expensive to get from Victoria to anywhere, especially rural. Was like shockingly, like it was cheaper to go to Europe than to get to Wisconsin.
Wow.
And so my company said okay, and I was like, I don't know, like this conference seems like a vibe, but like I don't know what that vibe is. And I was like, I'm not gonna go. Let me just like I'll apply to speak, and then I can really figure out what this is all about. And I applied to speak, and PJ and I got accepted for our Talk Developer Tested Educator Approved. If you want to check that out, lots of things. Follow me. Came and I think I walked in and I was like, okay, everybody seems a little bit like this seems to be like everybody knows each other. Everybody's like hugging when they meet each other. And what is this place? And then like day 2, I was like, I get it. And then I started hugging everybody and it was a whole thing. So, and I just noticed like there was a couple of people leaving just in chat. There was a couple of people leaving from James Quick's show just before. And I like saw a hug train and was on a meeting over in the corner. And I was like, to my CEO, I was like, I'm sorry, I can't be here right now. I got to go over. And I wasn't on a call with him, but I was on a call with somebody else. And I was like, I need to come over and like, I need to give a hug to these people before they leave. So I just feel like this is such special place to be. And so if you've not come to that or this, come to this, which is that. because we
Yes.
need to make that joke.
Totally agree.
By the way, if you're watching right now, I wonder who is watching right now. I'm gonna head over to.
Hey, Ellie needs to introduce herself.
I know he forgot about me. It's
No,
okay.
I
did.
did.
He forgot.
It's a good thing that I'm co-hosting.
See?
No, I
This
was
is what-
waiting to see if he would remember, and then I was gonna be like, "You forgot me."
This is what happens.
Like at the end, I'd be like, "I never
He saved
introduced
the best
myself."
for last.
I know. Well, I'm Ellie. I'm from Florida. I'm a developer advocate at Pieces, and I actually live in Canada sometimes too.
Do you actually?
Yeah, in Halifax, so like literally on the other end, Nova Scotia. You know, yeah, other end.
Why Halifax?
My boyfriend lives there, so I live there sort of part time sometimes. But I'm
Okay.
technically like USA person, right? So I can't stay there that long.
I love that.
But yeah, pretty cool. And my first time at that conference was in Texas, and that's where I met Sarah for the first time. And I had like this cartoon PFP at the time. So I saw Sarah, you know, she has a normal human PFP, and I was like, "Oh my God, Sarah!" And I like hug her, and she's like, "Who is
I had no
this
idea who she
person?"
was.
I love
Yeah,
that.
right. And I was like, "I'm Ellie, cartoon," and she's like, "Oh."
Whatever. I figured it out after a
figured it
minute.
out, like,
And then
after
I
a
was
minute.
like, oh. And then I
Yeah,
was
and
so
then it's like,
excited.
wow.
But yes, at first I was like, am I supposed to hug back? I don't know if I know this person.
I'm like, that's just what we do at that conference, hug strangers.
I feel like that's it. And also, it's like I'm thinking about the like I forgot to introduce you because I'm like I feel like we've obviously been streaming. I'm gonna just try and pull my foot out of my mouth at some point.
It's okay. We were just talking. We were in the open space, so you were probably like, I already know you.
Exactly. You got it.
Yeah,
You
I
got it. We're here.
understand.
We support. That's what that is all about, everybody. I must forget my camera. So you're not here to necessarily just listen to us gab. You are here for some code confessions. What is code confessions, you may say? It is a way for us to share kind of funny and I don't want to say mean, funny failures that happen in the tech industry, like oops moments. We all have them. And I really thought that a great way to kind of end a conference like this, which is so like here about authenticity, like we heard throughout the entire week, just like authenticity, be yourself, open up and share. Do you want to go get it?
No, it's okay. If they call again, I'll go.
With all this talk about the stuff that we heard from all the keynote speakers, I was like, this is such a brilliant way to end this by just like sharing some authentic stories from that community and beyond. So
It's mine.
So I put out an anonymous I put out an anonymous poll on an amazing platform, by the way. I'm going to do a shout out for this. FormBricks. You guys heard of them before?
No.
So they're an open source forum platform. Well, I'll show you. And you're not going to see on camera, and that's totally fine. I didn't want to share a screen for this one, but like they started not too long ago, and like their entire model was like website surveys, so like that little pop up in the corner.
Okay.
But you can also do standalone surveys, and it's like just amazing. And I think that anytime there's a cool open source project, we should support it.
Yeah.
And I would highly encourage you to check it out. It's also privacy first, so like they don't collect any data. Like if they
That's
say
really
anonymous,
cool.
they mean anonymous.
Nice.
And so I put this form out, and I got some people to respond, and I was like, nobody's going to respond.
How
to
many
this.
responses did you get?
How many responses do you think I got? I'm not going to let
20.
you see.
I don't know. It's probably more. But
42.
99.
So there was about like 50 people that like actually went in and started the forum, and then a lot of them kind of didn't follow
like,
through.
they realized it wasn't a good enough idea.
Yeah, it was too personal, but a lot of them did. We kind of booked this for like a half hour. We're going to share them, but there are also some folks that are here in the audience who are potentially going to come up and share. I know you're like audience. And also, if you are in chat right now and would like to share something, you are also welcome to share in chat some of your less anonymous stories, unless you use like an anonymous like handle, in which case I will definitely not put you up on the screen. Don't worry. So we're going to get into it. So I think there's like 10. We got like 10 written responses. I got actually a couple on LinkedIn as well that are, I won't read out the name of the person. My company, actually, DevCycle, did a cool blog post a few years ago with about this. And so somebody submitted this thing. So there's actually like a blog post you can go to read about this, which I think is very cool and speaks to this whole authenticity thing. And so I'm going to read the first one, and then I'm just going to we'll hand the laptop over and we'll just read it around.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And so the downside here is the UI is very new to me in Formbricks. And so it's getting used to what this whole setup looks like. There we go. Responsive. Oh, summary. That's what I want. So I just everything. Yeah. So we got 55 impressions. So 55 people went in, 17 started, 9 completed, 8 people dropped off. So we got 9. We got 9 anonymous
My
submissions.
favorite number. That's perfect.
Is it?
Yeah.
I love that. All right. So let's look at our first one. Yeah, I'm going to go down to the first one that was submitted. Okay, so we could have put these up on screen, but I felt genuinely you don't necessarily need to see all these numbers. And I was kind of worried when reading them out that people might get doxxed or something. So I was let's just go through and we'll actually do it this way.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to go through to the first one, which will be the last one, I guess. And we scroll down to it, and then we can go from there. So, all right, here we go. Are you ready, chat? If you are ready, give us a response over on wherever we're streaming right now. Are we just on YouTube right now? Just on YouTube. So we're not on X right now. We're just on YouTube, but I think these are all being recorded. So, and you'll be able to check out this live on YouTube afterwards. So, but if you're in chat right now watching, and you've got feedback to share, throw it in. We are here for you to engage with you. All right, here we go. So first code confession. I was developing a system that was going to be released on October 1st, 2004. All right, so that's going to be important. October 1st, 2004.
Okay.
You guys got it?
Mhm.
Good? Okay, so the result of a survey was going to be saved year, month, day. So year plus month plus day dot XML. Good? So October 1st, 2004, year, month, day dot XML.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody's trying to map this in their
Yes.
brains right now.
Where's our notebooks?
Oh, that should have happened. Come on. Actually, you know who had great notebooks? Jason
Torres.
Yes.
My purse is not here
Yeah.
though.
Jason Torres, who's awesome. He's the host of Tech Commute Live, which was going to be live on here on the main stage, but some scheduling stuff came up. But check it out later. Did a great talk and actually gave away these awesome notebooks,
Yes.
which would have been great to give a shout out to
They
Jason.
turned
who
out
can't be here.
turning into yearbooks.
Yes.
We started drawing stuff in them and stuff. I drew a mountain with a
I
cat
drew
on
a
it.
pineapple pizza in Shashi's and said, "You're just as awesome as pineapple on pizza."
I love
Amazing.
that. I love it. Anyways, so it's all going to be in our brains.
Yes.
Okay, so I was developing a system. By the way, do you guys want water? We have water bottles. If you would like
I'm
some.
okay.
You good?
I'm good for now.
All right. Okay, so October 1st, developing system, result of a survey, year, month, day. I made sure the month had 2 digits by saying if the month is less than 10, add a 0 before the month, right? So if it's January, it would be 01.
Yep.
If it was February, 02. Math, everybody, you're welcome. So up until the day before, I would see a file named 2004-09-30. So that's 2004, September 30th. But when we went live, we started seeing files named 2015.xml. Not 2004, 2015 XML. It turns out when we hit October, the name of the file was year plus month plus day, and all 3 were numbers. So they were trying to do strings of string plus string plus string to append them.
Yeah.
And what happened was they all ended up being in number format. So they were all
Adding
set up.
each
They were
other.
adding each other together.
Oh no.
So,
they forgot the
whatever.
2 string.
Yeah. Yeah. In September, the month being 09 was a string 09. When you add a number with a string, you concatenate. Once we're adding all numbers, and it becomes 2004 plus 10 plus 1. So did not play out the way that they thought it was. So, yeah, I feel like that is a fairly. I can see that happening to a lot of people.
I feel like this is why you use TypeScript.
Ooh, there it is. Anybody out there, if you're not a TypeScript fan, you're coming for us in chat right now. But yeah, thoughts. Actually, I'm going to ask thoughts before I share the biggest takeaway. Yeah.
My thoughts. I don't know. I mean, that just sounds bad. And yeah, using TypeScript would be better.
So this is actually good.
Wait, was
So,
TypeScript even around back in 2004?
I don't know.
I don't even
I don't think
know.
so. TypeScript,
well,
will it be alive by
Maybe they were part of the
2025?
reason it's
Maybe.
yeah.
I don't know. I'm a C# person, so I don't really even. I'm like, just use C# and it wouldn't have happened.
There you
right?
go. That is the takeaway. So what I actually want to do, and I think this is kind of cool. So I actually asked them what their biggest takeaway was.
Okay.
And I want to see what our biggest takeaways are. So I think we've kind of figured out our format. We're figuring it out live, everybody. And so, yeah, I feel like the format. So yours was use TypeScript. That would have been the biggest takeaway.
But it was 2004, so I don't know.
Right.
No, but I like it. Use TypeScript. Go back
Hypothetically,
and go time. More appropriate. Use C#. Just stop.
Wait,
using-
why is use C# more appropriate than use TypeScript?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say it was more appropriate, but
He did.
Oh, well, I'm not sure, but C#
he's
is just automatically like you have to, all the types and everything. Yeah. So it's not like, JavaScript is, and then
I'm
TypeScript
definitely
was made
trying to
on
start-
top of that, right? But C# is just like existing.
Gotcha.
So we're here for
it thought of it in the first place, right?
We're here for the views. And so if we can start a little bit of a fight between the Java community or the C# community and the TypeScript
I
community.
don't
feel
know. Well, my opinion is when I was learning JavaScript first, and then I started learning React, and I didn't really get into learning a lot of TypeScript just because I was like, why did I learn JavaScript? Like, I don't understand. Like, if I had to use TypeScript the whole time, like, why didn't I just learn TypeScript in the first place?
Fair.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So then I started learning C#, and maybe it's just because of the curriculum that I was using to learn it. I was like, wow, this is so easy.
Yeah.
Like, in my brain, it just made sense.
Clicked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it clicked a lot better for me. And I probably because I'd already learned one programming language, so it was easier. But then when I went back to I was still like, why? It doesn't make any sense. Like, why didn't I just not learn JavaScript? Just do TypeScript.
I love
right?
that you've just given a code confession live on stage.
Oh.
Non-anonymous, by the way.
Was that a confession?
I feel like it was a confession. Should have just learned TypeScript.
right. Well,
That was the mistake.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's too confusing if you've never learned any coding language. I feel like it's not that much more confusing, right?
It's just JavaScript with types.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? I learned TypeScript when I started with Vue and Nuxt, like a couple of years ago. That was my first like foray into it.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can't even do Vue without TypeScript because you already have to declare like the props anyways. So it's just easier. But I understand like why wouldn't it just be taught? Because it was like you have to go back and like refigure out why is it like why is the syntax this way now? I don't understand.
Well, like
it.
if everybody
It's
likes
very
TypeScript
confusing.
more, then
This is JavaScript versus TypeScript live at that conference.
right. Well, that's what I've heard. Most people are like TypeScript is better.
It
right?
is.
Isn't that a whole Twitter debate?
I think that sometimes it gets like a little bit more complicated, but I think you can overcomplicate TypeScript pretty quickly. Like you can because you can keep nesting the type. Like so, you can go a little crazy with it, which is fun.
Okay. So people are like, I like JavaScript.
But at the
'cause
same
it's simple.
time, you can also not concatenate strings, as their numbers, and that's because you have the types and it'll bark at you.
Love
because
it.
Those types
See, I love this. Like, I love we're giving you lessons here. This is coming straight from like the best sources.
I know the lesson. If you're a junior web developer, just skip JavaScript. That's the lesson,
skip
right?
JavaScript. My entire company is we're a TypeScript house. We're a Next house, and so they are all going to be very happy. I'm sure that there are things in our Slack there. So their biggest takeaway was properly handled dates. So not change the language, more properly handled, which is true, but TypeScript would have helped.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to read the next one?
Yeah.
Do you want to read the next one? All right, here it is.
Okay, I was given the task of fixing a cross-site scripting XSS bug in the chat feature of our app that appears on every page. Before fixing it, I reproduced it by sending a chat with script alert, you've been hacked, script, closing script. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of doing this in the production version, which meant everybody in the company would get the alert on every page and load navigation. And we hadn't implemented chat, delete, or edit features yet. So I ran around looking for someone who could delete it for an hour. Luckily, I didn't get in trouble, and I've always remembered this for bugs I got in the future. Never reproduce XSS bugs in production.
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of funny though. That's like a company-wide troll.
That's so
Like it didn't really
good.
harm anyone, right?
That's so good. I feel like this is a great code confession. That's like fantastic. All right.
And they weren't
I have a
discovered
bad
either.
joke, but I don't know if I should make it.
Is it PG?
It is very PG.
Then do it.
I hope that this is not the person behind the CrowdStrike stuff.
Oh, there it is. We are staying relevant, everybody.
Oh wait, was I supposed to?
Yes.
I felt bad, so I passed it on.
No, you're good. So, scroll up, and there's some that'll be empty that are in there. So just find one that is not empty.
There you go.
All right, are you ready?
Do you want to read it to make sure there's nothing in there? I have not vetted.
You've not read
before.
these?
Yeah.
Okay.
So take a second and vet. If you are out there watching, please. If you've got some, you can send them in. I think we probably will have time to share a story live up here before the end of the stream.
Hey,
but
while she's vetting, I actually took a website down once.
Did you really?
Yeah. It
Really?
was a WordPress, and luckily we had backups, but I accidentally deleted the database and
Oh,
had to go
no.
figure out how to back it up. And we had the backups, but yes, definitely,
That's good,
definitely.
then.
And I figured out how to fix it pretty quickly. But yeah, the website was down for like an hour or two. And
Oh no.
I was like sweating bullets. Yes,
I can imagine.
I was the only developer there,
Of
so nobody
course.
else could fix it.
Oh,
That does not sound good. That
That
sounds
does not-
scary.
that
I
sounds
feel
scary.
like-
I love, that's a code. So now the great thing here is because this is not anonymous, and you're like, I can now associate this WordPress flub to Sarah. Yeah, I love that. Thanks for sharing that. I love it. We're all gonna vamp. We're just gonna end up sharing.
I know, you
stories
have to
that we
share
don't
stuff
plan.
too.
I've got one, but I gotta. Anyways, we'll find out.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
take it
this
away.
is clean. It's normal. All right. A developer had 2 terminals open, one local, one production. They were testing something with a set of models in a database representing folders and nested objects. Between tests, the dev deleted all rows in a table. And then related, we took nightly backups untested. So the inevitable happened, and the dev deleted all rows in the wrong terminal. It was production.
Oh no!
We recovered the object folder mappings from the backup, and in the end, lost 5 hours of data.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know about what terminal y'all use. I'm on a Windows, but I have Windows Terminal, and you can have different colored tabs for the different types of terminals. So, like, I can change my tab name, so tab colors and names, I think, so that you don't ever get those types of things confused.
Good to know. What was the takeaway from that story? The biggest lesson?
Don't leave terminals to production with admin permissions laying around.
Ain't that the
and
truth?
Test your backups. We were lucky because it was only 5 hours.
5
I guess
hours
5
is-
hours is not that bad,
Yeah,
right?
that's pretty good.
So
I am loving these so far. These are good. Like, these are like covering everything. This is like, we got like all different levels of errors that are happening here. I am feeling this. If you're feeling this as well in chat, please send us a note. Let us know. What do we got here? This one's a long one. All right, I'm gonna read through this one.
my hair is like stuck in this thing.
Okay, no, we got one that's. I'm gonna do a little shorter one because that one may take me a little while to run through. Okay. Nice little short one. So I work for, not worked for. Good, this is anonymous. I work for a B2B SaaS company, and I accidentally added a bug that deleted all client configurations for production. Luckily, having a soft delete and changelog helped get everything back up and running. Yes, if you don't have soft delete set up, if your like system you're using doesn't implement soft deletes, like they should. What do you think the biggest takeaway was?
To
enable soft deletes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like what you just said.
Theirs was a very TDD, test-driven development one. Add more edge case tests that you need. So test more. All right, might get to that one. Okay, this one's good. We'll go this one next. There are some other big ones that I might share, but we've got a little bit
what
of time.
happened there?
Oh, did I just
Gotta
just
scroll down a little. Find it.
Oh my gosh, come on. Is
Yeah,
this a
click
Mac?
somewhere
I don't know
else.
how to do this.
Max.
All right, so
Was it this one? No, this one. It was this one.
It was that one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. One of the craziest experiences in my career was the time we pre-sold a demo of a product to a top 10 tech company to be deployed on-prem for them. We knew that if we won the contract, we would have about 6 to 12 months to build the actual product due to how slow that company moved. So we built a slick smoke and mirrors demo for the pitch to them and somehow won the contract, which then resulted in us having to rush to get the product we actually built. We had to manage somehow to build the airplane while trying to deploy it for them, while learning how to integrate it with multiple internal teams, all while spending nights and weekends building the actual product we sold them. It was totally insane and somehow mostly worked in the end.
All right, what's the big takeaway?
This reminds me, I don't think it was there's a TV show where this happens.
Not Silicon Valley.
I don't think it was Silicon Valley, and I don't think it was the hacker guy. I don't think it was that.
Mr. Robot.
It might have been Mr. Robot, but there's another one. So it's one of those, and this exact same thing happens where they take this smoke and mirrors app and then they sell it, and then they think that somebody ends up not making it, but they do. But anyways,
I love that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it reminds me of.
All right, yeah, let's do one more from here,
I feel
and then
like that's a good story, though.
It's a
That
great,
is a good story. Oh wait, what was the takeaway?
Yeah, what was the takeaway? What do I think the takeaway was?
Yeah, what do you think the takeaway was?
Don't sell people something that you haven't built. That's a bad business model.
It worked out though for them.
I
right?
mean,
well, their biggest takeaway, and I don't know. They learn their lesson. Big companies move so slow that you can innovate around them.
There we go.
Right. So
I don't know if that lesson was learned. All right. So we're gonna do one more from our list. Probably got some shortish ones. Do you got one?
All right, let me just check.
She's reading through there. And then I'll share one. There's like a blog one. And then maybe while we're doing that, can we grab like a handheld mic for our friend in the audience over here? Do you want to just go over to the booth there and see if we can get you a mic there?
Oh, there's going to be a confession.
Yeah.
Oh,
But did you find, is this one good?
Ready?
All right, read it out for us. Yeah.
I was trying to fix an error and had the great idea to delete my home directory in a Linux cloud VM. I was unable to log back in afterwards, so we couldn't do QA or deploy until my senior got back from vacation. He tried a few things and eventually had to stand the whole VM back up.
What do we think the takeaway was from that? Or what was their takeaway?
Don't do things that are while your senior person's on vacation.
That's a solid choice. Don't do things when you can't fix them.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty much their takeaway.
Is that what it was?
I think they put the blame on the seniors.
Oh.
So it says, seniors, support your juniors. Juniors appreciate good seniors. So
all right.
I feel like
never take vacation, seniors. That's the
feel like
moral.
some of these confessions, the takeaways are not taking the blame.
Yeah, they're
I'm
not
like,
taking
okay.
These are code confessions, but I don't know how authentic these are.
Well, you can confess something that you did that you feel proud about, but it's not a good thing to be proud about.
Ain't that the truth?
So
yeah. All right. Let's grab this back over here. So we're gonna have a live confession, which was unexpected here in just a minute. But I did want to, I just want to call out, and it's one that I won't be able to get deep into, but it does actually shout out to a sponsor that was here. So there's a blog post on the Cloudflare blog about my company DevCycle, a customer story, and it's literally if you search like blog Cloudflare DevCycle, and it's titled "Cloudflare Workers Scale Too Well and Broke Our Infrastructure, so we are rebuilding it on workers." Yeah, and it was like legitimately, it did actually break our infrastructure like early on in the company's life cycle. And I won't get super far into it, but I will actually I'll read sort of the pitch thing here. While scaling our new feature flagging product DevCycle, we've encountered an interesting challenge. Our Cloudflare workers-based infrastructure can handle way more instantaneous load than our traditional AWS infrastructure. This led us to rethink how we design our infrastructure to always use Cloudflare workers for everything. So the moral of this story was infinitely scaled items pointed at a finite scaling. Oh, sorry, infinitely scaled items pointed at finite scaling is not a good idea. Now, out of context, that may not make a lot of sense, but I don't want to read a whole blog post because I feel like you'll lose the plot somewhere. But the great thing is this one, it's not anonymous. Our literal CTO wrote this on the Cloudflare blog.
Oh, okay.
So you can go and check it out, Jonathan. It's a great blog post, by the way. Go and check it out. It is awesome. All right. So we are going to have a live confession up on the stage. Come on up to the stage. Woo! I love, we're getting a bigger crowd audience because the talks have let out now. So
Yeah, and the
Adam,
closing is at
would you
4.
like to introduce
Yeah.
yourself? So you are on camera. I'm not sure which camera, but you can just talk. Yeah.
One of the cameras.
Yeah, I'm Adam. Oh, that one? Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm Adam. I'm from Chicago. I've been coming to that conference since 2016, and I'm a consulting software developer. And I actually have two. My first one is one, I did not do this. This was a friend of mine.
Sure. Sure.
No, all right,
go on, Adam.
much less. These are anonymous, right? These are anonymous.
Go on.
But I will just tell anyone, if you are working with a client and you are in the room with the top of their IT department, and the top of that IT department insists that their system is not vulnerable to SQL injection attacks, and you think they're wrong,
Oh, I know where this story is going.
do not prove them wrong in the production environment.
Oh,
Yeah. He got in some trouble for that.
I can't imagine. Oh, dang. What do you think the best takeaway from that message
Well, I
is?
think he just said it.
I think it's kind of funny. Like, if I was in the room,
actually,
I'd be like,
I feel like the IT
cool.
dude should have been like, "Here's our testing environment to try it on." So maybe it's his fault. He should have been the one that's like, "Don't do it in
Right.
production." But he was so confident. He thought it was going
That's a good point.
be.
So what we're doing is we're twisting everything like all of our code confessions have, and we're blaming somebody else for them. I love it. That's what code
Well,
confessions
I
are
think
about.
the
here.
person was trying to do,
Service.
a good service, like humanitarian type of service here, and the other dude was like too egotistical, right?
Protect
he
his
was like,
data.
I've got a
I
good
love it.
system going on over here.
This is why I invited
So-
these fantastic people to be my co-hosts, because we are all feeling the same feeling about code confessions right now. All right, so great. So the anonymous story that Adam just said
That
about
you
SQL injections,
didn't
that was a
do.
lot of air quotes. Definitely not Adam.
Definitely not.
But Adam, what is your other story?
Yeah. So if anybody who actually knows that story sees this, they will know it wasn't me.
Don't worry, we trust
Because it's a
it.
bit of a legend at this point.
Amazing.
Wow.
But anyway, the one I wanted to give, it's not exactly code, but the thing I learned, I had just started a new job, and I was in charge of a couple of other developers who were more junior. I was taking over an existing client. There was a lot of legacy code. I got in way over my head, and I wanted to prove myself to my new boss, his boss, all these things. And I was like, well, I'm just going to do it all. And I start working late, and I start trying to work. There's like 3 or 4 different software products at once, and I'm trying to take all this on, and eventually the bugs start to pile up because it's just more than any one person can handle. And I just wanted to put this out there as like a piece of advice, because it blew up pretty bad. And like my boss's boss had to go talk to the boss of the people that had this company where this happened. And the thing he said to me was, why didn't you ask for help? He's like, if you had just asked for help, no one would have expected you to have been able to do all this yourself. And if you had asked for help and this still happened, then this would be my fault for not helping you. But because you just kept it quiet and tried to solve it all yourself, this has to all be on you. And I just thought that was such a brilliant thing, because we get this idea that like our leaders are like Darth Vader, and if you just screw up, he's just going to come in and like force choke you. And it's like, no, you could have just told him you had a problem, and he would have fixed it.
I love, Adam, that you just made this like a very educational site. I mean, it was always
I
meant
like
to be
that,
educational,
yeah.
but like that's such a great freaking. I'm so glad that you came over and were like, "Hey, man, I've got some stories."
Yeah.
And also, you've added a
I've
new.
seen some things.
Yeah, I've
It's like
seen-
the opposite of the other confession where the dude did the thing and
Yeah.
then he blamed his senior
Yeah.
that was on vacation.
Adam
is taking responsibility, not blaming the seniors, right? That's good.
Absolutely.
Shows
I love
we've
that.
had some growth from the anonymous person there to now.
we have. This is
Adam.
what happens when you go anonymous to real life.
Exactly.
Amazing. Does anybody else that's in our audience out there have a code confession that they'd like to share out in the audience? Some sort. We got it. We got a couple
I know,
minutes
get
left.
Shashi up here.
Joshy, do you got a code confession you'd like to share?
Shashi, we can see you out there.
We can come out into the audience.
Yes, you, Shashi.
He's thinking of one. But while we are waiting,
Who
I've
else
got
is there?
another one up here. And don't go anywhere, Adam. I feel like you're part of the show now, part of the ship, part of the crew. All right, so there's one more that was submitted that's kind of a shorter one. I feel like I'm going to throw it over here because it's a prettier thing. Like it's a not prettier. It's
Prettier
like literally
changes were over 1,000 files, so project lead requested to reverse changes only for the pnpm.lock file. That was a typo there. To change when it shouldn't have.
Do we get that one?
Yeah, I get it because I've worked with PNPM.
Okay. We're going to decode this one for you, by the way, everybody.
So they somehow changed the lock file, and then when you change the lock file in PNPM, like it messes up, like it's harder to, you can't, your project will break.
Oh,
So
I
think-
see.
I think that's what that
So
means.
prettier is dangerous
Yeah.
is the takeaway.
Yeah, TLDR.
Be careful.
Stop using prettier. Do all of.
Use the other one.
You know what?
the opposite of it?
Yeah, but ESLint.
No, I'm not going to say it out loud. It's a bad thing. But there's a thing that's the opposite of prettier.
Uglier?
It starts
Uglier?
with an S.
No idea.
Don't
No
say
idea.
it out loud.
We're not going to name it. We're not going to.
But it makes your code look bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
maybe
God.
that doesn't do this.
There you go.
At least.
I dig it.
Then your code will work at least. Right?
I love it. So
If their files were over 1,000, they just had their prettier config set up badly too.
I think I've never even touched it. I've literally just click make it prettier. And that's it. Do you do some special stuff to it?
It just depends on the project because like my environment will prettify it, but like if you're working on different projects, it depends on how the project is set up.
we're
But
learning
usually
about prettier as well.
I know. I just
I'm
use
like
the same
here for
thing
it.
every
Actually,
time.
I'm not against that. Like I learned a lot of stuff. About
it's
TypeScript.
really annoying though. I don't.
I didn't even know you
dealing
do that.
with it.
I just leave it on, and then if I notice anything weird, I'll just
Format, right-click and format.
whenever I need to. No, I mean like maybe I'll add an extra space somewhere if I need to,
Oh.
something like that.
Oh, you can right click and format.
I know, but then it'll just do the prettier, right?
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'm saying if it needs to be a different format than the
got
default.
one more that we had a
Is that why
comment
you'd configure it, or
that came in.
Yeah, they have project
I
configuration
love-
and then
I
local
love that
config- I
this-
don't know. It's a whole thing.
Okay.
It's
We can
annoying.
talk
Yeah,
about
we
it
can talk
later.
about
No, I
it.
love it. This is amazing. Please, like, do it live on camera.
We're like, what?
Code
You can format
confessions.
differently?
So I did have one more
All right.
that came through in my one of the posts that I put out on LinkedIn. I'm just trying to find it, which maybe I will, maybe I won't. Is this the one that got comments?
Maybe
They might have
Roxy
removed
has
it.
one.
Do we have somebody that has a code confession?
Roxy.
It's all right if we don't, because we got a couple more
She
minutes
said
left
no.
till we're gonna break. Yeah, I can't find there was
Have you
one
given a
that
code
was shared
confession?
on my
I
LinkedIn.
think
If you
we-
need
I
a
think
minute,
we
I've got
both
another
did
one.
by
We
default
may
somehow.
need one,
I
but
know.
we
Oh,
did
we did.
promise
We talked
that we would
about
have all of our
TypeScript
that we'd
and
have
C#
all of our
that was
our
kind of-
panelists
Oh,
up
that's
here
right,
that
that's
would
right,
share a
that's
story. Do you have a story? Do you have a code confession
We
to
just
make?
Well, I thought we al# did when we were talking about the
C# and
TypeScript
TypeScript.
debate.
That is true. You're not wrong.
But I
Okay.
mean, we could always go over other hot takes like Tailwind and pineapple on pizza and all that.
I feel, I'm just trying to see, did this story go up there? This is why fill out the forms. Don't put things in comments, people. That's also on me for not changing it over to the place that it needed to be before. All right, Gerald, one more, Adam?
Yeah, I got another one.
All right, our
He's
vamping,
got a bunch over here.
I was going to say our vamping was running out. So
I've been doing this a long time.
there you go. All right, Adam. Give
And
us,
again,
give us-
this one actually comes courtesy of a mentor of mine who told me this story when I had messed up and he was trying to make me feel better. So he was, one day, this was back sort of pre-cloud days, and he was logged into a machine that was in a data center. And he went into this machine and he was trying to fix something, and he noticed there was 2 network controllers. And he thought, well, that's weird. This thing shouldn't have 2 network controllers. And he knew what one of them was because that was how it connected to all of the internet and everything that it needed. And so he thought, well, this shouldn't be here. This is probably a problem. I'll just disable it. As soon as he disabled it, his remote console just went dark. And he realized he just disconnected the machine. Like he removed the network controller of the machine in the data center.
yikes.
And then he had to take a very awkward 3-hour car ride with our boss to drive 3 hours away to the data center and manually turn it back on.
Yeah. Yeah,
Kinda
not
funny.
ideal. What do
Wait,
you
there
think?
wasn't anybody that they could call at the data center. It was like closed.
No, it was like an unmanned data center.
Oh,
like there
dang.
wasn't really anybody there. They just had servers there, and it was a few hours away. And when he told our boss about what happened, he's like, "Well, we got to go to the data center and turn this back on.
I feel like the takeaway from this is there should always be at least one employee at the data center.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right. Let's blame the other people, right? That's
So
the takeaway.
So what I love about this is I was like, are we gonna have enough? And I was like, I love these like really fluid things where like, are we gonna be able to fill this time on the stage? And I feel like we've done really well. Thanks to Adam. Thanks to our own stories.
Adam.
Yeah, big round of applause for Adam. Huge round of applause for Adam.
Let me get up here and talk about mistakes I made. This is great.
Yeah, Adam, stay up here because we're gonna close off in just a minute. If you are watching this live, we're gonna call it for this episode of Code Confessions. If you enjoyed our Code Confessions crew and energy, which is actually a 4-person team now, and you want to see us back at that, let us know because we can keep this going. If you are wanting to check out some other stuff, the biggest, bestest part of the day, which is going to be Clark up on this stage for the closing ceremonies of that conference, is going to be happening in like 18 minutes here on that YouTube channel and maybe other places as well. But please check that out. Watch that. Come and celebrate with all of us. People are starting to come into the main space now. And so please be here, stay online, watch this. You've got like 18 minutes. That's perfect time to go make lunch or dinner or a snack or run to the convenience store. Do whatever you need to do. I just want to say before we officially close off, thank you both so much for agreeing to do this like sight unseen. And I feel like we did pretty well.
Yeah.
I believe we got there. Is this like?
I think we learned a lesson too.
Yes.
Just if you do something wrong, just blame someone else.
Exactly the big takeaway from our Code Confessions.
That's what it seems like,
learning
right?
lessons here. So from all of us to all of you, thank you so much for tuning in to that live. And actually, because this is the second last live that is going to be happening during the conference, just thank you for being here. If you didn't show up to work for the last week because you were at home on the couch watching that, you made the right decision. Hopefully you saw some awesome content. If you weren't able to make it to Wisconsin this time, come to Wisconsin next time, or go to any of the that events
Texas,
or join the
or
that
Texas,
community.
yep.
That Texas, check out. This is 100% the place to be. You do not want to miss this because these are the awesome kind of people that you meet and these awesome experiences that will happen. Yeah, and you know what? Adam, do you want to come over here and then we can get like close up on the table? We can get all of you. There we go. You can just like lean down. There we go. Love it. We can get like from the center camera. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Look at the Code Confessions crew. I love it. So thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. Go take a break, and then you'll get to hang out with us and Clark here on the main stage. So we close that Wisconsin. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Bye.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. That's Can I drop the mic? I don't know what spawned that. I'm not really good at accepting things like that, but thank you, because that felt really nice. Wow, y'all threw me off my game. Where are we? Yeah. 4 day. Yeah, free bird. Is there a guitar around here? Nope. Not even a real tree. Yes, all of these are fake. Eddie's like, I came to America. The trees are fake. The white one is real. The white one's real. The rest of them are all fake. Hollow. Wow. 4 days. 4 days. Like, I come here, I have a goal of all of you connecting with one another. You think in your mind, like, Kent's going to do this thing, and then Mark's going to do this thing, and then June's going to do this, and how is it that you're going to feel and leave? And, you hope that it sets the stage that works well, right? I think I qualify now for doing something that nobody's ever done in tech before, which is I got, 500 or 600 of you to stand up and go back to back and touch one another and sway. Like, we all danced. Like, that was geek dancing while creating a little space for our minds to do what they need to do. But, I started here and I said, out here is where, we learn some stuff that we get to use, and in here is kind of the heart and mind. And look, you all exemplified that. You trusted in me, you leaned in. Hopefully you met some people. Hopefully you made some new relationships. And more importantly, I hope that you leave here and you continue to do this, right? Because it's not just this right now. It's just great. That's all. Y'all just kick ass. How many people participated in open spaces? Right on. Leave your hand up if it was your first one. Let's give them a round of applause. This is another format that you can take to your workplace. You can take to your, your friend group, your church, whatnot. The whole point is you can have an unstructured conversation with anybody at any time. A hallway, a restaurant, a coffee shop, online. They can be public, private. I do them this little thing called the hallway track, and I just get on and talk about nothing. There's a whole TV show about nothing. It's a tool to explore how to be creative and get experience share. So use that. Put that tool in your toolbox. We've got a couple folks with microphones. Before I kind of close the open space, I'd like to hear what some of you who participated in one, and of what was a thing that you took away. What was something that came out of it that you'll take home with? How did you feel? Raise your hand. I need some volunteers. Christopher?
Yep, over here. Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway for me is that this is not a conference. It's a community gathering where it's not just about tech folks who are sharing their passion about tech itself, but it's much larger than that, and it grow. And as you
have
saw
a
that
list of
people
who they
are
are?
bringing their families, everyone is enjoying as well. So it's not just a collective celebration of tech, but it's a celebration of life and how you go beyond just tech, right? And there's a lot more to this life apart from tech, and that is what we learned from all of the keynotes as well. So it's all about that. All of us should maintain good health, have good connections, and celebrate life. And tech is just part of it.
Tech is just part of it. You bet. Back there, Al.
Well, mine's not so deep as all that.
Doesn't have to be. We're not judging. We're not comparing.
I learned that most people do not, and you probably should not, try and run your own email server at your house.
What? Okay, now we're judging a little bit. I mean, I got a therapist for you. Good golly.
Over here.
This man, I would never wish that amount of stress on anybody. I don't even like email and pay for it.
Hi, I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in the community-based conversations yesterday and today. Coming in from Minnesota and wanting to learn more about how other user groups and how other meetups are getting their groups engaged and dealing with a post-pandemic landscape, I walked away so invigorated, learning on how people approach content, how they approach finding speakers, how they approach making people feel welcome. And then we have Clark, who's reinforcing all of that with this amazing conference. So yeah, I've learned that community is at the core of it all. And if we band together as user groups and meetups and conferences, there's so much good that we could be doing. And I'm really excited for the group chat that came out of it. So if you are another meetup or user group person and want to be in the group chat, let somebody know.
Where's the group chat?
It was started in the Slack. So
In
if
our
you go to, I think, the general page, it's there. Otherwise, there's a few folks around who are also in the community discussions as well who know of it.
So for people that don't know what Slack is, it's this like chat tool thing. Ours is really active all year round. We also have a Discord. It should be more active. You don't have to be in both. You can be in one or the other. I would, invite you all to get in it, join it, talk. You just go to your profile on the website and there's a couple join links in the back. So nice call out of a place to be, and I hope to see more people in it. I see Al way in the back.
I learned that most people in tech, they're really nice, and if you need help, then you can just ask. And if they're not nice, then they're not. They shouldn't be in tech.
I see you pointing, but I'm not sure who you're pointing to.
Hello. Well, I learned that, so I went to Texas, and honestly, it was my first time. I didn't know what to expect. It was great. I came to Wisconsin, and it was the same way. So I learned that this is not a conference to come once, twice. This is a conference to keep coming forever. Thank you, Clark, for what you do.
Thank you. Let's take one more, two more. Anything from an open space?
Yeah, so I'm the guy who made that new channel. It's Meetup-Organizers. Feel free to join if you want to organize a meetup anywhere.
All right. I'm gonna close this space there, but I'm gonna transition based upon what Ross just said. Do I have any meetup organizers or user group organizers or whatever you want to call them, code camp organizers in the room? Could you stand up? I would like our folks who have microphones to give you the mic so that you can announce where your meetup is, what it's about. Just give us a 30-second pitch so that everybody knows what's out there now, because you all should be in your local communities. I can't see who's got the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Alan Wick. I run or help run the Code and Coffees in Milwaukee. We meet on the first Saturday of every month from 9 to noon. It's open to everybody. We just all kind of get together and help each other learn new technologies and network and stuff. We also run a night one at a brewery on the second Wednesday of every month. So both of them are meet up.
Code and Coffee and Brewing Coffee on Meetup in Milwaukee. Who's next? Over there.
Hi, I'm Emily again. I work at Applied AI in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but we do have virtual offerings. We are a hybrid and in-person type of organization. But Applied AI is an education nonprofit that is focused on educating people of all ages and backgrounds on tools, processes, and applications needed to implement artificial intelligence solutions. But we're also a place to come and say, I literally know nothing, and I just want to ask somebody a question and not ask the robot a question for once.
All right, next one.
Hi, I'm Ross. I'm the admin of the Madison Community Slack, which is an open Slack to discuss tech events in Madison. I run a side project work night, but it sounds like what we really need is some sort of uniting of the tech clans in Madison to make a bigger group. And so I might end up in charge of that.
Over here.
Hey, yeah, Jesse Daher. Yeah, help lead the lacrosse developer group, but really just anyone who's interested in tech can join. We meet up on the fourth Tuesday of every month. Yeah, we talk about all sorts of stuff. We have presentations. If you want to practice your presentation, feel free. And
where's that meetup?
It's in lacrosse, in inland packaging, but yeah, I'll always post a link on the Slack meetup organizers channel.
Okay, cool.
So, we're also on that US page. Yeah.
Go ahead, Riley, and then I'll come back over.
So I'm Riley Major. I am from Twin Cities, where I'm on the board of the PassMN user group. We're everything Microsoft data platform, so SQL Server, Azure, Power BI. There's other groups like that in the Twin Cities as well that focus on different parts of that. We also have an annual conference called SQL Saturday. They're actually a global phenomenon, but we have one in Minnesota. It's free. It's coming up in a couple months. So I put the information in the Slack channel as well.
All right, over here. I think it was over here.
Okay. Hello, my name is Stephen Troy. I am one of the organizers for the New York City Code and Coffee, just like Alan. So if you're ever in New York, please come by. It's just a place for us to network, for us to have workshops, to be able to talk, to just have a community, a safe space where everybody can come, work on projects, and have fun and drink coffee. So,
hey, Alan, I found the guy that was doing the New York Code and Coffee. Got him.
Hi, I'm Bob Zarol. I run the Remix meetup in Utah. If you're not familiar with Remix, it's like Next.js, but better.
I love it. Let's not do that.
It's in Utah, so I'm not sure if it applies to too many people here. But yeah, come chat with me if you want.
I'm Jason Von Ruden, and I run the Wisconsin.net user group in the greater Milwaukee area. And we talk about Microsoft.net language, as well as anything cloud, web, and technology related. Everyone's welcome.
Right on.
Hey everybody, I'm Mason Williams from the Pieces crew. We're based in Cincinnati, so if you ever find yourself down there, I help run a monthly tech demo night. So no pitches, just people from early stage ideas to full-blown enterprise solutions, pitching straight tech.
Hey everyone, I'm from India, so I'm not sure how many folks here are from India, but I run a couple of meetup groups that are kind of global meetup groups. So one is the TensorFlow user group, which is of course run by the Google ML team. You'll find those kind of meetup groups everywhere across the US as well. They are typically part of the Google developer groups. So they are a great way to, if you want to get involved in a lot of the different open source technologies from Firebase all the way to TensorFlow and all of the Gen AI stuff as well. But I also run the Cloud Native Computing Foundation group, New Delhi. So that is CNCF. So if you're interested in any of the cloud related technologies like Kubernetes, Docker, there are CNCF chapters across the entire world. A lot of them are in the US as well. So I can at least help you connect with those local chapters because I'm involved and I'm connected with all of those as well. So feel free to reach out. I'll be there present on that meetup group and I'll be sharing the links to all of these.
Right on.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick Nisi and I run Nebraska JS. I've been going to it since it was the Omaha jQuery meetup, so that tells you how long we've been around. But we keep going. We talk about everything JavaScript, TypeScript, front end, and we like to have talks at all levels, beginner, expert, and everything in between. And we're also open to doing virtual meetups with folks outside of there. I will also just plug quickly, because I know he had to leave, JD Hillen runs JavaScript KC. So if you're in the Kansas City area, check that out as well. Thanks.
jQuery's coming back.
Hey, I'm Dan. So out of the open spaces with Ross and all the Alan, those guys trying to talk about these meetups and stuff, I feel like we need some time for all of that crew to get together outside of the conference. So I'm trying to get some stuff together going around the Milwaukee, Madison, kind of just flip back and forth, maybe every month or something like that. So I started a Slack channel. It's in the general, and then yeah, we'll coordinate from there.
In the back.
Hi, I'm Sadiq from Madison. I run two meetups locally. One is called Everything But Programming. So it's about all aspects of software engineering that just go beyond like coding. So we talk a lot about like cloud security, observability, testing, DevOps, that sort of thing. So it's pretty informal, just like a bunch of folks talking about topics they're interested in. And then I run another meetup focused on accessibility specifically. So it's called A11Y Chats. It's a similar setup where we kind of informally talk about topics we're interested in.
Right on.
Hey everyone, Eric Selgi. I MC the Geek Lunch in Madison every third Tuesday, and that's actually modeled after open spaces. It's a opportunity for anybody to come and talk about whatever geeks them out over that last month. It's great to see a lot of our attendees here tonight. I think that's all I have to say.
Right on.
All right.
Hello, Andres Pineda here. I'm based in Montreal, but thanks to the internet, the work that most of you have done, I run two user groups back in the Dominican Republic. One of them is Python SDQ, all around Python, language, community, events, news, everything that is behind that wonderful community that Python has. And the second one is .NET DO. So .NET, Microsoft, C#, the language as well. The community would love to bring people for invite. Most of our presentations are in Spanish. So if you're learning Spanish, you want to practice, feel free, contact me. I'd be more than happy to have you in either of the meetups. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey folks, my name is Carter. I'm in from Seattle and I help run the Seattle JavaScript meetup. Pretty normal JavaScript meetup. We focus on the web platform, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We are the second Wednesday of every month. And I don't run it, but I know the people who run a JavaScript meetup in Vancouver called Van.js. They kind of came back from a hiatus and they've been going really strong the last like 4 or 5 months. So if you're in Seattle or Vancouver, BC, definitely check either of those meetups out. You can just go to seattlejs.com or vanjs.com. Thanks.
Oh,
hey Clark.
Hey.
Hello everybody. My name is Tim Dooley. I run the Milwaukee Software Process Improvement Network. We have 1,500 members in southeastern Wisconsin. Our focus is primarily around process improvement, not too much on the tech side. Jason Von Ruden, the crew, Alan takes care of that. Great group. We have 6 other board members that put a lot of effort into every one of our monthly meetings, focused a lot on networking and community engagement.
Right on. Can we just give all of these folks a humongous round of applause for the work that they're doing every month? Just amazing to celebrate all of you for the tireless work that goes into it. And I know that it's not easy. You have to go through all the same little bits and bytes that I do. All right, let's give some stuff away. Yeah? Good. All right. First up, NRC. Oh, I don't have a mic up here. Where's my mic runners? Where's my Vanna White? That's not Vanna.
Hello again, everybody. We have a great giveaway, fun in the summer. My name is Tim Dooley, work for New Resources Consulting. Thanks to Clark and the crew. Great event again this year. Nice to be back, and I'd like to thank all the other sponsors. The engagement from everybody here, energy is awesome. So thanks to Cameron for presenting and including NRC in this event as well. The winner for our booze giveaway, Happy Summers, Cody Stutkin from Wausau. Don't know if Cody's still here. Yeah.
Oh, Cody.
Thank you.
Pangea. Where's my danger?
Thank you. You're gonna let me be up here without your supervision?
Only for a minute.
Wow, he's learned nothing. Hi, everyone. I'm Keith. This is Vanessa. We're from Pangea. Thank you for coming by our booth this week. If you saw it, if you played with the demo, you logged in and we looked up your IP address to see where you're logging in from. And we use that to enter a drawing for these righteous pangolins. So a pangolin is effectively an up-armored skunk. If you're interested, definitely check them out. It's our company logo. So with that, John, could you go ahead and bring up? So these are all the places that people logged in from. To be able to log in, you had to use a VPN or proxy. One of the cool things about what we did was we detected where you're logging in from, added you to the map, and we detected whether or not you're on a VPN or proxy. So you want to go ahead and start calling them out? Sure. First up, we have
Wendy Markworth.
Wendy, where are you?
Well-
Uh-oh. All right. I'll take the next one.
Wait, is that
Roland.
her? Is that Wendy?
All
There's
right,
Wendy.
come on down.
Look, she's being sneaky.
I know.
Like, yeah, I just floated over from some VPN server over here.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that.
I don't know. You showed a graph of people.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the securities.
I know, right? Next up, we have somebody who I can honestly say owes me his life. Rolando Lopez, come on down.
Rolando, this is like The Price is Right. Let's go. Come on.
Come on, step it up.
There it is. There
we
it
need
is.
to see some enthusiasm
There it
here.
is.
All right, next up, we have Jessica Quick.
Where's Jessica at?
Uh-oh.
I know she's in the building.
Oh, she's out there with the baby. I think that's honorable. Okay, yeah.
Wait, she has your baby?
There. Whoa, we're not going to touch that one.
This is a family show.
We're not going to touch that one. All right, next up we have James McCullum. James,
Where's
where are you
James at?
There he is. Jessica, your pangolin is over here. Your lovely husband has it. All right, next up we have Brian Shannon. Brian Shannon. All right, there we go.
There you go.
She's got it. She's our pangolin dealer today.
What did you bring, the whole zoo?
Yes. Next up, we have Dave Boulin. Boulin? Boulin.
Does anybody know Dave?
If you know Dave, make fun of him.
Is
for
anybody
missing the
following
pangolin.
Dave? Make sure to harass them.
Is that the big one? Okay, we'll save that one for last. All right, next up, we've got Alan Wick. Alan, where are you? I saw you over there. All right. Now we want to do the big one? Okay. Hey, John, could you pull the map back up? So, like I said, we traced where people were from their IP address. There was somebody very special on this list who proceeded to log in like 300 times from IP addresses all over the world. So we decided to just give him the king pangolin here. And that was, oh crap, Kyle Schroeder. Where is he? Kyle Schroeder. There he is. We need a picture of this one because he scripted it to come in from, I think it was 75 different countries. It was absolutely absurd. So, congrats.
All right.
Do you want that?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Messius, you are up next. Where's my folks from Messius? Oh, there you are. I can't see anything up here with these lights. There you go.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for stopping by our booth. Unfortunately, we don't have the names. We just have the numbers. You're going to have to look at your badge for this one. But do we have a 1376 in here? We got one? Maybe? It's very bright. I can't see anything. Any 1376? No? Going once? Going twice? All right. How about 5576? I got a lot of numbers, so we can keep going here. 5576? No? What about 2015? Great year.
Not the year.
Not the year, yeah, 2015.
Oh, there you go.
We got one. Let's go. Congratulations. Just, if you meet me at the booth after this, I'll give you the iPad. Thank you.
All right. Temporal. Oh, you're taking a picture of me? Oh, no, it's okay. I'm not as cool as he is. You take that. I'll hold it for you. Oh, yeah, I'll hold it. It's fine.
Right on. You come back here with that, I'll chase you down. I may not look like it, but I'm fast.
Dang it.
Sorry, bud. Good. Nice try. I mean,
I tried.
A for effort. I'm Brian from Temporal, and thank you, Clark, for pulling this together and letting us be part of it. The lucky winner is going to get both of these fantastic Lego sets. All right. So you got the TIE Interceptor, then we have this. It's a candy shop, right? Right on. Okay. So I'm looking for Josh Kinsler.
Oh, in the back.
Right on. Come on up.
Thank you. What's that? Yeah, totally. Come on, winner. Hurry up, because you got about 3 seconds before I take this.
Yeah, come on, man.
Go on, take your time. I'll have that thing put together before you get up here.
This is a big deal. A lot of these things here, right? My son's gonna love this.
All right, Cloudflare. There's stairs over here. Somebody is mad that they didn't get that Lego set. I don't see any quicks in the house. Wait, you're over there now? Oh, you guys are over here, like ninjas.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for everyone who came to stop by the booth. We had a great time being here and talking to you all about how you can connect, build, and protect your applications everywhere with Cloudflare. And for me, I'm in engineering. I've, over the last 7 years, built a lot of the products that we talked about today and that you've used. And it's really exciting for me to hear from all of you what's relevant to you and how you're using it. Now, we've pulled a couple names from people who entered our raffle, and I think Christina is gonna tell us who the winner is.
Hello, everyone. Our winner today is Bhaskar Raja Sampath Kumar. Anyone?
There
with
you
that
go,
name?
all the way over there.
Congratulations. You are the proud winner of a Yeti bag. Did I say it correctly, your name?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't do this without our sponsors. You know, it's been a very, anybody who's been in this position like I knows that this has been a very challenging set of years for everybody. So let's give it up one more time for Unspecified, HBS, Cloudflare, DataStax, Temporal, Propel-Auth, Pieces, Redgate, Messius, AWS Amplify, SafeStack, Pangea, New Resources Consulting, Auth0, Blog Recorder, GitHub Education. Thank you very much for the support and the belief in the community. It is very appreciated. With that, if you have a yellow shirt on, it looks like you work at Subway, could you please stand up? Yeah, you two in the booth too. Come on, stand up. There's some folks that are missing. There's some folks in the back. There's some kids that are mine. There's some kids that are one of theirs. We pulled in on Friday. We started setting up. We had check-in on Sunday. We had workshops on Monday. We had registration Monday nights. We had 3 days of conferences, pictures and videos, the crew down there running the cameras, all the folks in the back shoveling food in and out, whatnot. Thank you to all of you for all of your help to make this happen each and every year. It's a blessing. Let's give them a round of applause for everything. Unlike your boss, who commits you to hour-long meetings all the time and only really needs 5 minutes of them, I have now gone 4 minutes over my scheduled time, giving you back 26 minutes on this conference. I am sorry that I cut you short from what I've advertised on the schedule. I love all of you. Drive safely. Thank you for coming to that conference. We'll see you next time.
The sun goes down.